Let me see how you lose face. Haha, the demonic Lotus Blade sex leader was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words earlier, and now that he'd recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Duan Lingtian, looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. However, confidence is a good thing, but if you're too confident, then it's arrogance. Don't worry, sect leader Long. Although I, Duan Lingtian, am untalented, I'm still able to distinguish between confidence and arrogance. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression on his face. He didn't take the questioning of the members of the various sects to heart in the slightest, because he knew. Now, even if he spoke extravagantly, it was useless. Only facts would be able to make these people shut their mouths, and make these people stop questioning him. I'm afraid those closely involved can't see clearly. The demonic Lotus Blade sex leader glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Who do you intend to challenge?" Duan Lingtian's gaze first descended onto the Snow Moon sex Lu Yu, then he looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sex saber young master, Long Yun, and said indifferently, "I'll challenge whoever is stronger between the two of them. As for the other person, I'm not interested in challenging him." Duan Lingtian started closing his eyes to rest after he finished speaking. His meaning was extremely clear. Let Lu Yu and Long Yun fight first, and he'll challenge whoever wins. The person that loses didn't have the qualifications for him to issue a challenge. Arrogant. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people couldn't help but grin and curse. Sect leader Ling Hu. Looks like this disciple of your 7-star sword sect is extremely confident of his strength. The demonic Lotus Blade sex leader looked at the 7-star sword sex leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong, and his tone contained slight ridicule mixed within. I wonder what sect leader Ling Hu thinks of the actions of this disciple of your 7-star sword sect? Do you think he really possesses strength, or is he deliberately mystifying himself? Ling Hu Jin Hong said indifferently, I believe him. I believe him. A short sentence was sufficient to display Ling Hu Jin Hong's unconditional trust towards Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade sex leader's face froze when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Ling Hu Jin Hong would actually trust a kid so much. Duan Lingtian, I admit that your natural talent is extremely strong. But if you want to defeat me with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, then don't even think about it. At the same time that the Snow Moon sex Lu Yu spoke indifferently, her figure flashed out of the pergola as if transforming into a gust of wind to stand on the spacious flat ground. Saber young master. Lu Yu's gaze descended onto the saber young master, Long Yun. You and I will battle first, and the person that wins will properly teach this Duan Lingtian that doesn't know his limits a good lesson. How about it? At this moment, Lu Yu's expression became serious. She could look down on Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was strong, he hadn't matured after all, so she wasn't afraid. But this saber young master, Long Yun, was a great enemy of hers. It's not up to others to tell me how to do things. Saber young master spoke indifferently and was incomparably overbearing. When Lu Yu's expression went grim, Saber young master's figure flashed out to stand in confrontation with Lu Yu. Saber young master's hands were still crossed before his chest from the beginning until the end, and he held the spirit saber in his sheath. Saber young master glanced at Lu Yu with a calm expression as he said indifferently, You aren't a match for me. I'll surely defeat you within the time of 3 breaths. Otherwise I admit defeat. Within the time of 3 breaths? As soon as Saber young master finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it successfully drew the gazes of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian. Only Duan Lingtian alone sat upright within the pergola with his eyes closed as he rested his mind. It was as if he didn't have the slightest interest towards the battle that was about to occur. Lu Yu's face went grim when she heard Saber young master, and she shouted out in a light voice. Saber young master, both of us are at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that you're not afraid of the wind cutting your tongue when you speak such arrogant words? At that time, if you're unable to do it, then you'll really be a laughingstock. You don't have to worry about this. Since I dared speak these words, I naturally have confidence. Saber young master's tone was still flat, and from the beginning until the end, he didn't take Lu Yu seriously. Needless to say, the current Saber young master was extremely arrogant. However, as far as the group of people in the martial competition courtyard were concerned, Saber Young Master's arrogance was different from Duan Lingtian's arrogance. Saber Young Master's arrogance was the arrogance of confidence, and it caused others to believe in him. Duan Lingtian's arrogance was the arrogance of youth, and it wasn't worth mentioning. "You're as arrogant as Duan Lingtian," Lu Yu shouted out in a delicate voice, and her entire body flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Saber Young Master. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, condensing into 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out along with her. At the same time that she dashed out, a crescent moon-shaped narrow saber appeared out of thin air in Lu Yu's hand, and origin energy suffused the saber as it leaped about. Instantly, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Grade 6 Spirit Saber. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu, the #1 disciple in the Snow Moon Sect's younger generation, relied on the Grade 6 Spirit Saber to possess an offensive strength comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. On the way she dashed out, the crescent moon-shaped narrow saber in Lu Yu's hand flashed out to transform into saber silhouettes that covered the sky, forming a saber net that flickered with frightening cold lights as it enveloped down towards Saber Young Master like a shadow. At this moment, this saber net seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net, and it wanted to trap Saber Young Master within it. Thousand Shadow Saber Technique. Many people recognized the martial skill Lu Yu executed and exclaimed in surprise. The Thousand Shadow Saber Technique was an extremely renowned high-grade profound rank martial skill in the Snow Moon Sect. It stressed upon combining origin energy with the spirit saber to transform into saber silhouettes that covered the sky and formed a saber net that was like a heaven-encompassing net, causing one's opponent to have nowhere to escape and be directly annihilated. "You only have this little ability?" Right at the instant Lu Yu dashed out and executed the Thousand Shadow Saber Technique, the voice of Saber Young Master, Long Yun, sounded out, and within his calm voice was slight disdain. He seemed as if he didn't take the ability Lu Yu executed seriously in the slightest. "You only have this little ability? This little ability is sufficient to kill you." Lu Yu flew into a rage from embarrassment as she shouted out explosively, and the saber silhouettes that covered the sky transformed into a heaven-encompassing net as they struck out in rage towards Saber Young Master. "Is that so?" Saber Young Master's calm voice appeared once more, and at the same time, he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Clang! The sheathed spirit saber in Saber Young Master's embrace was instantly unsheathed, and his origin energy raged as it skyrocketed. The saber light flashed out and pulled out a string of narrow and long afterimages as it moved to intercept the saber net formed by Lu Yu's saber silhouettes that covered the sky that approached menacingly. Instantly, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Saber Young Master. The spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand is a Grade 6 spirit saber as well. Many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the people present noticed that when the Grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand moved to intercept the saber silhouettes that covered the sky executed by Lu Yu, the saber actually had an additional strange aura. Right at this instant. Whoosh! Chapter 392. Subsequently. In the sky above Saber Young Master, another 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually appeared at the side of the 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. These 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes would sometimes become over 50, sometimes become over 60, and even over 70. They seemed to be extremely unstable. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form constantly fluctuated and were extremely unstable. Saber Force Seed. Instantly, some of the elders of the various sects couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Right when most of the people in the martial competition courtyard were astounded. Saber Force Seed? Duan Lingtian, who'd always been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian noticed that when the Grade 6 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flashed out, there was a strand of strange aura suffused within it, and it swept towards the saber net that was formed from the saber silhouettes that covered the sky that Lu Yu executed. The Grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards the side of the saber net. It seemed as if it was able to see through the location of Lu Yu's true saber strike. In the next moment, Clang! The sound of iron colliding sounded out, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Two vast origin energies collided, causing the airflow to flow in reverse as shapeless ripples spread out, and it seemed as if a gale that swept out in all directions had been raised in the martial competition courtyard. Bang! The energy contained within the Grade 6 Spirit Saber in Saber Young Master's hand completely crushed the energy contained within the Grade 6 Spirit Saber in Lu Yu's hand, and it crushed Lu Yu. The Grade 6 Spirit Saber in Lu Yu's hand was directly swept flying. Clang! The sound of the Grade 6 Spirit Saber falling to the ground was clearly audible. It really is a Saber Force seed. Duan Lingtian looked at the extremely unstable few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Saber Young Master, and he had a surprised expression. The strength Saber Young Master's Saber Force seed had always fluctuated between the strength of over 50 ancient mammoths to the strength of over 80 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian was able to discern. This was indeed the seed of force. Just like the wind force seed he had comprehended after his epiphany. If it wasn't for the high-grade Earth rank movement technique Whirlwind that came along with the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WYRM form, it would be impossible for the wind force seed Duan Lingtian comprehended to transform into a true wind force. According to the iron law of Cloud Continent, normally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that had overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation were able to comprehend force. The Nine Dragons War Sovereign art was created by Samsara Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, breaking this iron law. It allowed Duan Lingtian to comprehend wind force by relying on whirlwind when he was at the nascent soul stage. Of course, only Duan Lingtian, who had cultivated the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, could do this. If he only gave the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, to other nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate, it would be impossible for them to comprehend wind force. Only because the other nascent soul stage martial artists didn't cultivate the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique and were unable to display the true profundity of Whirlwind. To other nascent soul stage martial artists, Whirlwind was no different from other Earth rank martial skills. Only when they truly stepped into the void-prying stage would they be able to cultivate Whirlwind and comprehend force. Just like this Saber Young Master, although his Saber Force seed can still grow, its limit is only comparable to the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths. At that time, it would be unable to increase any further. Only when he truly breaks through to the void-prying stage would he be able to transform his Saber Force seed into a true Saber Force. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear of this. The other martial artists were different from him after all. He was a person that had cultivated the super cultivation method that could be said to be heaven-defying, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, whereas the other martial artists didn't have the same accumulation as him. So, it was impossible for the other martial artists to comprehend true force at the nascent soul stage. However, this Saber Young Master was able to comprehend a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His comprehension ability is indeed shocking. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Saber Young Master had already swept out a leg without hesitation, kicking Lu Yu, who didn't have a grade 6 spirit saber to rely on flying, and he didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Perhaps, in the eyes of Saber Young Master, who was infatuated with the martial Tao, there wasn't much of a difference between men and women. Bang! Lu Yu fiercely collided with a pillar of a pergola, and her body shook as she repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her countenance was ghastly pale, and the eyes she looked at Saber Young Master with revealed shock. Saber Force seed. This Saber Young Master had actually comprehended a Saber Force seed. A person that was able to comprehend a Force seed at the nascent soul stage was undoubtedly someone with extraordinary comprehension ability in the martial Tao. Once such an existence stepped into the void-prying stage, it was even to the extent that he would be able to comprehend true force in a short period of time. I've lost. Lu Yu had a face full of disappointment. Sect Leader Long, this foster son of yours is really extraordinary. He actually comprehended a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His future accomplishments are limitless. The Origin Convergent Sect's leader was moved, and he looked at the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader with a face full of envy. Saber Young Master's comprehension ability is shocking. He was able to comprehend a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and before he steps into the void-prying stage, he'll surely be able to allow the Saber Force seed to grow to the limit. In the future, once Saber Young Master steps into the void-prying stage, He'll surely be able to comprehend elementary saber force in a short period of time. The mountain split sex leader's eyes contained envy mixed within, and he sighed with emotion at the luck of the demonic lotus blade sex leader. Why was he unable to take in a foster son like this? This saber young master has actually comprehended a saber force seed? The 7-star sword sex leader, Linghu Jin Hong, was originally rather confident towards Duan Ling Tian, but now that he'd witnessed saber young master's ability, his heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. Lu Yu, saber young master has already comprehended a saber force seed. It's not shameful for you to lose at his hands. The Snow Moon sex leader looked at Lu Yu, who had a disappointed expression, and her voice was cold as she guided her patiently. Yes, master. Lu Yu took a deep breath and nodded, and the disappointment on her face gradually dispersed. Humph. Right at this moment, saber young master, Long Yun, coldly swept Lu Yu with his gaze and said indifferently, Lu Yu, in my eyes, the threat you pose to me is far inferior to the threat Duan Ling Tian poses to me. What I want to tell you is, don't look down on anyone. No one had expected that saber young master would suddenly speak such words. His words had the bearing of elevating Duan Ling Tian and belittling Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face sank. Saber young master, I wholeheartedly accept my loss at your hands. But, if you say a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist is stronger than me now, I won't believe it no matter what. Lu Yu's words obtained the approval of most people. Although Duan Ling Tian's ability was strange, and was even able to defeat a stronger opponent as the weak, however, Duan Ling Tian was only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist after all, and being able to defeat a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist was already shocking. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian was able to surmount 2 levels to defeat a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, then they would not believe it no matter what. Yun actually thinks so highly of Duan Ling Tian? The demonic lotus blade sex leader's tiger-like brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. According to his understanding of this foster son of his, if it wasn't a person that was truly taken seriously by this foster son of his, then the person would absolutely not be thought highly of by this foster son of his. Duan Ling Tian, the demonic lotus blade sex leader's gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, he noticed. From the beginning until the end, this Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Even if it was the praise of his foster son, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, the saber young master, Long Yun. This Duan Ling Tian seemed to not take him seriously. Could it be that I've misjudged? The demonic lotus blade sex leader thought in his heart. He was able to obtain a conclusion from Duan Ling Tian's current expression. There were only 2 possibilities for this Duan Ling Tian being able to be so composed. Firstly, he was deliberately mystifying himself. Secondly, he really disdained the praise of his foster son. He hoped it was the former. Otherwise, this Duan Ling Tian was truly too terrifying. Terrifying to the point it caused him to feel apprehensive. You don't believe me? Saber young master grunted coldly, then glanced indifferently at Lu Yu. Then wipe your eyes clean and look carefully. In next to no time, saber young master's gaze left Lu Yu and lightly swept out to descend onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, a victor has already been decided between me and Lu Yu. Now, do I, Long Yun, have the qualifications for you to issue a challenge? Duan Ling Tian didn't reply, and his figure flashed out to flash into the arena to stand in confrontation with saber young master. He used his actions to reply to saber young master. Instantly, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. Saber young master seems to think extremely highly of this Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that saber young master has noticed something? Humph. Saber young master surely thinks so highly of Duan Ling Tian because of Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao. I think so as well. Saber young master's natural talent is indeed inferior to Duan Ling Tian. In another few years, saber young master might really not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. As for now, Duan Ling Tian is far inferior to saber young master. Exactly. Saber young master is a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist that has comprehended a saber force seed. Saber young master's saber force seed contains the strength of over 50 ancient mammoths. Saber young master's strength can be said to be invincible beneath the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The disciples of the various sects didn't look favorably upon Duanling Tian, and all of them had reverence when they spoke of Saber Young Master. Saber Young Master was the idol and model in the eyes of their generation. He was an existence that was far beyond their reach. Junior brother Duanling Tian. Zhang Song clenched his fists tightly and was slightly worried. Since Saber Young Master executed the Saber Force seed, his trust towards Duanling Tian couldn't help but waver slightly. Influence, to him, was too far away. Normally speaking, it was an existence that only void stage experts were able to come into contact with. Humph. Duanling Tian, let me see how a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like you goes against Saber Young Master, who has comprehended a Saber Force seed. Huang Ji had an expression of taking pleasure in Duanling Tian's misfortune, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duanling Tian being defeated by Saber Young Master. Duanling Tian, I hope you can create another miracle. Chapter 393. Presently, Meng Qiu had discarded his prejudice towards Duanling Tian, so he naturally hoped that Duanling Tian would be able to defeat Saber Young Master and bring honor to the 7-Star Sword sect. It was imaginable. Today, once Duanling Tian was victorious in the battle between Saber Young Master and Duanling Tian would surely become a legend of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A 7-Star Sword sect disciple that was only 22 years old would defeat one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, Saber Young Master. How inconceivable and shocking would this be? As he thought up to here, Meng Qiu had an expression of anticipation, anticipating that Duanling Tian would be able to create another miracle. As far as he was concerned, presently, Duanling Tian was already bound together with the 7-Star Sword sect, and they shared glory together. If Duanling Tian won, as a 7-Star Sword sect disciple, he would be able to bask in the glory. Duanling Tian. When Saber Young Master confronted Duanling Tian, he had a serious expression, as if he'd taken Duanling Tian to be his greatest enemy. After all, even when Saber Young Master faced the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu earlier, he wasn't so serious. From the beginning until the end of the battle between him and Lu Yu, he utterly didn't take Lu Yu seriously. When he said he'd defeat Lu Yu within 3 breaths of time, it didn't exceed 3 breaths of time. Clean and efficient. Saber Young Master, I've heard a lot about you. Duanling Tian lightly nodded to Saber Young Master, and he had a carefree expression. Although Saber Young Master's reputation spread far and wide, it didn't bring any pressure to him. The martial competition courtyard was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto Duanling Tian and Saber Young Master, and they stared fixedly at them, deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. Duanling Tian, let me see exactly what ability you have to actually make Saber Young Master think so highly of you, and actually say you're stronger than me. The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, returned to the pergola. Her injuries had recovered greatly after consuming a medicinal pill, and her eyes focused as she stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I hope you use your full strength in battle with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Saber Young Master reminded him. Don't worry. Duanling Tian smiled lightly. This Saber Young Master is rather interesting. Although he's arrogant, he doesn't seem to be a brainless person. The Saber Young Master nodded. With a grave expression, he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Whoosh. As a Saber Young seemed to want Duanling Tian's, and he seemed to want to suppress Ling Tian before Master was to be to suppress to Duan Tian before Master's Ling Tian could react. Master. In Master Duan Tian's in Ling Tian too, and to Master too. Everywhere the Saber Young Master passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. Whoosh! When Saber Young Master flashed over to meet him head-on, Duanling Tian felt as if a piercingly cold strong wind was sweeping towards him. Instantly, Duanling Tian's expression became serious. In the next moment, bang! Instantly, the origin energy on Duanling Tian's leg skyrocketed, and 611 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky above him. The strength of 611 ancient mammoths. Obviously, Duanling Tian had exploded out with all the strength in his body. But this little bit of strength was too inferior when compared to Saber Young Master. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. In the next moment, strands of strange aura suddenly leaped about within the origin energy on his legs. In the sky, the strength of another 200 ancient mammoths appeared beside the 611 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale, and at the instant the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand left its sheath, he moved aside. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Saber Young Master. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand had just left its sheath and hadn't even had the time to attack when he noticed Duan Lingtian had vanished before his eyes, and his face instantly went grim as he passed by Duan Lingtian and changed positions. He turned around and continued to confront Duan Lingtian, who flashed behind him. Duan Lingtian, that's... Saber Young Master looked at the origin energy that raged on Duan Lingtian's legs, and he was able to perceive that it contained strands of strange aura. He was extremely familiar with this aura. Force. Not only that, he was able to perceive that Duan Lingtian's force was far stronger than his Saber Force seed. When Duan Lingtian dodged Saber Young Master's head-on attack earlier, he seemed to have utilized the strength of over 800 ancient mammoths. Could it be that he's a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist as well? Impossible. He's only 22 years old. How could a 22-year-old 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist be possible? The disciples of the various sects looked at Duan Lingtian with dumbstruck expressions. The terrifying speed that Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was actually even above Saber Young Master, and it caused them to feel their scalps go numb. What sort of freak was this Duan Lingtian? Bang, 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 bang. Right at this moment, a wave of sounds of teacups being crushed abruptly sounded out. It was the sect leaders and elders of the 5 great sects that were present, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with astonishment, and the hands that held the teacups unconsciously exerted strength and directly crushed the teacups. Wind Force seed? No. That isn't a Wind Force seed. That's Wind Force, true force. Drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and adding on 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes is elementary Wind Force. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending elementary wind force? Is it possible? No matter if it's possible or not. What this Duan Lingtian executed is indeed elementary wind force. Although I'm not willing to believe it as well. However, he has indeed broken common sense. The sect leaders and elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergent sect, and Mountain Split sect all went grim as they discussed animatedly. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending true force. It had completely exceeded their imagination. Elementary wind force. Duan Lingtian actually comprehended elementary wind force? He seems to be only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In the pergola that the 7-star sword sect's leader and the 2 peak masters were at, the Fecta Peak's peak master, Kujan, had an astonished expression, and he stared blankly as he felt the strange aura contained within the raging origin energy on Duan Lingtian's leg. That was the wind force, the true force. It wasn't a force seed. This little fellow really scares me to death. The Mizar Peak's peak master, Zhang Fan, was absent-minded for a moment before recovering from his shock, and he shook his head with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he'd realized since long ago that Duan Lingtian was extraordinary. But he'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend elementary wind force at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. It completely broke common sense. According to common sense, only martial artists at the void prying stage or above were able to comprehend true force. Although nascent soul stage martial artists with good comprehension ability were able to come into contact with force, but it was only a force seed and not true force. Earlier, the Saber Young Master Long Yun and the Snow Moon Sect's Lu Yu had already caused them to feel shocked when they executed the Saber Force seed. Comprehending a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, his future was limitless. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had directly exerted his true force. Most importantly, he was only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending true force? The 7-star sword sect's leader Linghu Jin Hong was usually steady, but at this moment, his body imperceptibly trembled, and his eyes contained waves of excitement mixed within. Duan Lingtian had really given him a pleasant surprise. This pleasant surprise was too great. Great to the point he felt as if he was dreaming. But everything before his eyes told him that he wasn't dreaming, and all of this was real. The heavens bless my 7-star sword sect. The heavens bless my 7-star sword sect. Ling Hu Jin Hong's mood completely surged, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The real force? As expected, the discussions of the higher-ups of the 5 great sects entered into the ears of the disciples of the various sections. For a time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The gazes of the disciples of the various sects descended onto Duan Ling Tian at the same time. This Duan Ling Tian has comprehended true force? Moreover, it's wind force? Wind force is the force of nature, and it's different from weapon force like sword force, saber force, and rod force. The latter can only be used to attack. The former can be used to attack and increase speed, and it can be said to possess both attack and speed. The force of nature is much more difficult to comprehend than weapon force. Even if this Duan Ling Tian has only comprehended a wind force seed, it's sufficient to cause shock. But he directly comprehended true wind force. Although it's only elementary wind force, it's still comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Isn't true force something that only martial artists at the void prying stage and above are able to comprehend? This Duan Ling Tian is only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How could he possibly comprehend true force? This Duan Ling Tian can't be deduced using common sense. In my opinion, he's a freak, a super freak. The disciples of the various sects discussed animatedly. The saying that Duan Ling Tian was a super freak obtained the approval of everyone. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard these discussions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile. It was true that no matter where he went, he was unable to escape the title of freak. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. I knew you would surely not lose. A brilliant smile hung on Zhang Song's face. He was well aware of what Duan Ling Tian executing elementary wind force meant. It meant that Duan Ling Tian's speed was already not inferior to the Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Although the Saber Young Master had comprehended a Saber Force seed, Saber Force didn't aid in speed. Now, Duan Ling Tian relied on elementary wind force to execute his movement technique, and his speed steadily surpassed Zhang Song's, and it could be said that he was in an invincible position. Unbelievable! Duan Ling Tian is only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, yet he comprehended wind force? Meng Qiu's eyes shone and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. Damn it! Unlike the thoughts of Zhang Song and Meng Qiu, Huang Ji's expression was as unsightly as it could be. This Duan Ling Tian has actually comprehended true force. Moreover, it's wind force that possesses both attack and speed. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? This utterly doesn't conform to common sense. I'm dreaming, I'm surely dreaming. Huang Ji shook his head as he extended his hand to pinch his thigh. The pain that came from his thigh caused him to feel as if he was struck by lightning. Only now did he realize. He wasn't dreaming. Chapter 394. Wind Force. The Snow Moon Sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly absent-minded. Earlier when the Saber Young Master Long Yun said she was inferior to Duan Ling Tian, she was unconvinced and thought it was impossible for a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist to compare to her. But now, the wind force that Duan Ling Tian executed was like fiercely slapping her on the face. How could this be possible? A 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist has comprehended true force? Lu Yu felt her head become slightly dizzy, and she ceaselessly shook her head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. Humph. So what if he's comprehended wind force? He's only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and his speed isn't much faster than a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Moreover, the strength of this wind force can't be amplified by a spirit weapon. In next to no time, Lu Yu, who'd thought this through, shuddered and returned to her senses, and the gaze she shot at Duan Ling Tian contained slight unwillingness mixed within. In the arena. Elementary wind force? Interesting. A wisp of a smile appeared on the face of the Saber Young Master, and origin energy flickered and raged on the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand. In the sky, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, accumulating strength and waiting to be deployed. Saber Young Master's eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was a hunter that had locked onto his prey. He was prepared to make a move at any moment. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's face was still carefree, and with a shake of his hand, a narrow sword appeared in his hand. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit sword that Zhang Shouyong gave him that day. Along with the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword skyrocketing, 800 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. This was the strongest strength that Duan Lingtian's strength could display through the amplification of the grade 6 spirit sword. Saber Young Master's figure moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew over, and the grade 6 spirit saber that was enveloped by origin energy transformed into a saber light that was swift to the extreme as it whistled over. Duan Lingtian moved. Like a shadow. On Duan Lingtian's legs, Yuan power surged, and a strange aura once again pervaded the air. In an instant, Duan Lingtian barely avoided Saber Young Master's slash. The saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed out like a falling meteor, and the dazzling saber light condensed from origin energy whistled out. After Duan Lingtian dodged it, the saber didn't lose momentum as it flashed towards the enormous rock at the side of the martial competition courtyard. In an instant, Puchi! The saber light cut through the boulder as if it was cutting tofu. In the next moment, the huge rock shook and broke into two pieces with a pop sound, rolling away. After Duan Lingtian dodged Saber Young Master's saber strike that contained the strength of over 1,100 ancient mammoths, he swiftly turned around, and his figure shook as he shot straight towards Saber Young Master. Wang! Within the essence energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, traces of a strange aura jumped about. Wind force. In an instant, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. Sword drawing arts. The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, directly pointing towards Saber Young Master and following him like a shadow. This sword strike contained the strength of over 1,000 ancient mammoths. Less than 1,100. After all, Duan Lingtian's wind force couldn't be amplified by a grade 6 spirit sword. A grade 6 spirit sword was only able to amplify Duan Lingtian's basic strength, which was the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. However, the speed of this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's was much swifter than the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand. After all, this was a sword strike that contained elementary wind force. Wind in the first place focused on speed. Coupled with the speed of the sword drawing arts, there was probably no one below the 7th level of the nascent soul stage that could attack faster than Duan Lingtian. The speed of his movement technique was swift, and the speed of his attack was swift. This was Duan Lingtian's current advantage. Whoosh! Saber Young Master's face sank when his saber strike missed, and he executed a profound movement technique to flash towards the distance, not daring to stop. At the instant he moved, Duan Lingtian hadn't even struck out. Whoosh! The sword strike in Duan Lingtian's hand that was swift to the extreme carried along swift wind force as it flashed out, and the airflow in the air trembled as it emitted a wave of light sword howls as it pointed towards Saber Young Master. Amongst the people present, only the higher-ups of the 5 great sects were able to see through Duan Lingtian's sword strike. None of the disciples of the 5 great sects were able to clearly see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword strike. Too swift. Although the spectating disciples of the 5 great sects were staring fixedly at the scene before them, they were utterly unable to catch sight of the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that flashed out. Swish! A clear sound abruptly sounded out. Although Saber Young Master had dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swift to the extreme in time, a tuft of his long hair was still cut off by Duan Lingtian's sword strike, and it fluttered about before fluttering to the ground. What a swift sword strike! The eyes of the Mountain Split sect's leader lit up as he spoke with extreme surprise. Duan Lingtian, take this strike of mine. On the battlefield, after Saber Young Master dodged Duan Lingtian's swift sword strike as if he'd predicted the future, his legs shook as he borrowed the force of the strike to turn around. Swoosh! He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. On the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand, there was an additional strange aura within the origin energy that raged on it. At the same time, another 70-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,100 mammoth silhouettes above Saber Young Master. Saber Force Seed. OM. 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 The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand was swift to the limit, and his origin energy raged as numerous saber lights condensed into form before finally converging into a demonic lotus. This demonic lotus was formed from the combination of 99 saber lights. It hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when the demonic lotus had already whistled out and enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body within it. Little demonic lotus saber technique. The basic sword technique of the demonic lotus blade sect guarding saber technique. Demonic lotus blade technique. It was a saber martial skill of the same level as the minor 7-star sword technique. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious when facing the saber martial skill executed by Saber Young Master. He was able to clearly sense it. The speed of the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand became even swifter, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the speed of his sword when he relied on the sword-drawing arts. Not only that, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed danger at the first possible moment. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate. His legs shook as the strength in his entire body exploded out, and wind force suffused out as he flashed towards the distance. He intended to dodge the demonic lotus that was formed from the combination of saber lights executed by Saber Young Master. This demonic lotus was extremely dangerous. However, even though Duan Lingtian had temporarily dodged this demonic lotus seemed as if it had eyes and didn't know exhaustion as it followed closely behind him like a shadow. Not only that, Duan Lingtian even noticed that the speed of this demonic lotus was becoming swifter and swifter. I can't continue like this. With its gradually increasing speed, it won't be long before it can catch up to me. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Saber Young Master still had such a formidable trump card. This saber martial skill was truly strange. It was actually like a gangrene attached to the bone that followed him. The demonic lotus blade technique isn't so easy to dodge. In the distant pergola, the corners of the demonic lotus blade sect's leader's mouth curled into a smile when he saw the scene before him. At the same time, he looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong. Sect leader Linghu, your 7-star sword sect's Duan Lingtian comprehending wind force with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage is truly shocking. But he's only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist after all. Today, I'm afraid he'll lose at the hands of my foster son. Sect leader Long, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Linghu Jin Hong had a calm expression that didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion as he spoke indifferently. What? Sect leader Linghu, you wouldn't be thinking that this Duan Lingtian has the ability to break through my demonic lotus blade sect's little demonic lotus blade technique, right? The demonic lotus blade sect's leader grunted indifferently, and his gaze once again descended onto the battlefield. With just a glance, the complacent smile that had just appeared on his face completely froze. He saw that the speed Duan Lingtian dashed out had increased slightly, and he'd pulled far away from the demonic lotus. How could this be possible? The demonic lotus blade sect's leader noticed that when Duan Lingtian suddenly sped up to dodge, the 811 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him actually didn't change in the slightest. Instantly, he had an expression of disbelief. How could this Duan Lingtian's strength possibly not change? His speed had obviously increased by an entire level in a short period of time. How could the demonic lotus blade sect's leader know that besides his strength and wind force, Duan Lingtian was also able to utilize the unfathomable quake energy? Presently, Duan Lingtian's feet were stepping on the quake energy to the limit, and it was equivalent to having the strength of 100 ancient mammoths pushing him to execute his movement technique. Whirlwind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't hold back any longer and utilized all his abilities, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that left the area enveloped by the demonic lotus. Looks like I still have to use quake energy if I want to defeat this Saber Young Master. At the same time that Duan Lingtian pulled open the distance between himself and the demonic lotus, he thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto Saber Young Master. Whirlwind. Instantly, wind arose beneath Duan Lingtian's feet as his origin energy raged, and wind force and quake energy moved along with it. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot straight towards Saber Young Master. Saber Young Master's face went grim when he saw this scene. He didn't dare dally and hurriedly put away the grade 6 spirit saber that had fused into the demonic lotus. At the same time that the grade 6 spirit saber was put away, the demonic lotus dispersed along with it. Sword drawing arts. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian arrived nearby Saber Young Master, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand followed him like a shadow, seeming to have transformed into a venomous snake that fiercely bit towards Saber Young Master. Whoosh! This time, Saber Young Master dodged as if he'd foreseen it, and he repeated the same move. How can this Duan Lingtian's speed possibly be so swift? At the same time that Saber Young Master dodged, his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian's speed seemed to have instantly increased by a level. Most bizarre of all was that the ancient mammoth silhouette above Duan Lingtian actually didn't change in the slightest. In other words, Duan Lingtian didn't increase his strength. But, since he didn't increase his strength, then why was his speed able to suddenly increase by so much? Saber Young Master naturally wouldn't know the profundity of Duan Lingtian's quake energy. The scope of effect of Duan Lingtian's quake energy was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Chapter 395. Still want to dodge a second time? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth unnoticeably curled into a wisp of an evil smile when he saw Saber Young Master dodge once again, and the grade 6 spirit sword that flashed out in his hand spun and adjusted its direction. Whirlwind! Instantly, wind blew beneath Duan Lingtian's feet as he executed all his abilities. Strength of the fleshly body, origin energy, wind force, quake energy. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure was swift like the wind, swift like lightning, and he vanished before the eyes of the disciples of the various sects in practically an instant. So fast! The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, stared blankly at the scene before her. Presently, amongst the spectating disciples of the various sects, her cultivation was the most profound. Amongst the disciples of the various sects present, only she was able to faintly catch a trace of the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's figure flashing. But it was only a trace. The speed of this Duan Lingtian is absolutely not spurred on by the strength of 800+ ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to possess such a swift speed by spurring on the strength of almost 1,000 ancient mammoths. The Snow Moon sect's sect leader turned pale with fright as he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. Where the heck did this Duan Lingtian come from? The expression of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader was slightly unsightly, and traces of a bad premonition arose within his heart. In terms of speed, his adopted son, Saber Young Master, Long Yun, was far inferior to this Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength, even though his adopted son was superior, the speed of this Duan Lingtian firmly suppressed his adopted son. Most importantly, he recalled something, an extremely terrifying thing. During the battle between this Duan Lingtian and the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's sect leader earlier, he'd once defeated the personal disciple with a strength that was weaker than the personal disciple by 70 ancient mammoths. He remembered it clearly. At that time, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize wind force. Otherwise, no matter if it was strength or speed, the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's master would be completely crushed by Duan Lingtian, without the slightest ability to retaliate. But even if Duan Lingtian didn't use wind force, that Mountain Split sect's sect master's personal disciple was still defeated. There was no suspense. Duan Lingtian. Unlike the shock of the higher-ups of the 4 great sects, the faces of the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect bloomed with brilliant smiles. Duan Lingtian had given them a huge surprise. Their original intention was to allow Duan Lingtian to seize first place in the martial competition 3 years from now, and bring honor to the 7-star sword sect. However, they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's current abilities, there was no need to wait for 3 years before he could claim first place in today's martial competition. On the field, whoosh! Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that followed behind the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, like a shadow. In terms of speed, Saber Young Master was unable to catch up to him. Saber Young Master, decide the outcome with a single move. As Duan Lingtian pursued, he spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it spread to every corner of the martial competition courtyard. Saber Young Master dashed ahead, and Duan Lingtian's speed caused coldness to arise from the bottom of his heart. He knew clearly in his heart. Duan Lingtian's speed completely surpassed his, and was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Looks like my intuition wasn't wrong. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extremely strong. Saber Young Master's thoughts spun abruptly. Early on when Duan Ling Tian defeated the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect leader as the weak, he had a sudden intuition. Duan Ling Tian wasn't simple. It was precisely because of this that he'd placed Duan Ling Tian at the same height as himself, and even said that the Snow Moon Sect's Lu Yu, who was similarly at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Now it would seem that his intuition wasn't wrong in the slightest. All right. Saber young master, who was dashing and dodging, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian. He knew clearly in his heart that if Duan Ling Tian didn't give him a chance, it would be extremely difficult for him to have another chance to execute the minor demonic lotus blade technique. Duan Ling Tian was chasing too closely. He didn't doubt in the slightest that once he turned around now, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand would have already arrived before him before he could execute the minor demonic lotus blade technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the two figures that seemed to have transformed into bolts of lightning, they firmly stood in the arena and stood in confrontation with each other. Because of their swift movements, the dust that was stirred up suffused the air before gradually descending to return to the ground. Some of the flowers and plants that were dancing in the martial competition courtyard had stopped swaying as well. A single move to decide the outcome. The gazes of everyone in the martial competition courtyard descended onto the two people that stood in confrontation. The outcome of this battle was about to be revealed. Duan Ling Tian, watch out. When the spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand struck out, he didn't forget to warn Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, piercingly cold saber lights that covered the sky, a total of 99 saber lights, formed into an extremely strange lotus that carried along a murderous and evil aura as it whistled out and enveloped Duan Ling Tian within it. It seemed as if it wanted to directly strangle Duan Ling Tian to death. Minor demonic lotus blade technique. Saber Young Master had once again executed his strongest saber technique martial skill. This saber strike had a myriad of variations, and it was impossible to guard against. When Saber Young Master attacked, he was able to warn Duan Ling Tian, and it was sufficient to show that Saber Young Master's character wasn't bad, causing Duan Ling Tian to have a good impression of him. But when faced with the saber martial skill executed by Saber Young Master now, Duan Ling Tian's expression still became serious, as the little demonic lotus saber technique executed by Saber Young Master gave him too great of a pressure. Although if he used all his abilities, he could execute whirlwind to dodge. But he didn't intend to do that. Since he'd said to decide the outcome with a single move, then he wouldn't go back on his word. If he went back on his word, then he wouldn't be Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! Origin energy revolved on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and wind force suffused it. Instantly, the origin energy that contained wind force on the grade 6 spirit sword started to lightly tremble, and the frequency became faster and faster, swift to the limit. Quake energy at the limit. Saber Young Master was the first person today that was able to make Duan Ling Tian attack with his full strength. Instantly, 1,043 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Ling Tian. Amongst them, Duan Ling Tian's basic strength was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. When he attacked with a grade 6 spirit sword, it amplified the strength of 232 ancient mammoths. Elementary wind force was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian didn't hold back in the slightest in this sword strike. It caused Duan Ling Tian to feel the blood in his entire body boil. This feeling caused him to feel as if he'd returned to that period of time in his previous life where he was covered in blood. How hot-blooded! How surging with passion! It's been a long time. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he spoke silently. Whoosh! The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed out, and the demonic lotus that was formed carried the might to annihilate everything as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian, and its speed grew faster and faster. In the sky above Saber Young Master, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as the ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form constantly rose and fell between 1,150 over and 1,180 over, and it was extremely unstable. It was even to the extent that there would occasionally be a moment when Saber Young Master's Saber Force seed would be temporarily annihilated, and it wouldn't provide any strength to Saber Young Master. At that moment, Saber Young Master's strength was fixed at the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. I only have the confidence to defeat Saber Young Master in one go at the instant the Saber Force seed on the saber in Saber Young Master's hand is annihilated. Otherwise, even if I use the quake energy to the limit, it would be useless. When he saw the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand striking out and the demonic lotus formed from 99 saber lights was close at hand, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Now, even if he used all his ability, the strength contained within the grade 6 spirit sword was only comparable to the strength of 1043 ancient mammoths. Whereas Saber Young Master, so long as the saber force seed appeared on the grade 6 spirit saber, then no matter how small the fluctuation was, it would still be comparable to the strength of 50+ ancient mammoths. When combined with the strength of the other 1,100 ancient mammoths, it exceeded the strength of 1,150 ancient mammoths. In this way, Saber Young Master would escape the greatest range of effect of Duan Lingtian's quake energy. After all, even if Duan Lingtian's quake energy was pushed to the limit, its range of effect would only be within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. So, if Duan Lingtian wanted to suppress Saber Young Master, then he could only seize the moment the Saber Force seed on Saber Young Master's grade 6 spirit saber was annihilated. The Saber Force seed wasn't a true Saber Force. Even the owner of the Saber Force seed, Saber Young Master, was unable to control the fluctuation of the Saber Force seed. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his acute spiritual force stretched out to fuse into the demonic lotus that was right in front of him, and he monitored the changes in the Saber Force seed on the demonic lotus. Bang! The demonic lotus descended from the sky, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously as it pressed down towards Duan Lingtian. When he saw the demonic lotus was right before his eyes, yet the Saber Force seed still didn't have any intention of being annihilated, Duan Lingtian's feet blew with wind as he abruptly flashed backwards. As expected, this action of Duan Lingtian's caused a wave of booing in the martial competition courtyard. This Duan Lingtian proposed to decide the outcome with a single move, yet he retreated at the critical moment. He's truly slapping his own face. The disciples of the various sects couldn't help but ridicule. But in the next moment, the ridiculing smiles on their faces froze. My chance has come. At the same time that Duan Lingtian flashed backwards, his spiritual force had always been monitoring the changes in the Saber Force seed on the demonic lotus. At the instant he retreated, he noticed that the Saber Force seed had instantly been annihilated. Yet right at this moment, he moved. Whirlwind. Sword-drawing arts. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian had only just retreated when he fiercely attacked. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale as he moved to greet the demonic lotus that enveloped and descended. Swish! His sword was like a bolt of lightning that flashed before vanishing, and it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it fiercely bit towards the demonic lotus. Before the Saber Force seed that was annihilated on the demonic lotus had the time to rise once more, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was sent into the demonic lotus, and it suddenly trembled. Instantly, the extreme tremor energy strangled out. Amongst the 99 saber lights on the demonic lotus, 98 were instantly dispersed, and the remaining saber light was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber of the Saber Young Master. Whoosh! Along with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand sweeping out, the grade 6 spirit saber of the Saber Young Master fell to the ground. Whirlwind! Having succeeded with a single strike, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, and his body transformed into a gale as he flashed directly towards the Saber Young Master, who had an astounded and disbelieving expression. She swung the grade 6 spirit sword and slapped the body of the sword onto the Saber Young Master's chest. Bang! Chapter 396. Saber Young Master flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before staggering to the ground and almost falling down. Although he didn't fall to the ground, Saber Young Master's face was still ghastly pale. I've lost. Saber Young Master took a deep breath, then withdrew a medicinal pill and consumed it. Then his origin energy coiled around his body as he digested the medicinal strength. After he recovered slightly, Saber Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. I'll look for you again. Once I step into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll personally come to the 7-star sword sect to defeat you and wash away the humiliation I suffered today. As soon as he finished speaking, Saber Young Master flew out and picked up his grade 6 spirit saber. Then he seemed to have transformed into the wind and vanished from the martial competition courtyard. Although Saber Young Master had lost, he wasn't discouraged. He threatened that he would defeat Duan Ling Tian in the future and wash away the humiliation he suffered.
This saber young master is much more pleasing to the eye than that zither young master.
Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile.
Saber young master had obtained his respect.
Duan Ling Tian sighed slightly when he recalled the scene from before. If it wasn't for him having the assistance of his acute spiritual force, it would be difficult for him to seize the instant when the saber force seed on Saber Young Master's spirit saber was annihilated. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for him to defeat Saber Young Master in a head-on collision. Along with Saber Young Master leaving, the group of people in the martial competition courtyard finally recovered from their shock. The first to recover from their shock were the sect leaders and elders of the various sects. The sect leaders and elders of the Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergent sect, and Mountain Split sect had all chosen to remain silent. But their gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's brows frowned slightly. At the same time, his eardrums vibrated as he'd received 3 voice transmissions. Duan Ling Tian, if you're willing to join my Snow Moon sect, I can similarly step down and assist you to become the new sect leader of the Snow Moon sect.
Duan Ling Tian could tell that this was the voice of the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect.
Duan Ling Tian, so long as you join my Origin Convergent sect, I'm willing to give up my position and allow you to become the new sect leader of the Origin Convergent sect.
Moreover, I'm willing to allow the strongest guardian elder in the sect to take you as his personal disciple so that you'll be able to grow better.
This was the voice of the Gue Yuan sect leader. Duan Ling Tian, switch over to my Mountain Split sect. As long as it's something you want, as long as it's within the scope of my Mountain Split sect's ability, my Mountain Split sect can give it to you. Including the position of sect master, including the cultivation environment, including. This was the voice of the Mountain Split sect's sect master. At the same time, the 3 sect leaders extended an olive branch to Duan Ling Tian. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. He could not help but admit that the conditions offered by the 3 sect leaders were quite attractive. Especially when the Mountain Split sect master said that he could satisfy all his conditions within the scope of the Mountain Split sect's power. This also meant that once he switched over to the Mountain Split sect, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Sect leaders, I'm sorry. Duan Ling Tian used the same voice transmission to send it into the ears of the 3 sect leaders. This caused the 3 sect leaders to be stunned, and they glanced at each other as they never imagined that the other party would have the same thoughts as them.
Duan Ling Tian.
The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. This Duan Ling Tian had actually defeated his foster son, Long Yun, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, the Saber Young Master. If Duan Ling Tian was a 7-star sword sect disciple that was older than Long Yun, then it would be fine. But this Duan Ling Tian was only 22 years old. Defeating the 26-year-old Saber Young Master, Long Yun, at the age of 22. He didn't doubt in the slightest that once this matter was spread out, it would surely cause an extremely great stir in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. My target is the first in the martial competition. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader couldn't help but recall what Duan Ling Tian said earlier. At that time, he didn't take Duan Ling Tian's words seriously, and only thought that Duan Ling Tian was young and arrogant. But now, Duan Ling Tian had used facts to prove it. He had the strength to seize the first in the martial competition, and he'd really seized the first in the martial competition. This Duan Ling Tian seized the first in the martial competition? The elders of the 4 great sects were all dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian, defeating the 26-year-old Saber Young Master at the age of 22. Today's battle is sufficient to make him renowned throughout the world.
Defeating a figure amongst the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation at the mere age of 22.
This Duan Ling Tian will surely surpass the 5 great young masters in the future. With his natural talent and ability, it'll be sufficient to sweep through the 5 great young masters in a few years. He'll only be 25 or 26 in a few years. Freak. Freak. The disciples of the various sects returned to their senses one by one and discussed animatedly. The gazes they looked at Duan Ling Tian with were filled with reverence. As they spoke, they didn't dare underestimate Duan Ling Tian any longer. At this moment,
They seem to have already seen the scene of Duanling Tian sweeping through the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a few years from now. This young man that was filled with miracles from head to toe caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. He actually defeated Saber Young Master head-on. The Snow Moon's sex-female disciple, Lu Yu, had a dumbstruck expression as she stared blankly at Duanling Tian. Presently, this young man that she'd looked down upon in the slightest earlier seemed to have transformed into a lofty and enormous mountain in her eyes. A lofty and enormous mountain that was difficult to surmount. It caused a feeling of powerlessness to arise from the bottom of her heart. In terms of strength, I'm inferior to Saber Young Master. In terms of insight, I'm far inferior. When she recalled what Saber Young Master said earlier and recalled her disdain and unwillingness towards Duanling Tian, Lu Yu felt ashamed and wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Junior brother Duanling Tian. Well done. Zhang Song laughed heartily with an excited expression. Junior brother Duanling Tian had succeeded. He defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, and seized the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. This junior brother that had always created miracles time and time again had created another miracle. Duanling Tian. Meng Qiu looked at Duanling Tian, and his eyes contained slight rejoicing mixed within. He suddenly realized how correct it was for him to bury the hatchet with Duanling Tian in time. A monstrous genius like Duanling Tian could only be a friend and not an enemy. No. Impossible. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Huang Ji's face was ghastly pale, his body lightly trembled, and his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. How could this Duanling Tian possibly defeat Saber Young Master? He's only 22 years old. He's only 22 years old. He recalled that when he was 22 years old, he was only at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Huang Ji's heart instantly seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, compared to Duanling Tian, he was indeed trash. So long as Duanling Tian is in the 7-star sword sect, then there won't be a day where I, Huang Ji, can make a name for myself. No. I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling. I'm the true personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I'm the true future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Huang Ji's heart was ceaselessly warping to the limit. Since there was a jade, why was there a jade? This was the portrayal of Huang Ji's heart at this moment. Ha ha ha, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong, lost his composure and laughed loudly. It was heartfelt laughter that came from the bottom of his heart, and he felt proud and elated. In these past few years, it was the first time he was so happy. Zhang Fan and Ku Zhen laughed as well. The gazes of the 3 converged onto the distant young figure that didn't move like a mountain. It was precisely this young man that had obtained the glory of first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Duanling Tian. As they looked at the young man before them, they seemed to have seen the boundless dawn of the 7-star sword sect's future. With him present, why would the 7-star sword sect worry about not being able to continue being glorious? Duanling Tian, who'd become the center of attention, now looked at Linghu Jin Hong and lightly nodded with a smile, then said via voice transmission, "Sect leader, the jade origin fruit you gave me wasn't wasted in the end." Duanling Tian, thank you. Linghu Jin Hong's voice transmission was filled with sincerity. He was sincerely grateful to Duanling Tian. Today, at the same time that Duanling Tian had obtained the first place in the martial competition, and at the same time that he'd seized the glory that the 7-star sword sect hadn't obtained for a long time, he'd also announced to the various sects the 7-star sword sect's unique position in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The 7-star sword sect would forever be the #1 sect. Subsequently, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, who was the host, distributed the rewards for the top 3. The rewards for the top 3 were none other than some nascent nurturing pills and a small amount of grade 6 great recovery pills. Although the value of the nascent nurturing pills was extraordinary, it was useless to the current Duanling Tian. The purity of these nascent nurturing pills was too low. It was far inferior to the nascent nurturing pills that he refined himself that had a purity of over 90%. Grade 6 great recovery pills aren't bad. Duanling Tian counted the 10 grade 6 great recovery pills he obtained from obtaining the first place in the martial competition, and he nodded with satisfaction. In the end, he withdrew a medicinal pill that flickered with azure energy,
and emitted a strand of profound aura from the spatial ring the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader gave him. Instantly. Profound nascent pill. The disciples of the various sects in the martial competition courtyard stared fixedly at the pill in Duan Lingtian's hand, and all of them had burning expressions. This is the legendary profound nascent pill? It should be. As expected of a medicinal pill of legend, it doesn't look like an ordinary grade 6 medicinal pill at all. The demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader is really suffering in silence this time. He originally intended to leave this profound nascent pill for his foster son, Saber Young Master, but who knew that a Duan Lingtian would appear out of nowhere and seize it away by Duan Lingtian. The discussions of the disciples of the various sects entered into the ears of the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader, and it caused his body to tremble imperceptibly. But he still maintained a composed smile on his face. As the host, he couldn't lose his bearing. Even if his heart was bleeding, if he knew earlier that this would be the outcome, he would absolutely not put on an act and take out the profound nascent pill as the reward for the first place in the martial competition. This profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill he'd obtained for his foster son. If this Duan Lingtian consumes the profound nascent pill, then perhaps he'll be able to directly break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage half a year later. Chapter 397. Right when the attention of everyone had descended onto the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand, senior brother Zhang Song. Duan Lingtian suddenly turned around to look at Zhang Song, who was by his side. This caused Zhang Song to be shocked. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? Senior brother Zhang Song, didn't you want this profound nascent pill? Now that I've obtained it, I'll give it to you. Duan Lingtian passed the profound nascent pill in his hand to Zhang Song and lightly smiled. It was as if what he gave wasn't the legendary profound nascent pill, but an extremely ordinary medicinal pill. Ah. Zhang Song was shocked and was unable to react for a moment. Duan Lingtian wants to give the profound nascent pill away? Has he gone mad? This profound nascent pill is a miraculous medicinal pill that's able to increase a martial artist's natural talent within half a year, and allow a martial artist's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. It can only be chanced upon by luck. He actually wants to give it away? Madman! This Duan Lingtian is really a madman. With his natural talent, he'll surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage after consuming this profound nascent pill. The world of a madman isn't something we can understand. For a time, the disciples of the various sects shook their heads and sighed. Duan Lingtian's current actions were truly unbelievable. The profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill of legend that had a price but no market, and could only be chanced upon by luck. Now, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to give it away? Presently, even the higher-ups of the 5 great sects had dumbstruck expressions. Especially the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader. The corners of his mouth twitched. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't be intentionally provoking him, right? Junior brother Duan Lingtian, this profound nascent pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Although the gaze Zhang Song shot at the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand was filled with burning desire, he still shook his head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. In his opinion, in Duan Lingtian's hands, the effect of this nascent soul pellet would be far greater than the effect it would have in his hands. If Duan Lingtian were to consume this profound nascent pill, he would surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage within half a year. At that time, Duan Lingtian would become even stronger. Senior brother Zhang Song, if you don't accept it, then I'll throw it away. Duan Lingtian frowned. This profound nascent pill could be considered as a precious treasure to an ordinary martial artist, but to him, it was no different from a lowly blade of grass. His talent had reached its limit after consuming enough 10,000-year stalactite milk. Even if a person with extreme talent were to consume this nascent soul pill, it would not be of any help. The profound nascent pill was only useful for martial artists whose talent had not reached the limit. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. The 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect were anxious, and felt that Duan Lingtian was recklessly wasting God's given gifts. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian being a meritorious servant of the 7-star sword sect and the future of the 7-star sword sect, they would have the heart to strangle Duan Lingtian to death. That was a profound nascent pill. A medicinal pill that could be called a precious treasure to a nascent soul-stage martial artist.
Its degree of preciousness was not the slightest bit inferior to a spirit fruit.
This Duan Lingtian actually wanted to throw it away?
Besides the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, most of the people wished for nothing more than to strangle Duan Lingtian to death.
Is this Duan Lingtian intentionally infuriating us? He actually said he wants to throw away the profound nascent pill. Too infuriating. The disciples of the various sects gnashed their teeth. Meng Qiu, who sat in the same pergola, looked at Zhang Song with an envious expression. If Zhang Song were to consume the profound nascent pill, then his cultivation would surpass him in half a year.
Right when the attention of everyone had descended onto the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand.
Senior brother Zhang Song. Duan Lingtian abruptly shouted out explosively, and it was extremely sudden. Ah! Zhang Song shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian's explosive shout, and he unconsciously opened his mouth to reply. Right at this instant. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the profound nascent pill transformed into a flowing light that directly shot into Zhang Song's mouth. Zhang Song closed his mouth, and the medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill instantly dissolved in his mouth and fused into his body. Zhang Song was dumbstruck. He ate the profound nascent pill? All of this came too suddenly, and it was slightly unexpected to him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you. Zhang Song had a bitter smile on his face, as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would suddenly launch a sneak attack and forcefully throw the profound nascent pill into his mouth. The martial competition courtyard was deathly silent. Duan Lingtian's actions shocked the other people present as well. Duan Lingtian really gave the profound nascent pill away? This 7-star sword sect disciple's luck is too good, right? If Duan Lingtian threw that profound nascent pill into my mouth, how good would that be? Stop dreaming. This 7-star sword sect disciple surely has an extremely good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't give the profound nascent pill to him. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Zhang Song in unison, causing Zhang Song to have a bitter smile on his face, and he was slightly restless in his seat. The 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect frowned, and at almost the exact same time, they sent voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, you're too rash. That profound nascent pill is sufficient to allow you to step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. How can you just give it away like this? Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the sect leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong. Duan Lingtian, what do you want me to say to you? That kid's natural talent is limited. Even if he consumed the profound nascent pill, his improvement would surely not be as great as yours. What a reckless waste of God's given gifts. This was the voice of the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Song's father, Zhang Fan. Duan Lingtian, you're muddle-headed. If you consumed that profound nascent pill, it wouldn't be long before you'd be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. In another year, the 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master will arrive. Why don't you make more plans for yourself? This was the voice of the Fekta Peak's master, Ku Zhan, and his tone contained slight sighs and helplessness mixed within. The 3 voice transmissions caused Duan Lingtian's heart to feel warm. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the 3 of them were concerned about him, and he hurriedly replied via voice transmission. Sect leader, Peak Masters. All of you only saw the use of the profound nascent pill. Then do all of you know that the higher the natural talent of a martial artist, the less effective the profound nascent pill would be when consumed? All of you have seen my natural talent. This profound nascent pill is of no use to me. Since it's like this, I might as well fulfill senior brother Zhang Song's wish. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect to come to a sudden understanding. This was something they hadn't thought of earlier. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. You gave the profound nascent pill to that kid. It's too wasteful. Zhang Fan laughed bitterly via voice transmission. Peak Master Zhang Fan, is senior brother Zhang Song your biological son or not? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fan never imagined that Duan Lingtian would suddenly ask such a question, and he was instantly infuriated. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, it's too wasteful for you to give the profound nascent pill to me to consume. Right at this moment, Zhang Song, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, laughed bitterly. Senior brother Zhang Song. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he said in a clear voice, "Do you know why I want to seize the first in the martial competition today? Isn't it for the sake of the sect?" Veng Song asked. "This is only one of the reasons." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Song and lightly smiled. Earlier, when the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader Long took out the profound nascent pill and announced that the profound nascent pill would be the additional reward for the first in the martial competition this time, didn't I ask you if you're interested in the profound nascent pill? Yes. Zhang Song nodded, as he naturally remembered.
Moreover, as far as he was concerned, it wasn't only him that was interested in the profound nascent pill. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was an anomaly, there was probably no one amongst the disciples of the various sects present that wasn't interested in the profound nascent pill.
Since that time, I've already decided that I must seize the first in the martial competition.
Besides seizing this honor for the 7-star sword sect, I must repay the sect leader's kindness of recognizing my worth.
At the same time, I want to obtain the profound nascent pill and give it to you as a reward for the many times you and Peak Master Zheng Fan assisted me in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. At this moment, everyone present came to a sudden understanding when they heard Duan Lingtian. So it turned out that everything Duan Lingtian did was for the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude. For a time, many people had a good impression of Duan Lingtian in their hearts. This was a person that knew how to repay a debt of gratitude. Respectable.
For the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude, he even gave away the profound nascent pill that was of extraordinary value.
This Duan Lingtian has shocking courage. A Snow Moon sect disciple couldn't help but sigh. His words caused everyone to nod in agreement. Presently, Duan Lingtian had obtained the approval of most of the people present. Zhang Song's body lightly trembled when he heard this, then he sighed and laughed bitterly. "Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why are you like this? What my father and I owe you is much more than what you owe us. Today, you giving the profound nascent pill to me has instead caused me to owe you even more." In the distance, Zhang Fan sighed as well. It was exactly as his son, Zhang Song, had said. What they, father and son, owed Duan Lingtian was truly too much, and they were unable to repay it. The martial competition of the 5 great sects had come to an end.
The 7-star sword sect disciple Duan Lingtian had seized the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Seizing the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22.
Duan Lingtian has created an unprecedented record. I'm afraid it will be difficult for future generations to break this record. The Snow Moon sect's leader sighed, and his gaze that contained a sheen of envy and jealousy descended onto the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong. Now, he realized as well. It was practically impossible to poach Duan Lingtian from the 7-star sword sect and make Duan Lingtian join the Snow Moon sect. Earlier, what Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Song undoubtedly indicated that Duan Lingtian was a person that knew how to repay kindness. A person like this would absolutely not be ungrateful and betray the sect. This was something the Snow Moon sect's leader was sure of. Through the reminder of the Snow Moon sect's leader, the people present all came to their senses. Yeah, Duan Lingtian has created a shocking record.
Participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22, and seizing the honor of first in the martial competition. It can be said to be unprecedented.
In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed.
Numerous gazes that were filled with reverence converged over from all directions and descended onto him.
Chapter 398.
The curtains to the martial competition of the 5 great sects that was held once every 3 years had come to an end.
Sect leader Long, farewell. The higher-ups of the 4 great sects, including the 7-star sword sect, bid their farewells to the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Subsequently, the higher-ups of the 4 great sects brought along their disciples to leave the martial competition courtyard and the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After a short moment, whoosh, an enormous flying beast descended from the sky. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian heard the ear-piercing howls of the wind coming from the horizon and thought that Elder Peng had arrived. Only when he raised his head to look over did he notice that it was a white crane that was the size of a small mountain that had descended from the sky. The white crane was completely snow-white, and its eyes revolved with bright lights. Obviously, it was a formidable demon beast.
Although the speed of the white crane was inferior to the 7-star sword sex rock, Elder Pang, it wasn't much slower. In the blink of an eye, it descended onto the ground and descended before the group of Snow Moon sect members.
Farewell, sect leaders. The Snow Moon sect's leader led the Snow Moon sect's elders and disciples to ascend the back of the white crane, then cupped his hands and bid farewell to Linghu Jinhong and the other 2 sect leaders. Sect leader Xueqi, take care. Linghu Jinhong lightly nodded and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian noticed. From the beginning until the end, the gaze of the Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, didn't leave his side on the white crane, causing him to feel a wave of disgust. He thought in his heart and thought smugly in his heart. This woman wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, right? I'm not interested in her. Duan Lingtian, once I break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll look for you to battle. Suddenly, a wave of voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Lu Yu's voice. I'm happy to accompany you. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and didn't take Lu Yu's words to heart. Wait until Lu Yu breaks through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? At that time, he'd probably have already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense it. Lu Yu had only broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage not long ago. With Lu Yu's natural talent, it would at least require 1 or 2 years of time to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, the gap between him and Lu Yu would only grow bigger and bigger. It was impossible for Lu Yu to catch up to him. Whoosh! Soon after, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and he only felt a wave of white light flash past.
The demon beast, White Crane, had already carried the group of people from Snow Moon sect up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds and mist. Sect leader, could it be that the White Crane from before is the same as Elder Pang and is a sect guardian revered elder of the Snow Moon sect?
Duan Lingtian curiously asked Linghu Jinhong. Linghu Jinhong nodded. More or less. However, that's not an ordinary white crane. It's a demon beast, the Ascendant Cloud Crane. It's the Snow Moon sect's mountain guardian demon beast. In terms of strength, he isn't much weaker than Elder Pang. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the horizon, and a black streak of light swept across the horizon, heading straight for the ground. A gigantic black eagle appeared. This enormous eagle was completely pitch black. Its wings flickered with a sheen that was like ink. Its pair of sharp claws grabbed onto the ground and were steady like Mount Tai, and its pair of incomparably sharp eyes flickered with a fierce light. When Duan Lingtian had just looked at the enormous eagle, he noticed that the enormous eagle had noticed his gaze at the first possible moment, and its sharp eyes were suffused with a cold light as they met his gaze. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold, and he hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to meet the enormous eagle's gaze again. After a short moment, the group of people from the Mountain Split sect ascended the back of the enormous eagle under the lead of the Mountain Split sect's sect leader. Duan Lingtian, if you're free in the future, you can come to my Mountain Split sect as a guest. My Mountain Split sect will surely treat you as an honored guest. The Mountain Split sect leader looked at Duan Lingtian and his face bloomed with a brilliant smile. Of course.
Duan Lingtian was able to feel that the words of the Mountain Split sect leader came from the bottom of his heart and didn't have the slightest hypocrisy.
Duan Lingtian felt admiration from the bottom of his heart towards the Mountain Split sect leader's bearing. After all, in the martial competition of the 5 great sects today, he'd successively defeated 2 Mountain Split sect disciples, and one of them even had his legs broken by him. Sect leader Linghu, sect leader Lu, farewell. The Mountain Split sect leader looked at Linghu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sect leader. Take care, sect leader Teng. Linghu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sect leader replied. Whoosh! The enormous black eagle's figure moved, carrying the group of people from the Mountain Split sect as it charged into the sky, transforming into a black bolt of lightning that entered into the horizon and vanished. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He noticed that the speed of this enormous black eagle was even slightly faster than the Snow Moon sect's Cloudsoar crane. That's the Mountain Split sect guarding demon beast, lightning eagle,
and its strength isn't inferior to Elder Peng. Ling Hu Jin Hong's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it contained slight seriousness mixed within.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he would be able to find some records related to lightning eagles. The lightning eagle was an extremely terrifying demon beast that possessed both attack and speed. Supposedly, some lightning eagles with extraordinary natural talent even had the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit. Of course, a lightning eagle like this was extremely rare.
Right at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, two ear-piercing howls of the wind whistled down from the horizon, and their speed was so swift that Duan Lingtian wasn't able to catch a glimpse of them in the slightest. When he raised his head, he hadn't even seen anything when he felt two strong winds sweep over, enveloping the members of the Seven-Star Sword sect and Origin Convergence sect that were present, and it caused the clothes on everyone to flutter.
Bang! Bang!
Meanwhile, two enormous figures descended onto the ground one after the other. The figure that descended first was enormous like a small mountain, and it descended nearby Duan Lingtian's group.
Elder Peng! Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up.
The figure that appeared before him now was precisely the Seven-Star Sword sect's revered elder, the Grand Rock. On the side of the Origin Convergence sect's group, an enormous figure descended as well, and its speed was slightly slower than Elder Peng.
This was a vulture that was completely green in color.
It had a ferocious and ugly appearance. At this moment, it was glaring at Old Peng with a pair of eyes that refused to admit defeat, and it was continuously waving its ferocious and terrifying head. It seemed to be expressing something. When faced with the vulture's provocation, Elder Peng only glanced indifferently at it and didn't pay any further attention to it, and he had the bearing of an expert. This caused the vulture to be slightly enraged from embarrassment, yet it seemed to be extremely afraid of Elder Peng and didn't dare flare up.
That's the Origin Convergence sect guarding Demon Beast, the Azure Feather Vulture. It was taught a lesson by Elder Peng many years ago, and it has always held a grudge in its heart. But after so many years, its strength is still firmly suppressed by Elder Peng. Ling Hu Jin Hong's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder when this vulture saw Elder Peng, it was as if it saw its life and death enemy. So it turns out that there was such a past between them. Let's go. Under Ling Hu Jin Hong's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others ascended the back of the rock that was as wide as the ground. Duan Lingtian followed at the back. When he ascended the rock, he instead noticed that Ling Hu Jin Hong's personal disciple, Huang Ji, was still standing on the spot without any movement. Not only that, Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that under the lead of the Origin Convergence sect leader, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect walked over. What's going on? While Duan Lingtian was still puzzled, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect had already converged with Huang Ji. Sect leader Lu, what's going on? Meanwhile, Ling Hu Jin Hong and the others noticed that something was wrong. Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at the Origin Convergence sect leader and frowned. Speak. The Origin Convergence sect leader didn't reply to Ling Hu Jin Hong, and instead looked at Huang Ji who was by his side as he spoke indifferently. Ling Hu Jin Hong's brows knit together even more when he saw this scene. In the next moment, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations occurred. Thump! Huang Ji knelt on the ground before Ling Hu Jin Hong, then he lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying with a deep voice, Master, forgive this disciple for being unable to follow by your side in the future. Master, please forgive me. Huang Ji's words contained an exceedingly firm resolution mixed within. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. This Huang Ji wants to break away from the relationship of master and disciple with the sect leader and betray the sect? The expressions of Ling Hu Jin Hong and the other members of the Seven-Star Sword sect went grim. Even the sharp eyes of the rock beneath their feet were suffused with cold lights as it stared at Huang Ji, and a terrifying aura swept out to envelop Huang Ji, pressuring him to the point his face flushed red and his body trembled as he shivered. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a formidable aura stretched out from the body of the Origin Convergence sect leader, and it rivaled the aura of the rock. This caused Huang Ji's expression to recover slightly. Huang Ji! The expression of Kujan who stood by Ling Hu Jin Hong's side was exceedingly gloomy, and the gaze he stared at Huang Ji was filled with coldness. Don't forget who gave you all this in these past few years. Where did your cultivation come from? Now, you actually want to betray the sect leader? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? As he finished speaking, Ku Zhan's tone contained dense killing intent mixed within, and it seemed as if it was about to swallow Huang Ji. Huang Ji's body trembled, yet he didn't speak. Peak Master Ku Zhan's words are wrong. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Since Huang Ji doesn't want to continue staying by sect leader Ling Hu's side and doesn't want to continue staying in the 7-Star Sword sect, then he naturally has his own thoughts. One of the Origin Convergence sect elders looked at Ku Zhan and shook his head. Humph. Ku Zhan grunted coldly, and his voice contained dense coldness mixed within. You make it sound so easy. Let me ask you, if a personal disciple that you fostered by yourself wanted to join our 7-Star Sword sect now, what would you do? Could it be that you'd be willing to send him to our 7-Star Sword sect? So long as he can have a better future by going to the 7-Star Sword sect, I won't stop him. The Origin Convergence sect elder wasn't willing to show weakness, and he spoke frankly. What a better future. Finally, Ling Hu Jinhong spoke out, and his voice was clear and contained frightening rage mixed within. Huang Ji, have you thought it through? Ling Hu Jinhong's gaze descended onto Huang Ji, who knelt on the ground, and his calm gaze contained coldness and indifference as he said with a low voice, I'll give you a chance. If you've really decided to betray me, your master, and betray the 7-Star Sword sect. Chapter 399. Outside the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge, the atmosphere had completely frozen. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Huang Ji bent down and kowtowed 3 times on the ground. After he kowtowed 3 times, Huang Ji looked at Ling Hu Jinhong and said in a low voice, Sect leader Ling Hu, these 3 kowtows can be considered as me repaying your kindness of fostering me all these years. From today onwards I, Huang Ji, have nothing to do with you and the 7-Star Sword sect. They had nothing to do with each other. Huang Ji's voice caused the atmosphere to become even stranger. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Ji calmly, his eyes cold. Huang Ji's betrayal was beyond his expectations. Although Huang Ji's betrayal did not have much to do with him, he still held Huang Ji's actions in contempt. In his opinion, every little bit of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. The kindness that the 7-Star Sword sect leader Ling Hu Jinhong gave to Huang Ji was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea, yet it was abandoned by Huang Ji with a few words. This Huang Ji was simply a complete and utter ingrate. As soon as Huang Ji finished speaking, other than Ling Hu Jinhong, who hadn't declared his position for the time being, the expressions of Zheng Fan, his son, Ku Zhan, and his master and disciple all changed greatly. Zhang Song and Meng Qiu looked at Huang Ji, their eyes filled with disgust. They'd been in the 7-Star Sword sect longer than Duan Lingtian, so they naturally knew how much the sect leader usually took care of this personal disciple, Huang Ji. Now, Huang Ji wanted to betray the sect leader, betray the 7-Star Sword sect. The sect leader fostered you into a talent. The 7-Star Sword sect fostered you into a talent. This is how you repay the sect leader and the 7-Star Sword sect? Zhang Fan's face was gloomy like water, and the pair of eyes he looked at Huang Ji with flickered with terrifying anger. There was a trace of killing intent in his anger. Duan Lingtian frowned. It wasn't the first day he'd met the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, but it was still the first time he'd seen Zheng Fan get angry. His anger could set the prairie ablaze. Everything you have was given to you by the sect leader, by the 7-Star Sword sect. You can betray the sect leader and the 7-Star Sword sect if you want. But the origin energy on Ku Zhan's body raged and roared, causing his robes to flutter. Above the void, 2 huge illusory figures gradually condensed and took shape. They wriggled downwards, ready to strike at any moment. 2 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The symbol of a first-level void initiation stage martial artist. This cultivation of yours that came from the sect leader and the 7-Star Sword sect can be taken away no matter what. Ku Zhan bellowed. In an instant, the aura of a void initiation stage expert wreaked havoc in the air, causing one to shudder. Suddenly, Ku Zhan took a step forward and a terrifying aura swept out. Together with Elder Pang's aura, They shattered the Gue Yuan clan patriarch's aura and enveloped Huang Ji. Huang Ji's face instantly turned pale. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master, save me." Duan Lingtian noticed that when Huang Ji looked at the sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect for help, he actually addressed the sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect as master. It was obvious that he had already reached an agreement with the Gue Yuan sect leader and intended to join the Gue Yuan sect. Humph. A Gue Yuan sect elder grunted coldly and took a step forward to cooperate with the sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect to block Elder Pang and Kuzhan's aura. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, elder." Huang Ji hurriedly thanked the two of them, then stood up at the same time and retreated behind the sect leader to seek protection, as he was deeply afraid the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups would make a move against him. Very good, very good. Finally, Linghu Jinhong made a move and glanced indifferently at Huang Ji, and his tone didn't contain the slightest emotion. After that, he looked at the rock beneath his feet. "Elder Peng, let's go." The rock was stunned and was obviously slightly puzzled by Linghu Jinhong's reaction. Sect leader. The two peak masters of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Zhang Fan and Kuzhan, looked at Linghu Jinhong with a puzzled expression as well. "Sect leader, if it wasn't for you vigorously fostering him, how could this Huang Ji possess his current cultivation? In my opinion, he can betray you, betray the Seven-Star Sword sect, and join the Gue Yuan sect. But his cultivation must remain." Kuzhan gnashed his teeth. All those years ago, when Linghu Jinhong wasn't the sect leader, he wasn't the peak master of Fecta Peak. At that time, he'd formed a deep friendship with Linghu Jinhong. Today, when he saw Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple doing such a disgraceful thing, he felt the same way and was enraged to the limit. "Forget it. Just take it as I was blind." Linghu Jinhong shook his head and seemed to be unwilling to mention this matter again. Then he looked at the rock. "Elder Peng, let's go. From today onwards, I, Linghu Jinhong, will take it as I've never taken this disciple." The rock nodded, then spread out his wings and intended to soar into the sky. Although Linghu Jinhong spoke extremely calmly, Duan Lingtian was still able to detect traces of desolation and rage from his calm tone. Just think about it. The personal disciple that he'd fostered himself, the only personal disciple, had betrayed him just like this. No one was able to accept such a blow. The sect leader's composure is admirable. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He asked himself, if it was him standing in Linghu Jinhong's position today, he would not hesitate to kill Huang Ji. An ungrateful wretch that couldn't be raised properly deserved to be killed. Whoosh! The rock spread its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky, and dust filled the air on the ground. Just as the rock rose into the sky, Duan Lingtian indifferently swept a glance at Huang Ji. Then his gaze landed on the sect leader of the origin returning sect, and he spoke loudly. "Sect leader Lu, I feel that I need to remind you. Some people, if they can betray once, they can betray a second time." Just as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the rock had already transformed into a ray of light, rose into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. This Duan Lingtian. Damn it! Huang Ji's face was ashen. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would still make things difficult for him before leaving. At this very moment, he could notice that the two elders of the origin returning sect, as well as the other 4 disciples, were looking at him with strange gazes. "Master, I swear that I'll absolutely not betray the origin returning sect in my entire lifetime." Huang Ji panicked, and he looked at the origin returning sect's leader as he tried to salvage the situation. The origin returning sect's leader glanced indifferently at Huang Ji. "Huang Ji, not to mention I don't believe these empty words. Even you yourself probably wouldn't believe them. Today, if it wasn't for me saying that I'd take you as my personal disciple and make you the next sect leader of the origin returning sect, would you betray Linghu Jinhong, betray the Seven-Star Sword sect, and join my origin returning sect?" Huang Ji laughed embarrassedly. Right. The reason he chose to betray was precisely because of the promise the origin returning sect's leader made in the martial competition courtyard earlier. At that time, when he saw Duan Lingtian rising in strength, his master had even declared that he wanted to make Duan Lingtian the next Seven-Star Sword sect's leader. He was unwilling to accept this in his heart. The promise of the origin returning sect's leader allowed him to once again see the light of hope. "Duan Lingtian, it was you who forced me. One day, I'll let you know that I'm not inferior to that Duan Lingtian.
Huang Ji's eyes emitted traces of ruthlessness as he looked at the direction the rock left towards.
Half a month later, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the rock and saw the outline of the 7-star sword sect's 7 great sword peaks from afar. We've returned. Zhang Song stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the direction the 7 great sword peaks were at. To Zhang Song, the 7-star sword sect was his home. It was difficult to give up.
Yeah, we've returned.
Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. All along the way, the atmosphere was slightly heavy, and it caused Duan Lingtian to have an extremely oppressive feeling. And all this originated from Huang Ji's betrayal.
When they were about to enter the area of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian suddenly lowered his head to look at the rock beneath his feet, and he sent a voice transmission to Huang Ji.
The rock nodded. Of course, besides Duan Lingtian, no one else saw this scene. Whoosh! Suddenly, the rock that carried Duan Lingtian's group turned around abruptly, and it didn't head up Dubhe Peak, but instead swooped down and flashed towards the foot of Dubhe Peak.
Elder Peng.
The actions of the rock caused Ling Hu Jin Hong, who'd been silent all along, to be shocked. Zhang Fan and Ku Zhan seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. They only thought that the rock had noticed something. Zhang Song and Meng Qiu's expressions became serious as well. What are all of you doing?
I only asked Elder Peng to bring me to see a friend.
Duan Lingtian was completely speechless when he saw this scene. Their reactions were too big, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused them to heave a sigh of relief. Ku Zhan laughed bitterly.
Duan Lingtian, who has such great face to make you go see him as soon as you return?
Ling Hu Jin Hong and the others looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. All of you will know in a moment. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, keeping them in suspense.
Right at this moment, the rock swooped down and alarmed the few 7-star sword sect disciples that were guarding the entrance to the 7-star sword sect. What fierce beast is that?
It doesn't look like a fierce beast. It looks like a demon beast. Look, there's someone standing on it. Isn't that the sect leader? There's also Peak Master Zhang Fan, Peak Master Ku Zhan, and Senior Brother Duan Lingtian.
Under the reverent gazes of the few 7-star sword sect disciples, the rock descended into the horse pen at the side of the entrance. The empty space at the center of the horse pen couldn't be considered to be spacious, and now that the rock had descended, it caused the horse pen to become even narrower. The descent of the rock alarmed the few 7-star sword sect disciples that acted as coachmen in the horse pen.
What's that? The few 7-star sword sect disciples walked over with curious expressions.
Sect leader.
A 7-star sword sect disciple with sharp eyes recognized Ling Hu Jin Hong and exclaimed with a humble and respectful expression. The remaining few people recovered from their shock and bowed respectfully. Ling Hu Jin Hong, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, normally made an appearance. However, 1 year ago, because of the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, Ling Hu Jin Hong had appeared on the peak of Dubhe Peak, and he'd appeared before the eyes of the numerous 7-star sword sect disciples. The 7-star sword sect disciple that recognized Ling Hu Jin Hong was present at that time. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, he recognized Duan Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian?
Meanwhile, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out from within the horse pen.
Duan Lingtian was able to see it. Chapter 400.
MOU, long time no see.
Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the person that came over.
The 7-star sword sect disciple before him that was of similar age to him was precisely the MOU that helped him take care of the Fergana horse that day.
After MOU greeted Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck when he saw the rock. When had he ever seen such an enormous flying beast? He could imagine that once this flying beast spread its wings, it was simply comparable to the clouds that hung down from the sky, and it was extremely shocking. Duan Lingtian. He's the friend you're looking for? Meanwhile, Ling Hu Jin Hong, who stood on the back of the rock, sized MOU up with interest as he asked. You are? MOU looked at Ling Hu Jin Hong with a bewildered expression, as he obviously didn't recognize Ling Hu Jin Hong. Duan Lingtian was just about to introduce him. Senior Brother MOU, this is the sect leader. A seven-star sword sect disciple couldn't help but speak to Mou in a low voice. Sect leader. Mou was stunned. Then he reacted to the situation with a terrified expression as he said respectfully, Mou greets the sect leader. Linghu Jinhong shook his head and smiled when he saw Mou's terrified appearance, and the haze on his face dispersed greatly. Duan Lingtian's gaze had always been on Mou. When his acute spiritual force stretched out, combined with the lifetime experience of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he clearly sensed Mou's current cultivation at the first possible moment. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Mou, you've broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked. Mou's improvement is too great, right? He remembered that 2 years ago, before he left the 7-star sword sect and headed to Solitary Peak, Mou was only at the 1st level of the Origin Core Stage when he saw him for the first time. 1 year ago, when he returned from Solitary Peak, Mou breaking through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core Stage caused him to be shocked. Now, another year had passed, and Mou had actually directly broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Hee. Mou rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when he saw Duan Lingtian discern his cultivation. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Duan Lingtian's words attracted Linghu Jinhong's attention. For a moment, he also seriously sized up Mou. This 7-star sword sect disciple that looks to be around the same age as Duan Lingtian is a 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist? He remembered. Even that Huang Ji that betrayed him in the 7-star sword sect was only at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage when he was 22 years old. In other words, a 7-star sword sect disciple that was similar in age to Duan Lingtian had a natural talent that far surpassed Huang Ji. Another monster. Zhang Song and Meng Qiu looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. You're really at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Zhang Fan looked at Mou and could not help but ask. A 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist at the age of 22. Even he was shocked. Duan Lingtian was a freak who couldn't be judged by common sense. After all, there were very few of them. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage at the age of 22. Purely in terms of natural talent, he can be compared with 1 or 2 of the 5 great young masters. Ku Zhan stared at Mou with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see through Mou. Mou, exert your strength and let the sect leader and the 2 peak masters take a look. Duan Lingtian discerned the doubt in Zhang Fan and Ku Zhan's words, and he looked at Mou and smiled encouragingly. Mou nodded. He obeyed Duan Lingtian. In an instant. Whoosh. In the sky above Mou, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and revealed Mou's cultivation. He's really at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Zheng Fan was greatly shocked. Such natural talent. Amongst the current younger generation of the 7-star sword sect, he's probably only beneath Duan Lingtian. Zheng Fan, you're wrong. Linghu Jinhong shook his head and said slowly, the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, Ke, and the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's elder Bai, Li Fei. The former's age is similar to Duan Lingtian, whereas the latter is 2 years older than Duan Lingtian, and they're both nascent soul stage martial artists already. Linghu Jinhong's words caused Zheng Fan to be completely stunned. Ku Zhan's pupils constricted as he said in astonishment, I heard long ago that Peak Master Qin Xiang had taken a disciple with extraordinary natural talent, but I never imagined that at the mere age of 22, he'd already broken through to the nascent soul stage. In the entire 7-star sword sect. No, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such natural talent is only beneath Duan Lingtian. The 2 juniors, Zhang Song and Meng Qiu, were slightly moved as well. They weren't unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian, but they weren't familiar with those 2 female disciples. I never imagined that the 2 of us would be inferior to 2 female disciples. Meng Qiu laughed bitterly. Zhang Song nodded and deeply agreed. Duan Lingtian had already found out about the matter of Ke and Li Fei having already broken through to the nascent soul stage 1 month ago before they left for the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The natural talent of the 2 young women wasn't inferior to his. Moreover, they'd even cultivated top cultivation methods that could be said to be top in Cloud Continent, so it wasn't surprising that their cultivation advanced swiftly. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was Mou's cultivation. MOU. How did your cultivation advance so quickly?
Mou rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said with slight embarrassment. Senior brother Duanlington, didn't you give me 1 million silver earlier? I went to buy an origin strengthening pill, and after consuming the origin strengthening pill to cultivate, my cultivation became even faster.
Duanlingtian was instantly petrified when he heard MOU. Could it be that you didn't use an origin strengthening pill to cultivate in the past?
Mou had a dim expression.
I'm of lowly birth, and things like medicinal pills that assist in cultivation are extremely distant to me. Senior brother Duanlingtian, perhaps it's difficult for you to imagine, but when I was at the core formation stage, I'd only consumed no more than 30 origin strengthening pills.
Later on, when I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, I found this job of rearing horses and acted as a coachman.
Although I had an extra salary, I was barely able to buy some origin strengthening pills.
1 year ago, the reason I was able to break through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage was precisely because I consumed an origin strengthening pill.
As he spoke up to hear, Mou grinned. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, I'm already able to slightly go deep into the primeval forest and hunt some formidable fierce beasts.
The inner cores, fur, and scattered parts of those fierce beasts are sufficient to support the origin strengthening pill that I require to cultivate now.
The origin strengthening pill was a medicinal pill that origin core stage martial artists consumed when cultivating, and it was able to increase one's cultivation speed to a certain extent. To Duanlingtian, and even Linghu Jinhong and the others, the origin strengthening pill was only a basic medicinal pill and wasn't worth mentioning. This type of medicinal pill was nothing in their eyes.
But in Mou's eyes, or perhaps in the past Mou's eyes, it was extremely precious.
Senior brother Duanlingtian, if it wasn't for you giving me 1 million silver 1 year ago, it would be impossible for me to break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage now, and it would be impossible for me to be self-sufficient. Mou looked at Duanlingtian with a grateful expression. Meanwhile, a nearby 7-star sword sect disciple couldn't help but say to Duanlingtian. Senior brother Duanlingtian, senior brother Mou is already at the 6th level of the origin core stage now, and there's utterly no need for him to do the job of rearing horses. But he still comes every few days just to take care of senior sister Li Fei's Fergana horse. Duanlingtian was slightly moved. He never imagined that the 1 million silver he casually tossed to Mou that day would actually help Mou so much. Even more unexpected was that because of this small favor, even though Mou had made a name for himself now, he still didn't forget to help him take care of the Fergana horse. Mou's character could be seen from this. Duanlingtian raised his hand to descend onto Mou's shoulder, then lightly patted him and sighed. I never imagined that you had such a past. Looks like this. Your cultivation ought to have been burdened and buried greatly by your past. Otherwise, with your natural talent, your accomplishments would be even higher. Senior brother Duanlingtian, you're too kind. Mou rubbed his nose in embarrassment and had a modest expression. At this moment, the few people including Linghu Jinhong were in a petrified state. According to what Mou said, he practically didn't consume any medicinal pills to cultivate in the past? If what he said is true, once he's given the same conditions as me, wouldn't he be able to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage now, or even higher? Zhang Song recovered from his shock and had an astounded expression. As for Linghu Jinhong and the other 3 7-star sword sect higher-ups, and Meng Qiu, they all had similar thoughts. They never imagined there was actually such a dazzling piece of gold buried in the 7-star sword sect. Duanlingtian, you asked Elder Peng to descend here because you want me to see him, right?
Linghu Jinhong's gaze descended onto Duanlingtian with interest, and within his gaze was a trace of imperceptible gratitude.
Exactly. Duanlingtian nodded. Sect leader, what do you think? The scene before him caused Mou to be dumbstruck. It was senior brother Duanlingtian that asked the sect leader to see him? See him for what? He was puzzled in his heart. Thank you. Linghu Jinhong caught his breath and looked at Duanlingtian as he spoke sincerely. Even if it was half a month ago when Duanlingtian obtained the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Linghu Jinhong had only sent a voice transmission to express his thanks. Now, he personally thanked Duanlingtian in front of so many people. The 7-star sword sect leader personally thanked Duanlingtian,
and it could be said to be heavy like Mount Tai. At this moment, Zhang Fan and Kazhan looked at each other and couldn't help but be moved. Of course, they were able to feel the joy contained within the sect leader's tone. It was heartfelt gratitude. Duan Lingtian, what riddle are you playing with the sect leader? Meng Qiu asked with a bewildered expression. Zhang Song had a curious expression as well, and was unable to react for a time. Slap. Ku Zhan raised his hand and slapped the back of Meng Qiu's head, then scolded with a smile. Kid, you didn't even notice? Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. This little fellow isn't bad. If what he said earlier is true, then his natural talent is absolutely not inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters. Even if all that isn't true, his natural talent and character far surpass Huang Ji. Zhang Fan nodded in deep agreement. Now, Meng Qiu and Zhang Song could be considered to have completely understood. As for Mou, he was muddled since long ago. Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Ku Zhan's words ceaselessly reverberated within his mind. Looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Chapter 401. I originally thought that his natural talent ought to be on par with Huang Ji, so I had such a thought. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Mou as he spoke. I never imagined that he had such a past. In this way, his natural talent isn't just on par with Huang Ji, it simply completely surpasses Huang Ji and leaves Huang Ji far behind. Today, after finding out about Mou's past, at the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart, he couldn't help but be shocked. Mou, who grew up in such a difficult environment, was actually able to pass the 7-Star Sword Sect's Outer Court Disciple Test and enter the 7-Star Sword Sect to become a disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect. The height of Mou's natural talent in the martial Tao could be seen. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, my natural talent would probably be inferior to Mou. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. All along the way, he'd mainly relied on the lifetime worth of memories and methods of Samsara Emperor Wu. Although his natural talent wasn't bad, but if it wasn't for everything that Samsara Emperor Wu left behind for him, it would be impossible for him to grow so quickly. Mou's natural talent was real natural talent. A person that didn't have any medicinal pills to assist in his cultivation was able to enter the 7-Star Sword Sect and become a member of the 7-Star Sword Sect. In terms of natural talent, although it couldn't compare to the current him, it could still be considered to be extremely high. Perhaps, it was just as the peak master of Fecta Peak, Ku Zhan, had said earlier. Mou's natural talent wasn't inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters. Suddenly, Linghu Jinhong's gaze burned as he looked at Mou and slowly asked, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" A wisp of a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw this scene. Although Linghu Jinhong had intentionally suppressed his emotions when he spoke calmly, but relying on his acute spiritual force, he was still able to sense the excitement in Linghu Jinhong's heart at the first possible moment. Obviously, Linghu Jinhong was extremely satisfied with Mou. As soon as Linghu Jinhong finished speaking, the 7-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples that were in charge of looking after the stables looked at Mou with envious expressions. They knew clearly in their hearts. After today, this senior brother Mou, who was even younger than them, would soar into the sky. However, the person in question was completely dumbstruck. It was as if he didn't dare believe all this was real. Mou. Duan Lingtian kicked Mou. Only then did Mou come back to his senses. He looked at Linghu Jinhong and replied excitedly, "Yes, I'm willing." To Mou, all of this had happened too suddenly. It gave him the feeling of a pie falling from the sky. Good. I, Linghu Jinhong, didn't think that I, Linghu Jinhong, had just lost a direct disciple, and now the heavens have bestowed another one to me. From today onwards, you, Mou, are my Linghu Jinhong's direct disciple, and also my last disciple. I will do my best to nurture you. Linghu Jinhong laughed heartily and was incomparably candid. The haze that arose on his face because of Huang Ji's betrayal completely vanished. Congratulations, sect leader. Duan Lingtian was the first to congratulate Linghu Jinhong. Congratulations, sect leader.
Zhang Fan and his son, as well as Kazhan and his master. All four of them also congratulated Ling Hu Jinhong. The few 7-star sword sect disciples that were in charge of looking after the stable hurriedly congratulated Ling Hu Jinhong and Mou. Presently, when they looked at Mou, their faces were filled with humility. They knew clearly in their hearts. From today onwards, this senior brother Mou was like a pheasant that had transformed into a phoenix and soared into the sky. Presently, even the rock nodded to Ling Hu Jinhong. "Thank you, Elder Peng." Ling Hu Jinhong nodded and smiled to the rock, and his words contained slight respect mixed within. Obviously, the rock was congratulating Ling Hu Jinhong earlier. "Mou, this is Elder Peng, the guardian revered elder of our 7-star sword sect." When he saw Mou looking at the rock and seeming to be slightly fearful, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, greet Elder Peng." "Elder Peng." Mou hurriedly bowed respectfully to the rock. The rock nodded, and his pair of sharp eyes were suffused with a wisp of a sheen of satisfaction. Then he glanced at Ling Hu Jinhong. He seemed to be saying to Ling Hu Jinhong, "This personal disciple you've taken now is much better than that ingrate from before." Whoosh! Whoosh! Along with the rock's wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flapping, Duan Lingtian's group soared into the sky. Presently, there was another person in Duan Lingtian's group. "Mou. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Thank you." At that time, Duan Lingtian had given Mou 1,000,000 silver, and it had already caused him to be extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. Now, under the matchmaking of Duan Lingtian, he was able to take the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jinhong, as his master, and to him, it was undoubtedly an enormous fortune. The gratitude he felt towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had reached an extent that it couldn't be any greater. This great favor was something he was unable to repay. Work hard and cultivate. Only then will you be able to succeed the sect leader and become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Mou and lightly smiled as he spoke. He looked favorably upon Mou. Duan Lingtian's words shocked Mou, and he couldn't help but shake his head. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, even if someone has to succeed master in the future, it would be you. In my eyes, there's no one in the 7-star sword sect that's more qualified than you to succeed master and become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect." Ling Hu Jinhong and the others looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and their thoughts were more or less the same as Mou. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was the best candidate for the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head and shrugged when he saw himself instantly becoming the center of attention, and his gaze shot towards the distance. After a long time, he slowly said, "The position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect isn't suitable for me. My aspirations aren't in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. My aspirations aren't in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." Duan Lingtian's final words had undoubtedly displayed his attitude. He would sooner or later leave the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and go to an even vaster world. Ling Hu Jinhong and the others went silent when they heard Duan Lingtian. Only now did they recall that with Duan Lingtian's cultivation, if he continued to stay in the 7-star sword sect and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it would indeed be burying him. Humph. The reason that Huang Ji betrayed the sect leader and betrayed our 7-star sword sect is most probably because the sect leader revealed those words of wanting junior brother Duan Lingtian to become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect during the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Zhang Song grunted coldly, and when he mentioned the traitor, Huang Ji, a strand of cold light flashed within his eyes as he said in a low voice, "If he knew that junior brother Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the intention of encroaching on the position of sect leader, I wonder what expression he would have. If he knew, he'd probably be angered to the point of spitting blood." Meng Qiu couldn't help but laugh. "A traitor? There's nothing to discuss." Zhang Fan and Kuzhan glared at Zhang Song and Meng Qiu. Then they glanced meaningfully at Ling Hu Jinhong. Obviously, they were warning them not to expose the sect leader's scars. The two of them laughed embarrassedly and didn't dare say anything further. "It's fine, I've gotten over it." Ling Hu Jinhong noticed the small actions of Zhang Fan and Meng Qiu, and he shook his head and smiled. "I feel fortunate now." Fortunately, Huang Ji left the 7-star sword sect. Otherwise, it's difficult for me to imagine what the 7-star sword sect would become if it fell into his hands. This time, I can be considered to have profited from misfortune and taken you as my personal disciple."
As he finished speaking, Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at Mou, and he was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. In terms of character and natural talent, Mou far surpassed Huang Ji. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian possessed exceptional insight, otherwise, this disciple of yours would be covered in dust for who knows how long.
Zhang Fan lightly smiled. Indeed. Ku Zhan expressed deep agreement. Yeah, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian this time.
Duan Lingtian, I, Ling Hu Jin Hong, will remember this favor of yours.
Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke sincerely. Sect leader, you're joking.
This is only a small matter to me. I only moved my lips.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of taking credit. It's a small matter to you, but it's a big matter to me. Taking you as my personal disciple allowed me to think things through.
Perhaps I was wrong from the beginning for a person like Huang Ji, and I utterly shouldn't have taken the effort to foster him.
Ling Hu Jin Hong sighed, and as he finished speaking, he was slightly unable to take it to heart. The personal disciple he'd wholeheartedly fostered for many years had become an ingrate in the end and had turned to another sect. Although he'd gotten over it, there was still a thorn in his heart in the end. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not his heart. Sect leader, you don't have to blame yourself. Duan Lingtian consoled.
Ling Hu Jin Hong nodded and didn't say anything further, and his eyes were suffused with cold lights as he looked towards the east. That direction was precisely the direction of the Origin Convergence sect. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Mou had looked over, and his eyes contained traces of question mixed within, as if Mou wanted to ask him something, yet didn't speak for a long time, as if Mou was afraid of violating some taboo. Mou was only at the 6th level of the Origin core stage now, and was unable to condense his Origin energy into voice. Duan Lingtian used a voice transmission to tell Mou the sequence of events that had occurred. When Mou found out about everything related to Huang Ji, his face was filled with rage, and his eyes emitted killing intent as he looked at Ling Hu Jin Hong and said solemnly, "Master, there'll come a day when I'll personally kill Huang Ji and clean up the sect." Ling Hu Jin Hong nodded, and his face revealed a heartfelt smile. "Master believes that you're able to accomplish it." After a short moment, the Grand Rock descended onto the empty space outside Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Duan Lingtian's group left the back of the Grand Rock that was spacious like flat ground. "Elder Peng, sorry for the trouble."
Ling Hu Jin Hong lightly bowed to the Grand Rock. The Grand Rock had been in the 7-star sword sect for even longer than the 2 guardian elders, and although it was a demon beast, it was taken as a senior by Ling Hu Jin. The Grand Rock nodded, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Before leaving, its pair of fierce and deep eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian before fleeing into the clouds and mist and vanishing. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the sect leader and the others before directly leaving. He went to Alcade Hall.
Duan Lingtian.
Within Alcade Hall, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang's eyes lit up when she saw Duan Lingtian, and she asked with slight curiosity, what were the results of the martial competition this time? Did the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, seize the top 3 of the martial competition? Chapter 402. Huang Ji. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Qin Xiang mention Huang Ji, and his expression was slightly unsightly. What's wrong? Qin Xiang asked, puzzled. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he slowly recounted the sequence of events that had transpired. Duan Lingtian had just finished speaking when Qin Xiang's expression completely changed. Whoosh! A powerful aura rose up from Qin Xiang's body, and it seemed to have transformed into a flood or a ferocious beast that swept out in all directions. Although it didn't cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian, it still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly moved. He was able to clearly sense it. At this moment, the aura that rose up from Qin Xiang's body was actually much stronger than Ku Zhan's aura. It wasn't weaker than Elder Peng. Huang Ji. Qin Xiang slowly spoke, and her voice contained a trace of terrifying coldness mixed within. Ke should be cultivating in her room. Go in and wait for her to wake up. After speaking to Duan Lingtian, Qin Xiang's figure flashed out, transforming into a flowing light that vanished from Alcade Hall, vanishing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian understood that Qin Xiang had surely gone to look for the sect leader. It wasn't the first time that Duan Lingtian had come to Arcade Hall, and he quickly found Ker's room and walked in. After entering, he was able to see Ker sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating. This little girl is really hard-working. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Ker, who was completely immersed in cultivation. Right at this moment. Swoosh.
Duan Lingtian only heard a whistling sound out by his ear, and in the next moment, his shoulders slightly sank down. Squeak squeak, subsequently, a wave of hurried cries sounded out by his ear. The cries were slightly light, and it was obviously being intentionally suppressed, as if it was deeply afraid that it would disturb Ker, who was immersed in cultivation.
Little Gold, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian noticed that something was wrong and turned around to leave the room. Then he grabbed the little gold mouse on his shoulder and asked curiously. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse's green eyes flickered as she looked at Duan Lingtian.
Her small head continuously nodded as if she was expressing something.
Duan Lingtian frowned. In the end, his spiritual energy couldn't help but go invisible and descend onto the little gold mouse. When Duan Lingtian sensed the changes in the origin energy within the little gold mouse's body, his face couldn't help but go grim. You've broken through to the void prying stage? The little gold mouse nodded, and her jade green eyes contained slight anxiousness mixed within. You sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation? Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something.
His eyes narrowed as he asked in astonishment.
The little gold mouse nodded again. Go! Duan Lingtian didn't dare dally, and he grabbed onto the little gold mouse as he flashed out of Arcade Hall and descended onto the flat ground outside Arcade Hall. This won't do. You can't overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation here. Once the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descends here, not only will Arcade Hall be destroyed, even the spirit point will be destroyed. We're going to the primeval forest.
Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse in his hand and asked,
Can you fly now?
The little gold mouse nodded. Then it left Duan Lingtian's hand and floated in midair as it waved its 4 limbs like a human as it pointed towards the east, then pointed towards the west. It was as if it was an idiot for directions.
No wonder I was wondering why you didn't directly leave to overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. So it turns out that you don't know the way at all. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he saw this scene. You can't compare to Little Black and Little White in this aspect. Duan Lingtian said. Squeak squeak. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse became restless. Obviously, it was extremely dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's words, and it shook its little head to vent the dissatisfaction in its heart.
You're still unconvinced, little fellow?
Duan Lingtian was amused. Squeak squeak. When he saw the little gold mouse crying out in panic again, Duan Lingtian didn't continue teasing it. How about this, you take me to fly, and I'll help you show the way. As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced at the little gold mouse's body that was the size of an infant's fist, and he had an expression of disdain.
But can this small body of yours take me to fly?
Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Under Duan Lingtian's astounded gaze, the little gold mouse's body trembled and actually started to swell up. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a 3-meter-tall hill, a hairy hill. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was surprised for a moment, then without hesitation, his body and mind flashed onto the little gold mouse's back, and he felt a stretch of softness where his feet landed. Duan Lingtian directly sat down. Comfortable. It's much better than the sofas of my previous life. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's voice became even more anxious. All right, let's go. Over there. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and pointed towards the primeval forest as he spoke. Instantly, the little gold mouse moved. Whoosh! A golden light flashed past and vanished outside Arcade Hall. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head as he sat on the little gold mouse's back and was brought along to fly out by the little gold mouse. Everyone said that he was as timid as a mouse, and it really wasn't false in the slightest. Even the descendant of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse like the little gold mouse wasn't an exception. If it was any other void-prying stage demon beast, then after it sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would probably look for a place to overcome the tribulation at the first possible moment. This little gold mouse, however, didn't dare wander about by itself,
as if it was worried that it would get lost or encounter some sort of danger.
It's that forest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the clouds and mist to see the vast and boundless forest in the distance. It was precisely the primeval forest. Although he'd long since known that the primeval forest occupied a vast and boundless area, when Duan Lingtian really looked down from the sky, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Too large. No wonder he was able to spend such a long time circling around a place near the inner area that day. Bang! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as he heard a clap of thunder enter his ears. Instantly, his face went ghastly pale as he shouted in a low voice. "Little Gold, go down. Quickly go down." Right when the little gold mouse swooped down, Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to clearly see it. The clouds and mist in the horizon roiled and instantly formed circle after circle of ripple-like ripples before twisting into a vortex. Subsequently, all the clouds and mist were reversed by the vortex and gathered together, forming a dense mass of dark clouds that ceaselessly surged. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp and was able to clearly see it. At the center of the vortex, within the dark clouds, a strand of violet lightning was leaping about. The appearance of the violet lightning and the leaping frequency became faster and faster, causing one to be alarmed. "Quick, quick!" Duan Lingtian urged the little gold mouse. As someone who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what was going to happen next. 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation. In Cloud Continent, no matter if it was a human or a beast, once they broke through to the void prying stage, they would draw down the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation within a short period of time. The 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation could be said to be a test the heavens gave to new void stage martial artists and demon beasts. Normally, there wouldn't be any danger. Of course, this was only towards first-level void prying stage martial artists or demon beasts that were about to overcome the tribulation. When one was overcoming the tribulation, no one was allowed to be present within a radius of 100 meters. Otherwise, 2 bolts of tribulation lightning would descend at the same time.
One was aimed at the person undergoing the tribulation, and the other was aimed at another person. The other person was like Duan Lingtian now.
The 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation would take him as a person that wanted to help Little Gold overcome the tribulation with the intention of challenging the might of the heavens. Whoosh!
The little gold mouse swooped down with an exceedingly swift speed, and Duan Lingtian was able to see the ground ceaselessly approaching.
Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Duan Lingtian looked at the ground. So long as the height was suitable, he would jump down at the first possible moment.
To him, the current little gold mouse was no different than a god of plague, and if he continued to stay within a radius of 100 meters of the little gold mouse, then he would absolutely be courting death.
The little gold mouse wasn't afraid of the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation, but to him, it was an existence that was difficult to go against. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, even if it was the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation, the weakest bolt of tribulation lightning, it was still sufficient to compare to the full-force strike of a half-step void stage martial artist. A half-step void stage martial artist was an existence that surpassed the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The strength of a half-step void stage martial artist was comparable to the strength of 1,500 ancient mammoths. It was far from something Duan Lingtian was able to go against now. Rumble!
Waves of oppressive sounds of thunder sounded out from the horizon, and every time it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it would cause Duan Lingtian's face to go grim, and he ceaselessly urged the little gold mouse.
"Little Gold, quickly! Quickly!"
Once the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation descended, he would still be within a radius of 100 meters of the little gold mouse.
2 bolts of tribulation lightning would descend from the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation. One of them was aimed at the little gold mouse, and the other was aimed at him.
Even if the little gold mouse was able to help him with the first bolt, when the second bolt descended, he would surely not be able to be 100 meters away from the little gold mouse in time. The second bolt of tribulation lightning was something even the little gold mouse had to treat seriously, and it was impossible for the little gold mouse to divert her attention to take care of him.
So, he had to quickly leave the little gold mouse, this god of plague, before the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Soon. When he heard the sounds of thunder exploding by his ears becoming more and more frequent, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with anxiety. Although the ground beneath his feet was ceaselessly approaching, his heart was still completely in suspense.
He knew clearly in his heart that the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation was about to descend.
Rumble!
The vortex in the horizon ceaselessly warped and revolved. Within the ball of dark clouds, violet lightning crisscrossed and flickered, emitting numerous terrifying auras that carried along a force that seemed to be able to destroy everything.
This was the might of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. The strength of nature. The strength of the heavens. Swoosh!
The little gold mouse plunged down at full speed, and her speed was so swift that she seemed to have transformed into a golden bolt of lightning.
Little gold, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation is only a formality to you. I'll watch you from afar. Duan Ling Tian saw the ground gradually approaching, and he hurriedly spoke to the little gold mouse.
Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse replied, and her voice contained traces of excitement mixed within.
Obviously, she wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. As expected of the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
At the same time, his gaze locked onto the ground that wasn't far from him.
When he saw the ground was right before his eyes, Duan Ling Tian exerted strength with his feet, his origin energy skyrocketed, and a gust of wind arose as he left the little gold mouse's back. Whirlwind! Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he exploded out with all his strength and flashed straight to the ground. Chapter 403. Bang! Duan Ling Tian finally landed on the ground, and he used his origin energy, wind force, and quake energy to offset most of the force.
But even then, he still felt a wave of intense pain come from his leg, and the bones in his legs showed signs of breaking. So painful.
Duan Ling Tian's face went grim, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to take out and swallow a grade 6 great recovery pill. Then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength and recover his injuries. At the same time, he exerted strength with his legs once again, and his origin energy skyrocketed as he flashed out. Whirlwind! His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance, and he tried his best to avoid the little gold mouse that was a god of calamity.
Rumble! The sound of thunder that sounded out from the horizon was extremely ear-piercing, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel as if he was facing a great enemy. If it was at any other time, Duan Ling Tian would only need a short moment to flash out a distance of 100 meters. But now,
it's close, close. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart burned with anxiety, because he knew that he was racing against time now, seizing every second. Bang!
Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped the earth, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's entire body to stop on the spot as if he was struck by lightning.
It's still too late. A bitter smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, and he sighed as he raised his head to look at the lightning tribulation that had split into two in the horizon. The so-called lightning tribulation was actually a bolt of lightning.
But this bolt of lightning wasn't an ordinary bolt of lightning. Just like the first bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it was a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an infant's arm, and it carried along the terrifying might of nature, causing it to be extremely shocking.
Swoosh! Swoosh! One bolt of lightning that split into two flashed towards the little gold mouse, and the other flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse's anxious cry entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed the little gold mouse looking at him, seeming to intend to come over and help him. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim, and he said in panic, "Little gold, don't come over, I can deal with it." What a joke!
If the little gold mouse were to come over, then even though it would be able to withstand 2 bolts of tribulation lightning by itself, this was only the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, and it was also the weakest bolt, and its speed was also the slowest.
The first lightning tribulation was more like a test. To existences at the void prying stage and above, it was no different from scratching an itch. The most troublesome part was the second lightning tribulation. That was the truly terrifying lightning tribulation.
If the little gold mouse were to come over now, then even if it was able to help Duan Ling Tian resist the first bolt of lightning, it would undoubtedly shorten the distance between it and Duan Ling Tian. At that time, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be 100 meters away from the little gold mouse again before the appearance of the second bolt of tribulation lightning.
Once the second lightning tribulation descended, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. As for now, when he saw the little gold mouse not taking any action, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Whirlwind.
When he saw the first bolt of tribulation lightning right before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, as if transforming into a gale that flashed towards the distance. He'd finally left the area 100 meters away from where the little gold mouse was.
Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief.
The bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm that descended from the horizon had already blasted straight towards Duan Lingtian, and it illuminated half the heavens and the earth, causing Duan Lingtian to be dazzled. This sort of feeling was as if he was directly struck by a flash from his previous life.
Bang!
The bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm whistled down, and it seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon beast that opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Duan Lingtian into its stomach.
Duan Lingtian moved.
His origin energy flashed to fuse into the spatial ring in his hand, and it lightly trembled.
Blaze inscription.
In practically an instant, a strand of crimson-red flowing light suddenly gushed out from the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it emitted an extremely scorching aura.
Swish!
The crimson-red flowing light tore through the sky as if it had transformed into a crimson-red bolt of lightning, and after it flashed out, it expanded. Instantly, it transformed into a condensed flame that was thick like an infant's arm, and it moved to greet the bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm. Bang! The flame and lightning collided with a bang, causing the air to shake and the airflow to move rhythmically, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that swept out. The strong wind that was formed from the pressure of the terrifying airflow directly pushed Duan Lingtian flying far away. The ground that Duan Lingtian was at earlier was covered in a scene of desolation, and it was extremely dilapidated.
Even though Duan Lingtian was in a slightly sorry state, his face revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. I've succeeded.
He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that after the flame and lightning collided in the sky, both of them had vanished at the same time. Early on when he hadn't descended to the ground, he'd already prepared for the worst.
He received the first bolt of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, he didn't use his own strength to receive it, but used the strength of an inscription to receive it.
Whereas the inscription that was capable of receiving this bolt of lightning was precisely the strongest inscription in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Blaze inscription, and it was said to be able to annihilate a half-step void stage expert. I never imagined that the Blaze inscription would be of use here.
At the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he felt slight pity.
After all, the Blaze inscription was a trump card in his possession, a trump card that was capable of annihilating a half-step void stage expert.
Never mind, I can be considered to have escaped death today. If I didn't have the Blaze inscription, I'd die for sure. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian got over it.
Little gold. His gaze then descended onto the little gold mouse in the distance.
Presently, the first bolt of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation had descended onto the little gold mouse as well. To the little gold mouse, this first bolt of lightning was no different than scratching an itch, and she easily received it. Bang!
Right when this bolt of lightning was blocked by the little gold mouse, another bolt of lightning condensed within the ball of dark clouds in the vortex in the horizon, and it was as thick as an adult's forearm.
The second bolt of lightning. Swoosh!
This bolt of tribulation lightning quickly tore through the sky, and it was like an enormous meteor that charged down towards the little gold mouse. Its speed and strength were absolutely not something the first bolt of lightning could compare to.
Squeak!
The little gold mouse emitted a sharp cry when faced with this bolt of lightning, and the origin energy on her body roiled and raged.
In the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Suddenly, swoosh! The little gold mouse moved.
Duan Lingtian only saw a golden light that was coiled with origin energy flashing past, and it directly flashed towards the second bolt of lightning with menacing force.
In the next moment, bang! The bolt of lightning shattered, leaving behind only a golden figure that floated in the sky. The little gold mouse was completely unharmed. Bang! Subsequently, the third bolt of lightning arrived. The little gold mouse still didn't feel any pressure. Bang! The fourth bolt of lightning still didn't feel any pressure. Bang! The fifth bolt of lightning descended and directly smashed the little gold mouse into the ground. When the little gold mouse crawled out, she was covered in dirt and was in an extremely sorry state.
Squeak squeak, however, the little gold mouse wasn't injured in the end, and she raised her head to look at the ball of dark clouds that flickered with violet-colored lightning at the center of the vortex in the horizon.
A pair of lively eyes flickered with a sheen of provocation. Duan Tian saw it.
The little gold mouse had turned her body around now, and her butt was facing the sky as she shook her butt towards the sixth bolt of lightning that was still brewing, which was also the final bolt of lightning.
This scene caused Duan Tian to burst into laughter. This little gold mouse is really a clown. Duan Tian shook his head and smiled.
Finally, the final bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation condensed into form, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an adult's arm that descended with a bang.
Swoosh! The speed of the lightning was so swift that it was difficult for Duan Tian to catch sight of it.
He only saw that at the instant the lightning descended, the little gold mouse had soared up into the sky along with it and moved to meet it head-on. Subsequently, the scene that occurred before his eyes caused Duan Tian to be completely dumbstruck.
The little gold mouse stood in midair and opened her mouth. The little gold mouse was like a 3-meter-tall hill now, and although her mouth couldn't be considered to be a bloody mouth, it wasn't small either. Little gold. It wouldn't be thinking of swallowing this final bolt of lightning, right? A crazy thought arose within Duan Tian's heart. The facts proved that Duan Tian had guessed correctly.
The final bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, that bolt of lightning that was as thick as an adult's arm, fiercely blasted into Little Gold's open mouth. Little Gold.
Duan Tian's heart rose to his throat.
Only when he saw the bolt of lightning vanish into Little Gold's mouth and Little Gold stood in midair and burped did Duan Tian heave a sigh of relief.
Everyone says I'm a freak. A freak. Compared to this little fellow, I'm utterly nothing.
Duan Tian thought to himself. Squeak squeak. Right at this moment, Little Gold's body gradually shrunk and transformed into a golden light that flashed over and descended onto Duan Tian's shoulder.
Duan Tian grabbed Little Gold and sized it up. He could see. Now there weren't any obvious changes on the body of this infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, but its jade-green eyes had a trace of change. If it wasn't for him carefully sizing it up, Duan Tian wouldn't have noticed it.
In the depths of Little Gold's jade-green eyes, there seemed to be a trace of violet lightning that was difficult to notice mixed within.
Duan Tian was sure. The past Little Gold was absolutely not like this. Could it be that it's because Little Gold swallowed that bolt of lightning? Duan Tian couldn't help but recall the scene from before, and he felt a wave of fear. Opening its mouth and swallowing the strongest bolt of lightning in the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Probably only this little fellow was capable of doing something like this. Little Gold, how did you swallow that lightning tribulation? Duan Tian looked at the little gold mouse and asked curiously. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse only cared about crying out as it ceaselessly shook its little head. Duan Tian was utterly unable to discern the meaning it wanted to express, and he laughed bitterly. But unfortunately, in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there isn't much information about jade-eyed heavenly mice.
I only know that jade-eyed heavenly mice are existences capable of becoming demon emperors.
Suddenly, the smile on Duan Tian's face froze. Only because a light voice transmission sounded out in his ears. Bad. Bad person. Bad.
Bad. The voice belonged to a woman, and it was slightly immature, as if a little girl was learning to speak.
Who? Duan Tian looked around as his spiritual force swept out, yet he didn't notice anyone nearby. Bad. Bad person.
You're a bad person. The voice sounded out once more.
Chapter 404. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Amongst the demon beasts. Existences at the first void prying stage possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans. Existences at the second void initiation stage were able to condense their origin energy into sound and communicate with humans. Existences at the third void transformation stage were able to speak the human language and directly communicate with humans. Existences at the fourth void transformation stage were able to take the form of a human. Demon beasts that cultivated to this level had already broken away from the category of beasts and were called demons. Besides their essence, demons were no different from humans in other aspects. If there was really a difference, that was that demons were far stronger than most humans. After all, existences that were able to be called demons were existences at the fourth void transformation stage or above.
What sort of concept was the void transformation stage? After all, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, there wasn't an existence at the void transformation stage or above.
Little Gold, aren't you a void-prying stage demon beast? How could you?
Duan Lingtian quickly confirmed that it was indeed the little gold mouse that was speaking to him via sound transmission, causing him to be astounded. Logically speaking, only demon beasts at the void initiation stage or above were able to use sound transmission to communicate with humans. For example, Elder Peng. The little gold mouse was only a demon beast that had just stepped into the void-prying stage.
It's me. Bad guy.
Bad guy. The pleasing voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more, and it sounded immature like the voice of a little girl.
Bad guy. Duan Lingtian heard it clearly this time, and he was speechless. When did I become a bad guy?
Could it be that in the little gold mouse's eyes, I'm a bad guy?
Little Gold, I'm not a bad guy.
Duan Lingtian nodded the little gold mouse's little head as he spoke in all seriousness. But the little gold mouse paid no attention to him and continued to speak via sound transmission.
Bad guy.
You're a bad guy.
Duan Lingtian was speechless. Can't we have a proper conversation?
Duan Lingtian held the little gold mouse as his gaze descended into the distance. The place the little gold mouse overcame the tribulation earlier was covered in desolation, and not a single intact place could be seen. This was the periphery of the primeval forest.
Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned.
He faintly sensed that there were a few people approaching. They should have discovered the commotion here. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered, plunging into the depths of the primeval forest, evading those people. He wasn't afraid of those people, as they were only Origin Core stage martial artists and were probably 7-star sword sect disciples. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. Bad guy. Bad guy. The little gold mouse's voice transmissions continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, and it became more and more skilled. Xiao Jin, how many times have I told you, I'm not a bad person? Duan Lingtian glared at him and said, if you call me a bad guy again, I'll leave you here and abandon you.
Hee hee. The little gold mouse's pleasing voice sounded out.
Bad guy, if you dare to abandon me, then Big Sister Kerr will be unhappy.
Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. Up to you, call me whatever you like.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words contained slight helplessness.
Let's go in and take a look.
Duan Lingtian glanced at the inner area of the primeval forest, and under the urging of his curiosity, he brought along the little gold mouse to find his way over. They encountered many fierce beasts on the way, and all of them were directly killed by the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was a first-level void-prying stage demon beast now, and those demon beasts below the void-prying stage didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before it. Squeak squeak. Accompanying the little gold mouse's complacent cry was its voice transmission that sounded out into Duan Lingtian's ears. Bad guy, I'm formidable, right?
Not bad. But you ought to not be as formidable as Little Black and Little White.
Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke slowly. Unexpectedly, Duan Lingtian's words caused the little gold mouse to completely explode.
Who said that?
How could the two of them be more formidable than me?
Humph.
At that time, the two of them weren't a match for me even when they attacked together. Now that I've already evolved into a demon beast, they're even less of a match for me.
Duan Lingtian disapproved when he heard the little gold mouse.
Little Black and Little White had their own fortuitous encounters. This was different from Little Gold. Moreover, the mysterious young woman that Little Black and Little White followed by Han Shu and I was obviously not an ordinary person, and they presumably would be able to obtain many benefits by following her. Now, they'd probably already evolved into demon beasts.
Humph, humph.
Once they return, I'll surely beat them to the ground. I'm surely stronger than them, as I'm their big sister. The little gold mouse's voice transmission that sounded out into Duan Lingtian's ears was filled with confidence.
Big sister?
The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand to tap the little gold mouse's head.
Who taught you that?
When I went to Arcade Peak with Big Sister Kerr, I heard someone say this, the little gold mouse said.
Duan Lingtian was speechless.
Looks like the little gold mouse has been led astray by that group of female hoodlums from Arcade Peak. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned,
That group of Alcade Peak female disciples that were like wolves and tigers were no different than female hoodlums. He couldn't have peace every time he went there. Fortunately, he'd learned to be smart now, and when he went to look for Li Fei, he'd always use his movement technique to travel at full speed, causing the group of Alcade Peak disciples to be utterly unable to notice him. Even if they noticed him, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Duan Ling Tian brought the little gold mouse along and continued deeper into the primeval forest. The fierce beasts they encountered became stronger and stronger. There was no lack of half-step void stage fierce beasts amongst them. However, even half-step void stage fierce beasts were nothing before the little gold mouse. Bad guy, refine a spirit weapon for me. Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled slightly as he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. Instantly, Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. You want a spirit weapon? What spirit weapon do you want? Let me think. The little gold mouse shook her cute little head and pondered. After a short moment, she said excitedly, refine a spirit sword for me. I see that big sister Kerr frequently practices the sword. It's rather beautiful. Spirit sword. Duan Lingtian was stunned. A strange scene couldn't help but appear in his mind. In the scene, the little gold mouse's limbs were locked onto the spirit sword. Then she dragged the spirit sword and swung it out, directly killing a fierce beast. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and shivered. If this mischievous little fellow was given a spirit sword, then wouldn't it be even more lawless? However, Duan Lingtian didn't refuse the little gold mouse's request. What kind of spirit sword do you want? Do you want the same as the one we use? Or should I refine a small one that's suitable for you? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked. The smaller, the better. The little gold mouse's eyes lit up, and she sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears as she muttered. I don't like to become bigger. I'm too fat, so ugly. It's still better now. Slender, beautiful, and cute. Those big sisters on Alcade Peak all praise me when they see me. If I were to become bigger, it would surely frighten them. Duan Lingtian was baffled by the little gold mouse's words. However, he didn't mind. After all, the little gold mouse had just learned how to condense her origin energy into sound, and it was already very good that she was able to communicate normally with him. However, he roughly understood the little gold mouse's words. It was none other than the little gold mouse feeling that a spirit sword that was too big, and she had to enlarge her body to be able to use it. Moreover, she didn't like to enlarge her body. This little fellow is so smug. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he looked at the fluffy and chubby little gold mouse in his hand and said to himself, I really can't tell how it's slender. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't dare say these words out loud. This little fellow was a void-prying stage demon beast now. If it were to really fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly enlarge itself, then wouldn't he be directly slapped into mush with a single slap? All right, then I'll specially refine a spirit sword for you. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. The little gold mouse's eyes lit up, and she ceaselessly slapped her front limbs together as she said excitedly via voice transmission. Good, good. Baddie, you're really good. I'll start refining right now. Stand on guard for me. If there's a fierce beast that approaches within a 100-meter radius of me, directly kill it. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse nodded like a chick pecking for rice when she heard this. The little gold mouse's figure flashed to flash onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her jade green eyes flickered with a fierce light as she sized up the surroundings. I'll surely slap anyone that dares disturb Baddie from helping me refine a spirit sword into mush. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and her tender voice that was like a little girl's had traces of ferocity mixed within. This caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Is this really a little female mouse? Duan Lingtian shook his head and discarded all distracting thoughts. Then he withdrew a pile of materials and started to refine the weapon. Hiss! A strand of green-colored flames lit up at the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. Grade 6 weapon flame. After Duan Lingtian broke through to the nascent soul stage, he was able to directly condense a grade 6 weapon flame with his origin energy by relying on the lifetime worth of experience and ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. It could be said that he was an experienced grade 6 weapons craftsman now. A grade 6 spirit weapon was easily within his grasp. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, I've been busy improving my cultivation and comprehending wind force, so I haven't had the time to refine a grade 6 spirit sword for myself, Kerr, and little Faye. I'll refine a grade 6 spirit sword for this little fellow first. After I return, I'll refine another 3 grade 6 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian calmed down and officially started to refine the weapon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The profound method of weapon refinement was easily accomplished in Duan Lingtian's hands. Combined with the various weapon refinement materials, they fused into the grade 6 weapon flame and transformed into puddles of liquid. Duan Lingtian's gaze was extremely concentrated. He turned a deaf ear to the things in the outside world. At this moment, only the weapon flame and a pile of materials for weapon refinement remained in his world. Although the materials couldn't be considered to be much, Duan Lingtian still needed to purify them over and over again. The grade 6 spirit sword refined for the little gold mouse was many times more difficult to refine than an ordinary grade 6 spirit sword. The smaller the spirit sword, the more energy it required to refine it. When Duan Lingtian was concentrating on refining the grade 6 spirit sword, the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder many times and flashed out. Whereas in an area of 100 meters around Duan Lingtian, many fierce beast corpses quickly lay on the ground. Chapter 405. The little gold mouse was originally the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and her bloodline was pure. Now that she'd evolved into a demon beast, she seemed to have the bearing of suppressing an ordinary first-level void-prying stage demon beast. 2 hours of time quickly passed. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his mind that was immersed in weapon refinement, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene 100 meters away from him. 100 meters away, blood flowed into a river. The corpses of fierce beasts were piled up into a mountain. Baddie, is my spirit sword finished refining? The little gold mouse lay lazily on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she muttered via voice transmission. So boring. There aren't any fierce beasts that have come over since half an hour ago, and I can't leave you to go look for them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the little gold mouse. Even if a fierce beast approached, so long as it wasn't a brainless beast, then when it saw so many corpses of its own kind, it would probably be terrified to the point of running away. Deliver itself to you to be killed? This little gold mouse was simply a violent person. Take it. Duan Lingtian passed a grade 6 spirit sword that was the length of a pinky finger to the little gold mouse. This grade 6 spirit sword's outer appearance was no different than an ordinary spirit sword, and its greatest characteristic was that it was small. Using the words of his previous life, this was a pocket-sized spirit sword. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes were suffused with a bright light as she pounced over, and her chubby little claws grabbed onto the grade 6 spirit sword, and she was extremely excited. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the little gold mouse dashed out and headed towards the primeval forest. Baddie, come quickly! The little gold mouse's excited voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he knew that the little gold mouse had surely gone to look for other fierce beasts and demon beasts to test her sword. The fierce beasts and demon beasts that are targeted by her are going to suffer misfortune. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed Whirlwind to follow up to the little gold mouse, and he silently mourned in his heart for the fierce beasts and demon beasts that were about to die at the hands of the little gold mouse. It was also because the little gold mouse had intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. The little gold mouse stood in midair and stopped her figure that was flying out. Her claws held the grade 6 spirit sword, and her jade-green eyes flickered with an excited sheen as she stared ahead. At this time, Duan Lingtian also caught up. Duan Lingtian looked ahead. There was a ferocious beast that was glaring at the little gold mouse with its bloody mouth wide open, and it emitted waves of fishy smell. Half-step virtual realm. Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual power and immediately sensed the strength of this great beast. Half-step void stage. Not to mention a little gold mouse that possessed a grade 6 spirit sword. Even a little gold mouse that didn't possess a grade 6 spirit sword was sufficient to annihilate it. Roar. The half-step illusory realm ferocious beast let out 2 roars. It seemed to have realized that little metal wasn't simple, and a trace of fear appeared in its sharp eyes. Then, flee! Duan Ling Tian saw this half-step void stage ferocious beast actually turn around and flee, like a mouse that had encountered a cat. But, how could it possibly flee before the brutal little gold mouse? Whoosh! The little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived before the half-step void stage ferocious beast. Roar! Right when the half-step void stage ferocious beast roared. Squeak! The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and its sharp voice suppressed the ferocious beast. At the same time, origin energy raged on the pocket-sized grade 6 spirit sword in its hand, and it flickered with a terrifying sheen. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse cried out excitedly as the grade 6 spirit sword in its hand swung out, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the half-step void stage ferocious beast. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth shook in the sky. Above the little gold mouse, 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with the little gold mouse. Whoosh! Swish! The little gold mouse's figure flashed out, and the howling of the wind and the howling of the sword sounded out at almost the exact same time. Duan Ling Tian only felt a flash before his eyes, and the half-step void stage ferocious beast was killed by the little gold mouse with a single strike of its sword. It crashed onto the ground, and its dazzling and resplendent blood dyed the ground red. The grade 6 spirit sword Duan Ling Tian refined for the little gold mouse was able to provide an entire 40% amplification of strength. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse returned to Duan Ling Tian's side, and its jade green eyes were mixed with excitement. Amazing! Amazing! The little gold mouse's excited voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Now, when he heard this slightly immature voice, traces of coldness arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart instead. This little gold mouse was simply a violent maniac. Continue! Continue! Duan Ling Tian had just put away the remains and inner core of the half-step void stage demon beast when he heard the little gold mouse's voice again. The little gold mouse led the way ahead and continued deeper into the primeval forest. This little fellow has really gotten addicted to playing. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly, and when he followed up, his expression became slightly serious. Because he knew that if he continued walking deeper in, he might be able to encounter a demon beast. The weakest demon beast was at the first level of the void prying stage, and its strength was similar to the little gold mouse. However, the little gold mouse now had a grade 6 spirit sword to rely on. So long as she didn't encounter a demon beast at the second level of the void prying stage or above, she ought to not have too much pressure. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse encountered a first-level void prying stage demon beast. It was exactly as Duan Ling Tian had thought. The first-level void prying stage demon beast was utterly unable to block a single strike of the little gold mouse's sword. All right, little gold, don't go deeper in. When he saw the little gold mouse kill a few first-level void prying stage demon beasts and still want to head deeper into the primeval forest, Duan Ling Tian secretly wiped off his cold sweat. This little fellow is really like a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Perhaps she'd heard the seriousness in Duan Ling Tian's tone, but although the little gold mouse was unwilling, she still obediently stopped moving, then flashed out to descend onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. Scoundrel, this spirit sword is really useful. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Can you not call me a scoundrel? Duan Ling Tian was slightly helpless, as the little gold mouse's way of addressing him was awkward no matter how he heard it. No. The little gold mouse's voice was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. If you call me a scoundrel again, then I won't help you improve the grade of the spirit sword in your hand in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the little gold mouse. His eyes flickered with a crafty sheen, and he had an appearance of, I'll surely eat you up. What benefits are there from improving the grade of a spirit sword? The little gold mouse's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless, as it felt that this little fellow utterly didn't know the difference between the various grades of spirit weapons. Along with Duan Ling Tian's patient explanation, the little gold mouse came to a sudden understanding, and her jade green eyes were suffused with a pitiful sheen. But, you're obviously a scoundrel. Why don't you let me shout? How am I scoundrel? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Humph. The little gold mouse stared at Duan Ling Tian as she slowly said via voice transmission, in the past, You even helped those two little snakes bully me. You still dare say you're not a scoundrel? Duan Lingtian was astounded. Only now did he recall that there seemed to be such a thing. At that time, he'd just bought the little gold mouse at the auction in Blackwind City. However, he'd seen people that held grudges, but he'd really never seen one that held grudges like this.
Duan Lingtian had never imagined that a small matter from that time would be remembered by the little gold mouse for so long.
Then I won't help them bully you in the future, all right?
Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse as he silently said in his heart, "Perhaps when Little Black and Little White return, they'll be able to beat Little Gold to the ground without my help."
Then what should I call you? When he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew that it had compromised, and he said with a light smile, "Since you call Kerr Big Sister Kerr, then call me Big Brother Lingtian." How about it? Big Brother Lingtian. Although the little gold mouse was mischievous, it still had the heart of a child after all. After it witnessed the might of the spirit sword, it was filled with reliance towards the spirit sword. Under the temptation of the high-grade spirit sword promised by Duan Lingtian, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist and chose to compromise. All right, we should return. Your big sister Kerr should now. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when his face went pale. His acute spiritual force that he stretched out faintly noticed a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a second-level void-prying stage demon beast. Let's go. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Wind blew beneath his feet as he executed whirlwind with all his ability, and it was as if he'd transformed into a gale that flashed out. His target was the outer area of the primeval forest. Whoosh! Right when Duan Lingtian dashed out, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out, and an enormous figure forcefully blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Big Brother Lingtian, it's here. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but lower his head and roll his eyes at the little gold mouse. I see it. Ow! Presently, what stood before Duan Lingtian was an enormous wolf. This enormous wolf was an entire 3 meters tall, and its bloody mouth was large enough to stuff a few Duan Lingtian in. Most importantly, this was a second-level void-prying stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart, and he glared angrily at the little gold mouse. Little Gold, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you wanting to go deep into here, we wouldn't have encountered this fellow. Now it's great. We're probably going to die here. Even though the little gold mouse utilized a grade 6 spirit sword and was capable of exerting the strength of 2,800 ancient mammoths, however, when the strength of this second-level void-prying stage demon beast exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. Even if the little gold mouse possessed a grade 6 spirit sword, she wasn't a match for it. Kill it! Kill it! Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as the little gold mouse's excited voice transmission sounded out. Kill it! You go! Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse and spoke angrily. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his arm lighten, and he was able to hear a wave of howls of the wind flashing out to sweep towards the second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf demon beast. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, as he never imagined that the little gold mouse would be so ferocious and directly charge over. Right when Duan Lingtian had a worried expression and was burning with impatience. The scene that occurred before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be completely dumbstruck. When the little gold mouse dashed out, sword howls sounded out, and 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. Chapter 406. Squeak Squeak. The little gold mouse provoked the second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf as she raised the grade 6 spirit sword. At this moment, origin energy suffused and raged on the grade 6 spirit sword. If one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that within the raging origin energy, strands of violet-colored lightning that was difficult to notice seemed to be mixed within. The violet-colored lightning coiled around the origin energy and emitted strands of strange aura. Suddenly, squeak! The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as her figure shook, seeming to have transformed into an arrow that left the bow as it flashed towards the enormous wolf. Ayo! The enormous wolf was instantly enraged from being provoked by a tiny thing, and it roared furiously as it pounced towards the little gold mouse.
The origin energy on its sharp claws skyrocketed and flickered with frightening cold lights as it enveloped the little gold mouse. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above the enormous wolf, and they dashed out with a vast impetus.
Watch out!
Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but warn the little gold mouse.
Right at this moment. Bang! A muffled sound of thunder suddenly exploded out.
In the next moment, the airflow in the air flashed, and it was the little gold mouse that had barely avoided the enormous wolf's attack and dodged to the side. Within the origin energy that suffused the little gold mouse's body, strands of violet-colored lightning that was difficult to notice seemed to have appeared, and it emitted strands of strange aura, lightning force.
Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted.
Earlier, when he saw the 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air after the little gold mouse exerted her strength,
he guessed that it might be the energy of force. Now he could practically confirm it. The little gold mouse had indeed comprehended force. Moreover, it wasn't the type of elementary force, but half-step advanced force. Precisely speaking, it was half-step advanced lightning force. Lightning force was similar to Duan Lingtian's wind force and Zhang Shouyang's earth force. They all belonged to the force of nature, and they could assist in attack and speed. It possessed both offense and defense. For example, when the little gold mouse avoided the enormous wolf's attack earlier, she'd stepped on half-step advanced lightning force and relied on the recoil of the lightning explosion to combine with her strength to dodge to the side in time. Whoosh! There was a flash in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. All he saw was a flash of white light. Then, he heard an ear-piercing sword whistle. In the air, the airflow was separated. Oh! Almost at the same time, a sorrowful roar was heard. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that at the instant he dodged the enormous wolf's attack, the little gold mouse had stared at the enormous wolf's throat and pierced through it with her sword. This sword strike of the little gold mouse was comparable to the strength of 3,300 ancient mammoths. The speed of the sword was so swift that it was difficult for the second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf-demon beast that only possessed the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths to reach it. Of course, the most important thing was that the giant wolf didn't react in time. Otherwise, even if he couldn't dodge the strike, he would still be able to deviate from his throat, and wouldn't suffer the little gold mouse's lethal strike and be killed directly. Boom! The giant wolf's huge body, which was in mid-air, fell to the ground with a loud crash, followed by a pillar of blood. It was completely silent. Second-level void-prying stage demon beast. Dead.
Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was exceedingly excited when it saw the enormous wolf being killed, and it arrived before Duan Lingtian before twisting its chubby little butt.
Big brother Lingtian, I'm formidable, right? The little gold mouse's voice transmission didn't lack the intention of asking for credit. Formidable. Formidable.
Duan Lingtian's gaze still stared blankly at the enormous wolf that had fallen to the ground, and he felt as if he was dreaming.
A second-level void-prying stage demon beast was killed by little gold just like that? Hee hee. This dog is stupid to death.
The little gold mouse's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching.
Dog. This little gold mouse actually said that this second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf demon beast was a dog? Duan Lingtian shook his head and put away the enormous wolf's inner core. Then he brought along the little gold mouse to walk out of the primeval forest. Big brother Lingtian, refine a spatial ring for me. The little gold mouse's small eyes flickered with a pitiful sheen as it looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation. Yes, I'll refine one for you when we get back. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly stiffly. Then he asked the little gold mouse to enlarge before carrying him to fly towards Migres Peak, intending to directly return to the stalactite cave. On the way. Little gold, when did you comprehend half-step advanced lightning force? Duan Lingtian sat on the little gold mouse's fluffy back as he asked in bewilderment. When he recalled the scene from before, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. The little gold mouse had actually comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Hee hee. The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight complacency mixed within. This is the natural talent of our jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan. After we evolve into demon beasts, we're able to rely on the last bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force. But my situation seems to be slightly different. I actually directly comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face when he heard the little gold mouse. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse was worthy of being called a top demon beast in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It was actually able to rely on the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend force. It was shocking. But Duan Lingtian's attention quickly moved on to the second half of what the little gold mouse said. Ordinary jade-eyed heavenly mice relied on the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force. But the little gold mouse had instead comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Could this be related to the 10,000-year stalactite milk the little gold mouse consumed? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, the little gold mouse brought Duan Lingtian to the side of the peak of Migres Peak, and she stood in the air beside the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian flipped over and climbed up the crooked tree, then walked into the stalactite cave. The little gold mouse shrunk and followed. Even if I refine a spatial ring for you, you'll probably be unable to wear it. How about this? I'll refine a necklace for you. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse before starting to get busy. A grade 7 weapons craftsman was capable of refining a spatial ring. As a grade 6 weapons craftsman, coupled with him inheriting the lifetime worth of Samsara Emperor Wu's natural talent in weapons refinement, refining a spatial ring was only a piece of cake to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, Duan Lingtian was even able to draw inferences about other things. He was able to perfectly replicate the functions of a spatial ring onto any ornament. After bustling about for a while, a necklace appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. I've used a special material with extremely high flexibility for this necklace. When you wear it on your neck, it won't affect your ability to grow or shrink in the future. After he asked the little gold mouse to drip her blood on the necklace to establish ownership, Duan Lingtian wore the necklace on the little gold mouse's neck. In next to no time, the little gold mouse had learned the method of using the necklace. Then she put away the grade 6 spirit sword in her hand. So it turns out that you wanted this thing for the sake of storing a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Big brother Lingtian, this can't be called a spatial ring, right? The little gold mouse excitedly shook the necklace on her neck as she asked via voice transmission. Yes, this can be considered as a spatial ring. Duan Lingtian nodded. No matter if it was a spatial ring or a spatial ring, both of them only had a single function, and that was to store inanimate objects. All right, your big sister Kerr ought to have already awoken. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and left the stalactite cave, and only now did he notice that the sky had gradually darkened, and it was already dusk. After leaving the peak of Migres Peak, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Lingtian frowned. Not far away, a figure stopped in his tracks and looked at him. The Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you seized the first in the martial competition this time? Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at an unparalleled treasure. The burning flames of greed that leaped about in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything into ash. 22 years old, 4th level of the nascent soul stage, comprehended elementary wind force. Defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, and seized the first in the martial competition. As far as he was concerned, all of Duan Lingtian's glory had surely originated from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. So what if it is? Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin. For a time, a group of Migres Peak disciples surrounded him, beaming with joy. Congratulations, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Obviously, these Migres Peak disciples had received the news as well, and knew that he'd seized the first in the martial competition. Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and traces of viciousness were emitted from his eyes. Duan Lingtian, I'll find an opportunity. I'll surely kill you and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. The greed in Zhao Lin's heart was close to madness. Big brother Lingtian, that person from before seemed to have aroused killing intent towards you. Do you want me to help you kill him? The little gold mouse's tender voice that was like a little girl's sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and traces of excitement was mixed within her tender voice. It was as if killing someone was something that was extremely tempting to her. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. This little gold mouse was truly a little devil. I want to kill him as well. But this place isn't convenient. Duan Lingtian stopped the little gold mouse. If the little gold mouse were to make a move here, it would truly draw too much attention. If that Zhao Lin didn't have any background, then so be it. With his current status in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong, killing Zhao Lin was nothing. But the problem was, there was still a guardian elder behind Zhao Lin. A guardian elder's status in the 7-star sword sect was equivalent to the sect leader. It was even to the extent that because of the guardian elder's seniority, even the sect leader Linghu Jin Hong had to respectfully call him martial uncle. It was imaginable. Today, once Little Gold made a move and killed Zhao Lin, he would surely draw an extremely great amount of trouble. At that time, even if the sect leader, Linghu Jin Hong, wanted to protect him, he would probably be powerless. Yes, then I'll wait for a convenient time to kill him. Little Gold's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once again. The slightly tender voice of a little girl sounded to be pure and innocent, but the content caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, this little fellow is a friend and not an enemy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and slightly rejoiced in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian slowly walked onto the chain bridge that led to Dubhe Peak. Chapter 407. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples respectfully and reverently sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. They only returned to their senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. I truly never imagined that senior brother Duan Lingtian would actually defeat the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's Saber Young Master and seize the first in the 5 great sects martial competition. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. In the past, I felt that his natural talent wasn't inferior to the first-rate figures of the 5 great young masters. I never imagined that he would directly defeat one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master. Our 7-star sword sect disciples didn't even enter the top 3 in the last 2 martial competitions. This time, he directly seized the first. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has really brought honor to our 7-star sword sect. As expected of my idol. He possesses such accomplishments at the mere age of 22. After a few more years, sweeping through the other 4 of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation would be nothing difficult. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current momentum, he might not have no hope of winning the arranged battle with Zither Young Master 1 year from now. As the crowd of Migres Peak disciples discussed, they led the topic to the agreement between Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master. 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master made a 2-year agreement. This matter had long since spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. At that time, they didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. After all, although Duan Lingtian's natural talent wasn't bad and wasn't inferior to Zither Young Master, but as far as they were concerned at that time, if Duan Lingtian was only given 2 years of time, it would be extremely difficult for him to surpass Zither Young Master. But now, after they found out that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had already broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and had defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, to seize the first in the 5 great sects martial competition, they saw hope. I believe that 1 year from now, senior brother Duan Lingtian will surely be able to defeat Zither Young Master and create another miracle. All the Migres Peak disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Only Zhao Lin, who was in a corner of the trading hall, had a gloomy expression on his face. He seemed to be out of tune with everything around him. 4th level of the nascent soul stage, elementary wind force? No. I can't let this Duan Lingtian continue to grow. I must find a chance. I must find a chance to kill him and seize the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Zhao Lin's expression was hideous and terrifying, and his eyes emitted a frightening fierce light. If he's given a few more years, wouldn't it be possible for him to break through to the void-prying stage, catch up to me, and surpass me? Thinking of this, Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety. He couldn't wait to chase after Duan Lingtian and kill him. In the end, his reason prevailed over his impulse. Presently, Duan Lingtian has seized the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects and seized a long-lost glory for the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader surely thinks highly of him. If he wanted to kill him, he had to do it secretly. Otherwise, even grandfather wouldn't be able to protect me. Zhao Lin knew clearly in his heart that although his grandfather was a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, he couldn't do as he pleased.
If he were to kill a meritorious member of the 7-star sword sect, the sect leader and the other guardian elder wouldn't let him off.
Duan Lingtian, I'll surely find a chance. Zhao Lin's eyes emitted a luster of greed and ferocity. As for Duan Lingtian, he naturally didn't know what Zhao Lin was thinking. Or perhaps, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Duan Lingtian arrived at Arcade Hall once more and noticed that Kerr had already awoken from her cultivation. When Duan Lingtian saw Kerr once more, he couldn't help but be stunned, as he kept having the feeling that Kerr seemed to have some sort of change. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the problem at the first possible moment. Kerr, you have broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage?
Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression.
Yes. Kerr lightly smiled as she nodded, then asked, Young master, when did you return? Right, little gold has gone missing. Did she go look for you?
As she finished speaking, Kerr's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and slight worry was mixed between her brows.
I just returned today and came over at noon. You just happened to be cultivating. As for little gold, she's here. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled out the little gold mouse that was hiding within his sleeve. Little gold, you weren't mischievous, right? Kerr extended her delicate hand and lightly rubbed the little gold mouse's head as she asked with a light smile. The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the smile on Kerr's face freeze, and she had an astonished expression. Duan Lingtian was able to guess that the little gold mouse had surely communicated with Kerr via voice transmission, and it had frightened Kerr. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Kerr's beautiful face was dumbstruck for a short moment before she spoke with slight disbelief. Little gold, you're able to communicate with me via voice transmission now? Yeah, big sister Kerr, after I broke through to the void prying stage and overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, I was able to communicate with you human martial artists via voice transmission. Hee, it's all thanks to big brother Lingtian bringing me to overcome the tribulation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find the way. This time, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Kerr. You still have the nerve to say that. You're truly as timid as a mouse. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I've always been a mouse, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission as a matter of course, then she paused for a moment before continuing. There are too many existences at the void prying stage and above in the 7-star sword sect. If it wasn't for my strength being inferior to them and being worried about being noticed by them, I'd surely dare to go look for a place to overcome the tribulation myself. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse defended herself. Duan Lingtian and Kerr glanced at each other when they heard the little gold mouse, and they couldn't refrain from laughing. This little fellow even knows how to clear her name? Young master, what was the outcome of the martial competition you participated in at the demonic Lotus Blade sect? I heard from Master that the 7-star sword sect has already successively missed the top 3 of the martial competition. Kerr asked curiously. This time, our 7-star sword sect disciple seized the first in the martial competition. When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr ask this, he knew that she still didn't know of the news that gave rise to much discussion outside, and he smiled mysteriously. First in the martial competition? Kerr was stunned, then asked curiously. Young master, could it be that the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, seized the first in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect? Kerr wasn't too clear about Duan Lingtian's current strength. She only knew that her young master's strength was stronger than her, and she'd never asked about the specifics. As far as she was concerned, although her young master's natural talent was extraordinary, he was still young after all. Even if he went to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, she presumed he wouldn't be able to obtain any rankings. Huang Ji. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he thought of the scene of Huang Ji betraying the sect leader in the 7-star sword sect, his face couldn't help but slightly sink.
That Huang Ji was an ungrateful person. He was simply an ingrate.
Huang Ji's actions were infuriating. Young master, what's wrong? Kerr noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression wasn't right, and her beautiful face went slightly pale as she asked timidly, "Did Kerr say something wrong?" As she finished speaking, Kerr had tears that were on the verge of dripping. Kerr was incomparably strong in front of others, but in front of Duan Lingtian, she was tender like water, and her entire body seemed as if it was made of water. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was her everything and everything. Every single action of Duan Lingtian was related to her emotions at all times. "I'm fine." Kerr's delicate and pitiful appearance caused Duan Lingtian's heart to ache slightly. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to hold Kerr's hand, then squeezed Kerr's palm as he said with a light smile, "Silly girl, I only thought of that ingrate, it's unrelated to you." Ingrate?
A wisp of bewilderment appeared on Kerr's beautiful face when she heard this.
"It's that Huang Ji."
Duan Lingtian spoke of Huang Ji's actions one by one. After Kerr finished listening, her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a thin layer of ice.
This Huang Ji has truly gone too far. The sect leader fostered him into a genius, yet he actually repaid the sect leader like this. Now, the sect leader is surely very pained, right?
Of course.
Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed.
Putting yourself in the sect leader's shoes, it's not difficult to feel the sect leader's current feelings.
All right, let's not talk about this.
Kerr nodded, then blinked her beautiful eyes as the thin layer of ice on her face melted, and she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian.
"Young master,
it was you who seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for the 7-star sword sect, right?"
"Why do you think so?"
Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never expected that Kerr would suddenly say this.
Could it be that the little gold mouse secretly told her? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. He still remembered.
Earlier when he brought the little gold mouse over from Migres Peak, there was a group of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded him and congratulated him for seizing first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition. Presumably, this little fellow heard it as well. The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head when she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, then said via voice transmission, "I didn't say that."
"Young master, I guessed."
When she saw Duan Lingtian questioning the little gold mouse and the little gold mouse having an innocent expression, Kerr couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter, and her smile was like a flower. It caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck for a moment.
"Young master, you're really formidable."
Kerr noticed Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, and her beautiful face was covered in a rosy red glow that covered the sky, as if blood would drip out. "Kerr, young master's true strength is yet to come." Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes at Kerr and had a mischievous smile on his face. Then he stretched out his hand to carry Kerr up by the waist and walked towards the room. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw the little gold mouse in his hand flying.
"Little gold, go play at the side.
If you dare disturb us, then I'll throw you to the sect leader tomorrow and ask him to stew you and make a pot of nourishing soup."
Bang!
She watched as Duan Lingtian carried Kerr into the room and closed the door. The little gold mouse stood in midair, and her jade-green eyes flickered with traces of anger.
"Big brother Lingtian is bad. He's bullying me."
Although she was angry, the little gold mouse really didn't dare disturb Duan Lingtian, and her figure flashed out to descend onto the pavilion in Alcade Hall before staring blankly.
Right at this moment, whoosh!
A graceful and luxurious figure appeared within the pavilion, and it was a beautiful woman.
"Little gold, why are you here?" Chapter 408.
Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse stretched out her claw to point towards a room in the distance when she heard the beautiful woman, and her jade-green eyes were filled with rage. Flowing light spun within the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes when she heard this, and she seemed to have guessed something as she smiled. Duan Lingtian and Kerr were like sweet dew after a long drought, and they lingered together until deep into the night before leaving the room. After leaving the room, the two of them arrived at the pavilion. At the first possible moment, they saw the beautiful woman that was playing with the little gold mouse. "Master." Kerr bowed respectfully, and her beautiful face was flushed red, causing her to be extremely cute.
"Peak master."
Duan Lingtian followed to greet, and his face wasn't red nor was he out of breath, and he didn't forget to wink at Kerr, causing Kerr to be embarrassed to the point of wishing for nothing more than to dig a hole to hide in.
The beautiful woman was precisely the peak master of Arcade Peak, Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang lightly smiled and nodded to Kerr. Then her gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and she sighed lightly. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you'd actually seize first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for the 7-Star Sword Sect. Our 7-Star Sword Sect hasn't seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for a very long time. As she spoke up to hear, Qin Xiang slightly reminisced. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he'd heard the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, mention this. The last time the 7-Star Sword Sect seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition was almost 20 years ago. At that time, the person that seized first place in the martial competition for the 7-Star Sword Sect was the peak master of Arcade Peak, Qin Xiang. In next to no time, Qin Xiang changed the topic. The 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master will arrive 1 year from now. I've discussed it with the sect leader, and since your current strength isn't inferior to a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, I'll let you go out and gain experience. Gain experience? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Qin Xiang nodded and said slowly, I presume you've heard since long ago that our 7-Star Sword Sect has many properties all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Besides some external affairs elders, most of the people that are in charge of managing these properties are inner court disciples above the age of 30. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard of this before. Qin Xiang continued, after my discussion with the sect master, we've decided to let you go to the ancient city of Everlast. Ancient city of Everlasting Wasteland? Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help being stunned. He was not unfamiliar with the ancient city of Everlasting Desolation. 2 years ago, when he and Li Fei left the 7-Star Sword Sect and headed to the Solitary Peak, they'd gone to the ancient city of Everlast. Later on, he met Zhang Shouyong and his wife in the ancient city of Everlast. Our 7-Star Sword Sect has properties in the ancient city of Everlast? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Qin Xiang nodded. Our 7-Star Sword Sect doesn't have any businesses in the ancient city of Everlast. However, the 2 external affairs elders and some inner court disciples of our 7-Star Sword Sect in the ancient city of Everlast are instead guarding the ancient river trading company. Protect the Chamber of Commerce. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he never imagined that the 7-Star Sword Sect was related to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Merchant Association. Presumably, the 7-Star Sword Sect's inner court disciples guarding the ancient river trading company ought to be able to obtain a certain amount of protection fees. This was something that Duan Lingtian could confirm. When are we leaving? Duan Lingtian asked. Tomorrow. Qin Xiang said. You can go look for the sect master at noon tomorrow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Kerr before bidding farewell to Qin Xiang and leaving Arcade Hall. After returning to the stalactite cave, he cultivated for an entire night. At dawn the next day, he went to Arcade Peak to look for Li Fei and told her that he would be leaving for a period of time. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along Kerr and Li Fei when he left this time. According to the words of Arcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, and Elder Bai, the ancient city of Everlast was too chaotic. Coupled with Duan Lingtian going there to gain experience this time and not to play, if the 2 girls were to follow by Duan Lingtian's side, then perhaps it would affect Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Outside Dubhe Hall on the 7-Star Sword Sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, a black figure flashed into the sky and shot high up into the sky before disappearing into the clouds and mist. At the same time, high up in the sky, a young man wearing the attire of an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect was standing on an enormous hawk as he tore through the sky with an extremely swift speed. With this first-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, Sun Hawk, as my mount, it'll take at most a month to arrive at the ancient city of Everlast. The gaze of the young man with slanted brows and starry eyes that were exceedingly handsome pierced through the clouds and mist to descend into the distance as he muttered to himself. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who just left the 7-Star Sword Sect. Presently, Duan Lingtian was standing on the Sun Hawk as he soared through the sky. Although the Sun Hawk's speed couldn't compare to Elder Pang, it still far surpassed a Fergana horse. This Sun Hawk was entrusted to Elder Pang by the 7-Star Sword Sect's sect leader to help Duan Lingtian capture it. It wasn't that Elder Pang was stingy, but the stronger a bird-type fierce beast was,
the harder it was to tame. Just this first-level nascent soul stage Sun Hawk, Duan Lingtian relied on his entire strength to spend an entire 3 hours before completely taming it.
Suddenly,
squeak squeak, a wave of cries sounded out from within Duan Lingtian's sleeve. In next to no time, a golden furry little head stuck out, and it blinked its jade-green eyes as it looked at Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the little gold mouse that had always been by Ker's side, the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Big brother Lingtian, this mixed-haired bird's speed is too slow. Duan Lingtian's eardrums slightly trembled as the little gold mouse's tender voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. You're really comparing it to you? Don't you think about how high its cultivation is and how high your cultivation is? How about you become big and carry me to the ancient city of Everlast? In this way, we'll be able to rush over in at most a few days.
Humph, humph.
I don't want to become big, I'm ugly to death, I'm fat to death, I'm ugly to death. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out without end. It caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. His gaze descended onto the little gold mouse's chubby body. Then he shook his head and sighed. This little fellow really thinks highly of itself. Could it be that it thinks it's not fat now? Because they were hurrying along at high altitudes all along the way, they didn't encounter any trouble. 1 month later, the speed of the sun eagle beneath Duan Lingtian's feet slowed down. Then it swooped down and flew at a low altitude. Meanwhile, the clouds and mist before his eyes had completely dispersed, and a simple and ancient city appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the distance, the ancient city was like an enormous beast that was hibernating within the desert, and it opened its bloody mouth to ceaselessly swallow the merchants and pedestrians in the desert. Ancient City of Everlast. Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago when he arrived at the ancient city of Everlast once again. When he came to the ancient city of Everlast the last time, he was only passing by, and his main destination was still the solitary peak. His destination this time was the ancient city of Everlast. Outside the ancient city of Everlast, many people rode flying beasts to come here. If it was only because of this, Duan Lingtian wouldn't attract any attention. However, most of the people that were near Duan Lingtian couldn't help but repeatedly glance at Duan Lingtian. The gazes of these people descended onto the clothes Duan Lingtian wore. The 7-star sword sect's inner court attire was undoubtedly a signboard. This young man looks to be a little over 20 and is absolutely not over 23. He's actually already a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple? According to my knowledge, the lowest requirement to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is the 7th level of the origin core stage. Besides that, because the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple test is strict, only people that have stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul stage are able to pass the inner court disciple test with 100% certainty and become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. In the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect, there's no successor, and the one with the strongest natural talent seems to be the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect leader, Huang Ji. But even if it's that Huang Ji, he's only an outer court disciple at such an age. Looks like this young man ought to have faked a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire to pass himself off as a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, wanting to pass himself off as a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple.
Probably.
Many people that saw Duan Lingtian discussed animatedly. Based on their words, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian was really an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Duan Lingtian naturally heard these discussions, and he didn't care as he rode on the Sun Eagle to descend outside the ancient city of Everlast.
Whoosh!
Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he leaped down. Then he looked at the Sun Eagle and whistled. Instantly, the Sun Eagle seemed to have obtained some sort of instruction, and it flapped its wings to conceal itself within the clouds and mist, vanishing without a trace. Only when the Sun Eagle's figure vanished before his eyes did Duan Lingtian's gaze move to descend onto the ancient city of Everlast. He walked out in large strides, intending to enter the ancient city of Everlast.
Stop!
Right at this moment, a cold shout stopped Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around. He saw a young man around the age of 35 riding a Fergana horse over from the distance, and the young man was staring at him from afar. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone when he saw the attire of the young man clearly. The attire of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple.
Obviously, this young man was a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as well. But in the next moment, Duan Lingtian instead frowned.
The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple spurred his horse to arrive before Duan Lingtian, then looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner and shouted with a grim voice.
"Kid, who are you? Why are you pretending to be an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect?" Pretending? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly muddled. What does he mean? Still playing dumb? Before Duan Lingtian could react, the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple sneered. "Kid, let me tell you, I've seen many people like you who pretend to be disciples of my 7-star sword sect. A young man a little over 20 wearing the attire of my 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Do you really think you're a peerless genius like the 5 great young masters?" Duan Lingtian finally returned to his senses after being berated by the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, and he lightly smiled. "Senior brother, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm really a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. I'm Duan Lingtian. This is the letter the sect leader asked me to pass to Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping, and my introduction is within it." Duan Lingtian withdrew a letter from his spatial ring as he spoke, and he passed it to the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. He didn't take the actions of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to heart. As far as he was concerned, it was only a misunderstanding. Chapter 409. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple that sat on the Fergana horse extended his hand to receive the letter that Duan Lingtian passed over. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He didn't even open the letter before directly tearing it into pieces. Whoosh. With a casual wave of his hand, the pieces fluttered in the wind and scattered within the desert, and not a single complete piece could be found. "Kid." The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple looked down at Duan Lingtian, who had a gloomy expression, and ridiculed. "You're smart. You even know how to prepare a forged letter to deceive everyone." "The sect leader's letter? I, Zhao Lei, am a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, and I don't have the qualifications to make the sect leader write a letter for me. You, a little kid that's a little over 20, would have the sect leader's personal letter? Who would believe you?" As he finished speaking, Zhao Lei glared coldly at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a complacent ridicule. He had an appearance as if he'd seen through Duan Lingtian's trick since long ago. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the restless flames of rage in his heart. Then he said in a low voice. "Zhao Lei, right? I don't mind that you don't believe I'm an inner court disciple because I'm young, and I'll take it as a misunderstanding. But now, you actually didn't even look at the letter that I took out to prove my identity and tore it apart when the sect leader asked me to give it to Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping? You're so sure that it wasn't written by the sect leader himself." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, traces of an icy cold sheen jumped about within his eyes. He didn't mind that Zhao Lei didn't believe him at the beginning. Even though his reputation in the 7-star sword sect could be considered to have spread far and wide, and he'd seized the supreme glory of first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects not long ago, however, the ancient city of Everlast was located in a remote area after all, and it wasn't surprising that the 7-star sword sect disciples that guarded the ancient city of Everlast's ancient river trading company had never heard of him. But now, when he passed the sect leader's personal letter to Zhao Lei to discern its authenticity, Zhao Lei actually didn't even look at it before directly tearing it apart? Laughable. The ridicule on Zhao Lei's face grew even denser when he heard Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you're really stubborn. If I were you and my disguise was seen through, I would have run as far away as I could." "A letter? What can a forged letter prove?" "Even if I take out a letter that says the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor wants to take me as his foster son, and even wants to make me the next emperor's successor, would you believe it?" As he finished speaking, the mocking smile on Zhao Lei's face had almost reached the point of no return. The onlookers burst into laughter. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he coldly swept a glance at Zhao Lei before turning around and heading towards the ancient city of everlasting desolation. Since this Zhao Lei didn't believe his identity, then he would head to the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast right now. Look for Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping. At that time, the truth would be revealed. Halt! At this moment, Zhao Lei's voice came from behind, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to darken again. He turned around and looked at Zhao Lei. Is there anything else? Now, Duan Lingtian was slightly disinterested when facing Zhao Lei, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. You pretended to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple and want to leave just like this?
Zhao Lei sat on the Fergana horse and looked down at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze as he spoke coldly.
Then what do you want? Duan Lingtian sneered. He wasn't willing to fuss about it with Zhao Lei earlier, but now, did Zhao Lei really think he was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will? Take off your fake 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire, then take off your inner clothes. Enter the city in your birthday suit. The corners of Zhao Lei's mouth curled into an evil smile. Zhao Lei's words caused the number of spectators to increase greatly. This young man is really unfortunate. Not to mention he pretended to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. He was actually caught by a real 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Yeah, he's really unfortunate. If I was him, I'd make a fake 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire. This way, I wouldn't be suspected at all.
Perhaps, this young man feels that the identity of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is able to satisfy his vanity.
His hair hasn't even grown fully, and he wants to pretend to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. He's simply courting death. The surrounding crowd of spectators shot their gazes onto Duan Lingtian, as if they'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian entering the city in his birthday suit.
The eyes of some women even shone brightly. It was as if they were impatient to see the appearance of this handsome young man, Duan Lingtian, entering the city in his birthday suit. Some young women were instead embarrassed to the point their cheeks flushed red.
Enter the city in my birthday suit? At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought he'd heard wrongly when he heard what Zhao Lei said. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and noticed the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators. Only now did he realize that this Zhao Lei had indeed asked him to take off his clothes and enter the city in his birthday suit. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he looked at Zhao Lei and said in a low voice, Zhao Lei, you're still unable to confirm the authenticity of my identity, yet you're using such a death sentence on me. Isn't it going a bit too far? Going too far? Zhao Lei sneered. Kid, don't try to be mysterious in front of me. I can see through what a little tramp like you is thinking with a glance. Today, if you don't take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit, then I'll break your legs and let you properly remember this. Not only entering the city in my birthday suit, he wants to break my legs? Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be enveloped in a layer of thin ice, and it was cold to the extreme. Zhao Lei, you don't have the qualifications to decide if my identity is real or fake. I want to see Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping, and let the two elders personally determine if my 7-star sword sect disciple is real or fake. If you don't believe me, you can go with me. Duan Lingtian's voice seemed as if it came from an ice cave, and it contained frightening coldness mixed within, but he still finished speaking with extreme patience. Now, he endured it because Zhao Lei was a 7-star sword sect disciple. Whereas he gave face to the sect leader, Linghu Jin Hong. Otherwise, with his temper, he'd have killed Zhao Lei long ago for humiliating him without end like this. Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd to be in an uproar. This young man spoke neither obsequiously nor haughtily, and seems to not be fake. Could it be that he's really a 7-star sword sect disciple? But, even if he's a 7-star sword sect disciple, it's impossible for him to be an inner court disciple, right?
I've never heard of such a young inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect.
I think he's deliberately mystifying. Deliberately mystifying? I don't think so. He already said he wants to enter the city to look for a 7-star sword sect elder to determine his identity. Could it be that he still has the confidence to escape under the nose of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple? Who knows? The mocking smile on Zhao Lei's face grew wider when he heard Duan Lingtian. Look for the two elders? There's no need for that. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted piercingly cold lights, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer as he said in a low voice. Zhao Lei, are you determined to make things difficult for me today? Make things difficult for you? Zhao Lei was first stunned. Then he couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. After laughing for a while,
He once again looked down upon Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain.
Kid, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But what qualifications does a young kid like you have to make me make things difficult for you? If you're sensible, then quickly take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your legs. At the same time that Zhao Lei shouted coldly at Duan Lingtian, he continued to look down upon Duan Lingtian. Just like how Duan Lingtian was only an ant in his eyes, an ant that he could casually trample to death.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Presently, the icy coldness on Duan Lingtian's face gradually dispersed, and it was replaced by calmness. Perhaps in his eyes, a person like Zhao Lei wasn't worthy of him getting angry.
Zhao Lei wasn't worthy.
What I do isn't up to a young kid like you to tell me what to do. When Zhao Lei saw the furious expression on Duan Lingtian's face vanish, he thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid, and he sneered. Kid, I'll give you the time of 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, if you still have a single piece of cloth on your body, then I'll break your legs and make you crawl into the city. You have 2 choices. You better think clearly before you decide. As Zhao Lei finished speaking, his face was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Zhao Lei and stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him.
It was as if the matter before his eyes wasn't related to him in the slightest.
There's still 7 breaths of time. Zhao Lei's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. When he saw Duan Lingtian still remaining unmoved, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck by him. Besides a portion of the surrounding crowd taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune, there was also a portion of the surrounding crowd that looked at Duan Lingtian with pity. Some kind-hearted people even persuaded Duan Lingtian. Little brother, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Losing face is better than losing your legs. Yeah, little brother, endure it for a while and it'll be over. Little brother, you shouldn't wear a fake 7-star sword sect inner court disciples attire and swagger through the streets. This is a great taboo of the 7-star sword sect. When he heard these words of persuasion, Duan Lingtian didn't move in the slightest, and he still looked calmly at Zhao Lei. His calm gaze didn't contain any emotions. Big brother Lingtian, he's going too far. He actually asked you to take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. So long as you say the word, I'll kill him right now. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. This caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless, and he replied via voice transmission. Little gold, don't fight and kill for no reason. Sometimes, killing isn't necessary to solve a problem. As he spoke, he guided the little gold mouse patiently and systematically. If Duan Lingtian's words were heard by the other mercenaries in the mercenary group he was in his previous life, they would probably be shocked to the point of being unable to speak for a long time. After all, the king of mercenaries in his previous life, Lingtian, always had a single method to solve a problem. That was carnage and slaughter. There's still 3 breaths of time left. Zhao Lei spoke out once more, and strands of origin energy seemed to be on the verge of gushing out from his body. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this and remained unmoved. Chapter 4:10. This young man that's pretending to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple would rather have his legs broken than be humiliated? Time's up. Zhao Lei sat on the Fergana horse and looked down at Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with ruthlessness, and his eyes flickered with a vicious sheen. Kid, this is your own choice. Since you're unwilling to take off your clothes and enter the ancient city of Everlast in your birthday suit. Now, I'll cripple your legs and make you crawl into the city. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei moved. Whoosh! His figure shook, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into an eagle that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, like an eagle catching a chick. The surrounding spectators all retreated, deeply afraid of being affected. They didn't dare rashly offend a member of the 7-star sword sect. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian calmly watched Zhao Lei make a move, and he didn't move like a mountain. When he saw the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared in the sky when Zhao Lei made a move, Duan Lingtian finally had a trace of an expression, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled into a slight smile that was suffused with a wisp of disdain. A third-level nascent soul stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before me? Whoosh!
Zhao Lei seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew to arrive before Duanling Tian in the blink of an eye, and a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand as he flashed directly towards Duanling Tian. In the sky, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. This sword strike contained the strength of 510 ancient mammoths, and it seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that fiercely bit towards Duanling Tian's legs.
Idiot! An extremely abrupt voice abruptly sounded out from Duanling Tian's mouth. It caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. In the next moment, whoosh! The people present only heard an ear-piercing sword howl sound out. Clang!
Subsequently, they saw to their astonishment that the grade 7 spirit sword in the hand of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple that attacked ruthlessly was actually flicked flying by the young man.
Not only that, bang!
After the young man flicked away the grade 7 spirit sword in the hand of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, he kicked out and fiercely descended onto the inner court disciple's chest, kicking the inner court disciple flying.
Zhao Lei fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was pale and he was in a sorry state. His eyes opened wide as he looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. Everything in front of him left him completely dumbfounded. Not many people present were able to clearly see exactly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above Duanling Tian, because they were all looking at Zhao Lei just now.
I originally thought that this little brother's legs would be crippled by a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, but I never imagined that his strength would be so formidable.
Yeah, this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is a third-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. But he was actually defeated in a single move. With his strength, if he's really a 7-star sword sect disciple, it's more than enough for him to become an inner court disciple. Being able to possess such a cultivation at such an age, his natural talent is even above the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, it would be difficult for me to believe that everything before my eyes is real. Could it be that he's a genius disciple of the 7-star sword sect that rose to prominence in the last 2 years? It's possible. Otherwise, with his natural talent and strength, why would he need to pretend to be a 7-star sword sect disciple? The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly, and the gazes they shot at Duanling Tian with contained a sense of reverence. Amongst them, there were many people that broke out in cold sweat for Duanling Tian earlier. But who would have imagined that the outcome would be such a turn of events, and it was beyond their expectations. Duanling Tian slowly walked towards Zhao Lei, who was in a sorry state and had fallen far away. His gaze was still calm, but the corners of his mouth contained a sense of coldness. You? Don't come over, don't come over. Zhao Lei's face went grim when he saw Duanling Tian walking towards him, and he shouted, I'm a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. If you dare touch me, the 7-star sword sect will absolutely not let you off. 7-star sword sect? Duanling Tian coldly swept Zhao Lei with his gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. It would be fine if Zhao Lei didn't mention the 7-star sword sect, as he got angry when he did. He'd said many times that he was a 7-star sword sect disciple, and at the beginning, he even respected Zhao Lei's age and called him senior brother. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lei didn't want face when he gave it to him, and actually suspected that he was a 7-star sword sect disciple in disguise. Not to mention this.
What infuriated him the most was that Zhao Lei chattered on without end, and even forced him to either cripple him or enter the city in his birthday suit. I'll return the 2 choices you gave me earlier to you now.
Either I cripple your legs, or you strip off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Duanling Tian looked at Zhao Lei and spoke indifferently. If Zhao Lei wasn't a 7-star sword sect disciple, he'd have killed Zhao Lei long ago. This Zhao Lei ought to be an inner court disciple that the 7-star sword sect sent to the ancient city of Everlast. When he thought of the objective of his trip this time, Duanling Tian suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He was only giving Zhao Lei a taste of his own medicine. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the surrounding crowd of spectators had strange expressions, and their gazes descended onto Zhao Lei in unison as they wanted to know what choice Zhao Lei would make. If you choose to let me cripple your legs, I won't hold back. Don't think that you can reattach them afterwards. Duanling Tian added when he saw Zhao Lei's unsightly expression. Kid, I'm an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Humiliating me like this is equivalent to humiliating the 7-star sword sect. If you're sensible, then fuck off. I can disregard the matter of you pretending to be a 7-star sword sect disciple and let you go. Zhao Lei looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke coldly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There's nothing wrong with this Zhao Lei's head, right? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, Zhao Lei, you seem to have not understood the situation. Now, it's not whether you let me go or not, but I want you to make a choice. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the smile on his face was restrained, and his eyes emitted a wisp of killing intent that enveloped Zhao Lei. Kid, do you know who I am? Zhao Lei's face went gloomy when he saw that Duan Lingtian didn't fall for his trick, and he took out an even greater trump card. Let me tell you, I'm not only an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, my father is even... I don't care who your father is. Duan Lingtian impatiently interrupted Zhao Lei, and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky as it swept out to envelop Zhao Lei as he said coldly, due to your unwillingness to cooperate, I've changed my mind now. You can either take off all your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit, or leave your life here. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to consider. Now, there's still 9 breaths of time remaining. Duan Lingtian's voice contained extreme coldness mixed within, as if it was capable of freezing the air. You. Zhao Lei's face went ghastly pale. But when he sensed the killing intent that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body and enveloped him, he didn't dare refute. He had a premonition. If he didn't do as this young man said, then this young man would absolutely kill him without the slightest hesitation. The bloodthirsty killing intent on this young man was undoubtedly announcing that there were many people that had died at his hands. Presently, the surrounding crowd of spectators were deathly silent. After the deathly silence, they completely went into an uproar. This young man looks to be a little over 20, but he actually developed such a terrifying killing intent. How many people did he have to kill to be able to develop such killing intent? Too terrifying. Looks like this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple has really kicked an iron plate, and it's an especially hard iron plate. I wonder if he would rather die than submit, or willingly be humiliated. As a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, he ought to not be such a coward, right? I think he ought to not choose to take off all his clothes and enter the city in his birthday suit. The discussions of the surrounding crowd of spectators entered into Zhao Lei's ears, and it caused Zhao Lei's face to become even more livid. What are all of you looking at? Quickly fuck off. Zhao Lei looked at these people and roared. But the surrounding crowd of spectators paid no attention to Zhao Lei. Although Zhao Lei was a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, but they had so many people, and there was utterly no need to fear him. Instantly, someone couldn't refrain from ridiculing. Do you think this is the territory of your 7-star sword sect? This caused Zhao Lei's expression to become even more unsightly. There's still 5 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and he only took everything before his eyes to be a farce. Duan Lingtian's voice entered into Zhao Lei's ears, and it seemed to have transformed into a life-reaping note, causing his expression to abruptly become exceedingly unsightly. Kid, you'll regret it. You'll surely regret it. Zhao Lei coldly threatened Duan Lingtian as he swiftly removed the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire he wore, then subsequently removed the clothes underneath. His entire movement was like moving clouds and flowing water, causing the surrounding crowd of spectators to gasp in amazement. In the end, Zhao Lei covered a certain thing below his abdomen and headed towards the ancient city of Everlast, attracting the attention of countless gazes all along the way. For a time, Zhao Lei became the absolute center of attention. You'll regret it. When Zhao Lei dashed towards the ancient city of Everlast, he didn't forget to turn around and look at Duan Lingtian with a malicious gaze. Duan Lingtian didn't mind and slowly followed Zhao Lei. When they saw there was no more excitement to watch, the surrounding crowd of spectators dispersed. Either enter the city or leave. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhao Lei into the city, and he could see that everywhere Zhao Lei passed, the gazes of everyone descended onto Zhao Lei. Even when Zhao Lei concealed himself into a small path, the ancient city of Everlast was still filled with endless discussions. Hey! Did you see earlier? There was a naked person that entered the city. I just came out of the store and didn't see it.
That's truly a pity. This is a rare sight. I've stayed in the ancient city of Everlast for a period of time, and it's the first time I've seen such a scene.
A naked person? Could it be that there's something wrong with that person's head? Who knows? All along the way, Duan Lingtian heard many similar discussions. Big brother, may I ask if you know how to get to the ancient river trading company's branch? Duan Lingtian looked at a young man that passed by and lightly smiled as he asked.
The young man pointed ahead when he heard this, the small path that Zhao Lei vanished from earlier.
Go through that small path and continue forward to enter a large road. Turn right and you'll be able to see the ancient river trading company's branch. There are 2 stone tiger statues at the entrance of the ancient river trading company's branch. Thank you, big brother. Chapter 4:11.
Big brother Lingtian, you were too naughty earlier.
Hee.
The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and her words were obviously referring to what had happened earlier.
See, the solution to some things is extremely simple. You don't have to kill.
Duan Lingtian guided her patiently and had the appearance of a model teacher.
I see.
In the future, I won't kill them. I'll make them take off their clothes and run around naked. Fun. Those fierce beasts, demon beasts, and so on, I'll make them peel off their own skin, then.
Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to the little gold mouse's voice transmission. This little devil. What she said seemed to be only targeted towards humans, right? She wants to make those fierce beasts and demon beasts take off their clothes as well? For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold. This little fellow is too terrifying. After passing through the small path and continuing forward, Duan Lingtian saw a large road.
According to the reminder of the kind person from before, Duan Lingtian walked forward with large strides, and he thought in his heart.
Looks like Zhao Lei directly returned to the ancient river trading company's branch. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge.
Besides the 2 elders, there were another 3 inner court disciples that the 7-star sword sect sent to the ancient city of Everlast, a total of 5 people.
Zhao Lei ought to be one of the 3 inner court disciples. 3rd level of the nascent soul stage? He's probably just idling around here.
Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He believed that no matter how bad the ancient river trading company was, it was impossible for it to not have a 3rd level nascent soul stage martial artist. Presumably, the ancient river trading company relied even more on the 2 7-star sword sect elders. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he'd already arrived at the corner of the large road.
Meanwhile, many sounds of discussion sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears.
Most of these sounds of discussion were taking pleasure in Zhao Lei's misfortune.
Haha. Did all of you see it earlier? It's Zhao Lei. That Zhao Lei actually came back naked. What a joke.
He usually acts like a dog and frequently relies on his identity as a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to be arrogant.
Now, there's finally retribution. I wonder who allowed him to come back naked. If I find out, I'll definitely treat that person to a few drinks.
Duan Lingtian had a strange expression on his face when he heard these discussions. It seemed that Zhao Lei's reputation in this area was not very good. Finally, Duan Lingtian turned the corner and arrived in front of a spacious courtyard. In front of the courtyard stood 2 stone tiger statues. This should be the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of everlasting desolation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Who are you?
Duan Lingtian noticed that when he was about to enter the courtyard, 2 young men who were covering their mouths and snickering at the entrance stopped him in time. The 2 young men wore the same uniform with the word "Goop" embroidered on their chests. Presumably, they ought to be members of the ancient river trading company. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and patted the uniform on his body, revealing the symbol on the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple uniform.
7-star sword sect inner court disciple?
Instantly, the pupils of the 2 young men constricted. Their gazes quickly descended onto Duan Lingtian's face, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. I've come to look for the 7-star sword sect's elder Zhao Yu and elder Feng Ping.
Duan Lingtian nodded to the 2 of them and lightly smiled.
Although the 2 young men were surprised by Duan Lingtian's age,
One of them still walked out to welcome Duanling Tian into the ancient river trading company's branch. Please follow me. Thank you.
Duanling Tian lightly nodded and followed.
Little brother, are you really a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple? The young man that brought Duanling Tian in asked with slight hesitation. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. You wouldn't be like Zhao Lei and think that I'm in disguise, right?
If I was in disguise, would I come here to walk right into a trap and meet the 2 elders of the 7-star sword sect?
That's true.
The young man came to a sudden understanding. He didn't feel that Duanling Tian had such great courage, and at the same time, he asked with a strange gaze.
You encountered your 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple, Zhao Lei, earlier? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. When you encountered him, was he wearing clothes?
The young man asked.
Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. The young man's interest was instantly aroused, and he approached Duanling Tian and asked in a low voice. I saw Zhao Lei return with a bear but earlier. Did you see who stripped off all his clothes? I saw. Duanling Tian nodded once more.
Besides the crowd of spectators outside the ancient city of Everlast earlier, there was probably no one that was clearer than him about this matter.
Who?
The young man's gaze lit up and his interest was aroused.
He himself. Duanling Tian spoke slowly. He himself?
The young man was stunned, and he had an expression of disbelief, right when the young man recovered from his shock and wanted to get to the bottom of it.
It's you. Kid, you actually dare come to the ancient river trading company's branch. Do you really think you can deceive my father and elder Feng Ping? A voice that contained extreme rage sounded out abruptly. It was Zhao Lin who'd changed into the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple's attire, and he stood in the distance as he glared angrily at Duanling Tian.
Zhao Lin's gaze was extremely gloomy as it descended onto Duanling Tian, and he said in a low voice.
Not to mention you pretended to be a 7-star sword sect disciple, you actually dared to walk right into a trap. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Pretended to be a 7-star sword sect disciple.
The young man from the ancient river trading company that brought Duanling Tian in went grim, and his figure flashed out to avoid Duanling Tian as if he was avoiding the god of plague.
You're not a 7-star sword sect disciple? The young man looked vigilantly at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled lightly and shrugged. Didn't I tell you earlier? This Zhao Lei thinks I'm pretending? Truly laughable. If I was pretending, why would I walk right into a trap here? Duanling Tian's words caused the young man to feel courteous, and he hurriedly looked at Zhao Lei.
Humph. Zhao Lei grunted coldly.
Who knows if you have some sort of scheme? Let me tell you before Zhao Lei, your wishful thinking won't work. Is that so? Duanling Tian sized Duanling Tian up from top to bottom, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. Zhao Lei, I'm extremely curious. Could it be that you don't have any other clothes within your spatial ring? Besides that, I only asked you to take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. I wouldn't have any objections if you put on your clothes after entering the city. But I never imagined that you actually threw your clothes outside the city and didn't want them. When he spoke up to hear, Duanling Tian pretended to sigh. When Duanling Tian's words entered into Zhao Lei's ears, it caused Zhao Lei to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and his face went ghastly pale and even became savage. Kid, don't be complacent. Now, since you dare walk right into my trap, then don't think of leaving. I really didn't think of leaving. Duanling Tian looked at Zhao Lei with a calm expression as he spoke in disdain. Duanling Tian's reaction slightly exceeded Zhao Lei's expectations. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but sink. Could it be that he's really a 7-star sword sect disciple? This thought suddenly emerged within Zhao Lei's heart. After this thought arose, it was difficult to restrain. After calming his heart, Zhao Lei recalled. This young man was an existence that was able to defeat him. Although he couldn't be considered to be strong amongst the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, he was a 3rd-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. Whereas this young man looked to be around 22 years old at most. Being able to defeat him at such an age showed how monstrous his natural talent was. Could it be that such a monstrous genius has actually appeared in the sect after I haven't returned to the sect for a few years? Zhao Lei's heart trembled. No, it can't be. He's surely not a 7-star sword sect disciple. Surely not. When he thought up to here, Zhao Lei panicked, completely panicked.
He panicked not because of the matter of him tearing apart the sect leader's handwritten letter in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier. That matter was only a small matter to him. He panicked because if this young man was really a 7-star sword sect disciple, then after his father found out about the sequence of events, he might not help him teach the young man a lesson. It was impossible for him to let the matter of today go.
Zhao Lei, what's going on? An indifferent voice sounded out from afar, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a middle-aged man in azure clothes slowly walked over. The middle-aged man's footsteps were steady, and his cultivation was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force stretched out and detected the middle-aged man's cultivation at the first possible moment. 3rd level of the void-prying stage. Elder Feng Ping.
Right when Duan Lingtian was curious about the identity of the person that had arrived, Zhao Lei had already bowed respectfully to the person that had arrived.
Elder Feng Ping? Duan Lingtian's gaze shone.
Feng Ping was precisely one of the 7-star sword sect elders that the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Ling Hu Jin Hong, asked him to look for that was stationed at the ancient city of Everlast's ancient river trading company branch.
You are? After Feng Ping replied to Zhao Lei, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he frowned as his gaze abruptly became fierce. Who are you? Why are you wearing the uniform of an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect? With Duan Lingtian's current age, no one would believe that Duan Lingtian was a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. After all, even the most outstanding figures in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 5 great young masters, might not have the strength to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age. Elder Feng Ping. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Ping, and he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Zhao Lei. Elder Feng Ping. This person is impersonating an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect, and his crime is punishable by death. Elder Feng Ping, please kill this person to put an end to future troubles. Zhao Lei looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted ghastly coldness as he spoke in a clear voice. Feng Ping's face sank when he heard Zhao Lei, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. Who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect? Elder Feng Ping. Zhao Lei was anxious when he saw Feng Ping wanted to give Duan Lingtian a chance to explain. This person is full of cunning, there's no need to speak any further with him, just kill him directly. Haha, Duan Lingtian naturally discerned Zhao Lei's objective, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Chapter 4:12.
What are you laughing at?
Feng Ping frowned and had a face full of displeasure. Elder Feng Ping, I'm only laughing. Some people just like to distort the truth, and wish for nothing more than for you to kill me before I can explain myself. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile as he spoke with a hidden meaning behind his words. Kid, you're courting death. How could Zhao Lei not know that Duan Lingtian was talking about him when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, and he instantly flew into a rage. But, although he was furious, he didn't dare make a move. He'd experienced Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he didn't know exactly what level Duan Lingtian was at, since Duan Lingtian was able to defeat him so easily, Duan Lingtian was surely in existence at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Who the hell are you? Feng Ping realized that the matter had slightly exceeded his expectations. He was extremely clear of Zhao Lei's character.
Logically speaking, just what this young man said earlier was sufficient to make Zhao Lei unable to restrain himself and directly attack.
But now, although Zhao Lei was furious, he didn't make any move. Not only that, he also inadvertently discovered that when Zhao Lei looked at this young man, his eyes actually revealed a bit of fear. Elder Feng Ping, this attire of mine is sufficient to prove my identity. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his smile lightly brushed, causing others to feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Besides this, what proof do you have? Feng Ping asked in a low voice. Originally, I had a letter that the sect leader asked me to pass to Elder Feng Ping. But unfortunately, it was torn to shreds by him outside the city. As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced deeply at Zhao Lei who stood at the side. Feng Ping's face slightly went grim when he heard this, and he looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, is what he said true? Elder Feng Ping, this person harbors ill intentions. That letter is surely forged. Zhao Lei looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a vicious sheen, as if transforming into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that would pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces at any moment. Forged. Feng Ping's face sank, and he shouted in a low voice. How do you know it's forged? What if it was true? I'm sure I can recognize the sect leader's handwriting. Now that you've destroyed the letter, if he really was sent by the sect leader, how do you expect me to explain this to the sect leader? Elder Feng Ping, this person is definitely a disguise. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just kill him. Zhao Lei made a final effort, wanting to borrow Feng Ping's hand to get rid of Duan Lingtian. However, how could Francis Ping be so easily fooled? Do you have anything else to prove your identity? Francis Ping gazed at Duan Lingtian, as his expression softened slightly, as he inquired. Other things? Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought. In the end, Duan Lingtian said, Elder Feng Ping, I wonder if my understanding of the terrain of the various great sword peaks of the Seven-Star Sword Sect and my familiarity with some people of the Seven-Star Sword Sect can prove my identity? Humph. Francis Ping hadn't spoken when Zhao Lei had already spoken out in disdain. Kid, the things you speak of are utterly insufficient to prove that you're a Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple. You can casually find a Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple and ask them clearly about these things. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Zhao Lei is really like a ghost that won't go away. Do you have any other proof? Francis Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Obviously, he agreed with what Zhao Lei said earlier. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in reply, and his tone was resolute and decisive. This scene caused Zhao Lei's face to sink, and his heart was in a mess. Could it be that this fellow can really prove that he's an inner court disciple of our Seven-Star Sword Sect? Because of the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian, Zhao Lei didn't hope that Duan Lingtian could prove his identity as a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple. Otherwise, if he wanted to take revenge in the future, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. What proof? Francis Ping's gaze shone. As for Zhao Lei, he now had an expression of fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The proof is, as Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment. After successfully whetting the appetite of the people present, his gaze descended onto Zhao Lei and he said bluntly, I'm stronger than him. I'm stronger than him. Duan Lingtian said this short sentence extremely straightforwardly, without the slightest hesitation. Instantly, Zhao Lei's face became unsightly, and rage arose within his heart. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Lingtian obviously had the intention of belittling him by mentioning a sore spot. As for Francis Ping, he was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Zhao Lei and noticed that although Zhao Lei's expression was unsightly, he had no way to refute it. He realized that what this young man said was very likely to be true. You're stronger than Zhao Lei? Then your cultivation. Francis Ping looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face contained slight astonishment mixed within. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's origin energy pulsated and raged as it suffused the surface of his body, seeming to have transformed into a milky white light barrier that enveloped his entire body within. Duan Lingtian knew clearly. At this moment, even if he spoke extravagantly, it wasn't as persuasive as the facts. Whoosh! Instantly, 600 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian, accumulating strength and waiting to be deployed. Fourth level of the nascent soul stage. The pupils of the young man from the ancient river trading company's branch that brought Duan Lingtian in constricted, and he had an astonished expression. It was difficult for him to imagine. This young man that looked to be around the age of 22 was actually a fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Such natural talent caused one to be shocked. He wasn't the only one that was shocked. He's really at the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. Even though Zhao Lei had guessed earlier, but when he really witnessed it with his own two eyes, his expression became even more unsightly. How old are you this year?
Feng Ping was shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation to the point he was dumbstruck, and after a long time, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked.
22. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently with a carefree expression. It was as if everything that happened earlier was nothing to him. 22 years old. 4th level nascent soul stage. Hiss. Francis Ping sucked in a breath of cold air.
Such natural talent was sufficient to surpass any one of the 5 most outstanding young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
You're really an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect? Feng Ping stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and he had an expression of anticipation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When did you join the sect? Feng Ping asked. I joined the sect for less than 3 years. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly.
Less than 3 years, Feng Ping nodded.
Then it ought to be correct. We haven't contacted the sect during these 3 years. Elder Feng Ping. Zhao Lei frowned.
This person's origins are unknown, and there's no way to prove that he's a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple.
You can't just believe his nonsense like this. Zhao Lei.
Feng Ping glanced indifferently at Zhao Lei and slowly said, I don't care what deep enmity you have with him.
Do you think I'm brainless and don't know how to distinguish truth from lies by saying this?
Would a figure whose natural talent in the martial Tao surpassed the 5 great young masters be bored to the point of pretending to be an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect?
Zhao Lei's face sank. What's so exciting? Right at this moment, a voice that was like muffled thunder sounded out.
A robust middle-aged man with large shoulders and a round waist walked out from within and slowly walked over. Zhao Lei seemed as if he'd seen his savior when he saw this middle-aged man, and his gaze abruptly lit up as he said in pleasant surprise, Father. Duan Lingtian's gaze now descended onto the person that had arrived as well. The way Zhao Lei addressed the person that had arrived caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from frowning. At the instant the person appeared, his spiritual force detected the cultivation of the person at the first possible moment, and just like Feng Ping, he was a 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist as well.
Zhao Lei. Zhao. Could it be that he's Elder Zhao Yu? The depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes imperceptibly revealed a trace of fear.
Zhao Yu was similar to Feng Ping. They were both external affairs elders of the 7-star sword sect, and they were usually in the ancient city of Everlast guarding the ancient river trading company's branch.
This is Elder Zhao Yu.
Meanwhile, Feng Ping introduced the person to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, he seemed to have thought of something and was stunned.
I still don't know your name?
Duan Lingtian. At the same time that Duan Lingtian introduced himself, he looked at Zhao Yu and nodded indifferently.
Elder Zhao Yu. Originally, Zhao Yu had a calm expression that was like an ancient well without ripples. After a short moment, his expression slightly sank imperceptibly, and it was noticed by Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that it was probably Zhao Lei who sent a voice transmission to Zhao Yu and spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian earlier. As Zhao Lei's father, Zhao Yu naturally wouldn't be willing to allow his son to suffer such humiliation.
Duan Lingtian?
Zhao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression, but the depths of his gaze seemed to contain slight rage mixed within.
My son has already told me about you via voice transmission. You have no way to prove that you're an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect? Duan Lingtian frowned. Elder Zhao Yu, Elder Feng Ping has already confirmed my identity. I wonder what you mean by this? Feng Ping. Zhao Yu looked at Feng Ping.
You think it's impossible for him to pretend to be an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect just based on his natural talent in the martial Tao that is extraordinary?
Aren't you slightly rash in doing this? Perhaps, he really has some ulterior motives? Feng Ping's expression froze when he heard Zhao Yu. According to his understanding of Zhao Yu was absolutely not someone that would cause trouble without reason. When he thought of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lei, he vaguely guessed something. Elder Zhao Yu, you're right. Feng Ping nodded. How about this? Let him stay for now. The 2 of us will find someone to ride on a nascent soul stage flying beast and return to the 7-star sword sect to ask the sect leader about the sequence of events. How about it? Zhao Yu nodded indifferently towards this and had no objections. Duan Lingtian, follow me. Feng Ping called out to Duan Ling Tian and brought him into an inner court within the large courtyard of the ancient River Trading Company's branch. There were many empty small courtyards within the inner court. You'll stay in this courtyard in the future. Feng Ping brought Duan Ling Tian into an empty small courtyard. Within the small courtyard, the flowers and plants were verdant, and the environment was extremely good. The small courtyard I stay in is beside it. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. Chapter 413. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew that the reason Feng Ping asked him to stay in this small courtyard was undoubtedly because Feng Ping had the intention of monitoring him. After all, his identity hadn't been confirmed yet. Right. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Feng Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, "What exactly is the conflict between you and Zhao Lei?" Feng Ping's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from recalling the scene of Zhao Lei entering the city in his birthday suit, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Then, he explained the whole sequence of events one by one. This Zhao Lei has gone too far. Feng Ping frowned then sighed. Duan Ling Tian, you've gone slightly too far. Although with Zhao Lei's actions, even if you punish him like this, it wouldn't be going too far. But he's Elder Zhao Yu's only son after all, and your actions have undoubtedly caused Elder Zhao Yu to lose face. No wonder I felt something was off with Elder Zhao Yu earlier. Looks like he already knows of this matter. As he finished speaking, Feng Ping shook his head. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with an indifferent expression. I won't do anything to others for no reason. But if they bully me, then I'm not a soft persimmon that can be kneaded as they please. As he finished speaking, a strand of cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and it was icy cold and bone-piercing. Feng Ping sighed. He wasn't surprised that Duan Ling Tian made such a stand. If Duan Ling Tian was a yes-man, perhaps he would feel that Duan Ling Tian had let down his monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao martial artists, especially martial artists with monstrous natural talent like Duan Ling Tian, ought to be unyielding. Why did the sect leader ask you to come to the ancient city of Everlast? Feng Ping asked. The sect leader asked me to come out and gain experience. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Ping nodded. Since it's like this, then stay here first. I'll send someone to the 7-Star Sword sect to confirm your identity. Going back and forth will take almost 2 months of time. In these 2 months you will follow me and gain experience. As long as it is something that you can solve, I will not interfere. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Very quickly, Francis Ping bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. Duan Ling Tian returned to his room alone. Duan Ling Tian had just closed the door when he felt his sleeve lighten, and a golden ray of light flew out. It was precisely the little gold mouse. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse looked at Duan Ling Tian and cried out twice. At the same time, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears with an immature voice that was like that of a little girl. Big brother Ling Tian, that Zhao Lei is truly detestable. And that Zhao Yu, he's obviously not a good person. I'll help you get rid of him, okay? As the little gold mouse spoke, its jade green eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. It could be seen from this that the education he gave the little gold mouse earlier had completely ended in failure. Little gold, that Zhao Yu isn't simple. He's a 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist. The current Yu isn't a match for him. Duan Ling Tian spoke with a serious expression. The little gold mouse relied on half-step advanced lightning force to kill 2nd-level void-prying stage demon beasts and martial artists that hadn't comprehended force. Even if an existence at the 3rd level of the void-prying stage hadn't comprehended force, it wasn't something the little gold mouse could kill now. Moreover, since that Zhao Yu was a 7-star sword sect elder with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void-prying stage, it was impossible for him to not have comprehended force. 3rd level of the void-prying stage? The little gold mouse was slightly disappointed, and she sat down on the bed and drooped her little head. All right, if you want to kill him, you'll be able to sooner or later. Little fellow, it's at most been 7 years since you were born. Whereas Zhao Yu cultivated for a few tens of years before possessing that cultivation. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be amused when he saw the little gold mouse's disappointed appearance, and he consoled her.
You possess the bloodline of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, so surpassing him is only a matter of time.
The little gold mouse nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's encouragement, and her jade-green eyes were brimming with spirit. Just like this, Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed in the courtyard of the ancient river trading company's branch.
Whereas now, outside the ancient city of Everlast, two black figures flashed out one after the other after a period of time, and they were precisely two nascent soul-stage flying fierce beasts. The direction they headed towards was precisely the location of the Seven-Star Sword sect. There was a person sitting on each of them. The clothes of these two people had the symbol of the ancient river trading company, and they were obviously members of the ancient river trading company.
In the next few days, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding of the ancient river trading company and the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. The resources and reserves of the ancient river trading company could only be ranked in the middle amongst the numerous trading companies in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. To a certain extent, the ancient river trading company was attached to the Seven-Star Sword sect, and it handed over a large amount of gold and silver to the Seven-Star Sword sect every year, whereas the Seven-Star Sword sect had to provide the necessary protection for the ancient river trading company. The Seven-Star Sword sect members led by Feng Ping and Zhao Yu were instead responsible for guarding the ancient river trading company's branch, of course. Besides guarding the branch, they would occasionally participate in escorting the ancient river trading company's merchant groups. When the merchant groups traveled outside, they would be unable to avoid encountering the attacks of some bandits, and having the Seven-Star Sword sect's elders and disciples personally escorting them was undoubtedly slightly more secure. At dawn, the light of dawn enveloped the ground, and everything came to life. Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. There's still some distance before I reach the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, then walked out of his room and stretched his limbs in the courtyard.
Duan Lingtian.
Suddenly, a voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. Elder Feng Ping. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Feng Ping enter. Is there something you need? After all, it had already been 7 or 8 days since he came to the ancient river trading company's branch that day. Today was the first time Elder Feng Ping had come looking for him. Duan Lingtian's first thought was, could it be that I have to escort the merchant group? The facts proved that he guessed correctly. Duan Lingtian, the ancient river trading company's branch has a batch of goods to send out. 3 days from now, I'll bring along the other 3 Seven-Star Sword sect disciples to escort the merchant group. At that time you go as well. Feng Ping went straight to the point as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed, as he could finally go out and get some fresh air. He knew that before his identity as a Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciple was confirmed, Feng Ping would not allow him to vanish from his field of vision. He didn't mind this. He was originally a Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciple, and there was utterly no need for him to feel guilty. After Feng Ping left, Duan Lingtian didn't continue cultivating, and he lay down on the clean lawn of the small courtyard, then crossed his legs and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds in the horizon as he basked in the sun with satisfaction. The gentle sunlight sprinkled down, causing Duan Lingtian's body to feel comfortably warm. Squeak squeak, meanwhile, the little gold mouse that was hidden within Duan Lingtian's sleeve crawled out as well. Then it lay by Duan Lingtian's side and copied Duan Lingtian as it crossed its legs. A pair of jade-green eyes spun about, and they were quick-witted and crafty. Big brother Lingtian, I miss big sister Kerr. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Kerr didn't dote on you for nothing, little fellow. Duan Lingtian held the little gold mouse in his hand and lightly combed its fur. But, since we've come out, then properly stay outside for a period of time. Once they confirm my identity, I'll bring you around the surroundings. Okay. The little gold mouse leaped for joy and was extremely excited when it heard Duan Lingtian. Flowing lights revolved within its jade-green eyes, and they were like 2 beautiful gems that flickered. At this moment, Kerr was completely tossed to the back of its mind. The precondition is that you have to listen to me. If there's an outsider present and I don't ask you to come out, then you absolutely can't come out, understand? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and started to discuss the conditions with the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was in high spirits, and she naturally agreed to Duan Lingtian's request in every way. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian rode a tall horse and followed by Elder Feng Ping's side as they set out with the Ancient River Trading Company's merchant group and left the ancient city of Everlast. Besides him and Feng Ping, there were another 3 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, including Zhao Lei, in the 7-star sword sect. These 2 inner court disciples were similar in age to Zhao Lei, and they were currently galloping their horses together with Zhao Lei. At this moment, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian contained slight doubt mixed within. Zhao Lei. He's that inner court disciple that came from the sect? One of the inner court disciples asked Zhao Lei in a light voice. Humph. Zhao Lei glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian, then said indifferently, I can't be sure now if he's a member of our 7-star sword sect. Everything can only be revealed after we return from this trip. Zhao Lei. You stripped off your clothes and entered the city in your birthday suit under the threat of this young man? The other inner court disciple looked at Zhao Lei, and a spurious smile hung on his face. This caused Zhao Lei to fly into a rage out of humiliation. The incident from that day was already known by everyone now, and it seemed to have become a stain in his life. When he thought up to here, Zhao Lei's face sank, and his icy cold and vicious gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, all of this was because of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I, Zhao Lei, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Zhao Lei hated Duan Lingtian to the limit in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zhao Lei's gaze, yet he didn't care in the slightest, and completely disregarded it as he conversed with Feng Ping. Elder Feng Ping, where's Elder Zhao Yu? Elder Zhao Yu is in charge of guarding the Ancient River Trading Company's branch. This time, it's the 5 of us that are in charge of escorting the merchant group all the way. Feng Ping said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked. Elder Zhao Lin, how long will it take for us to escort the merchant group to and fro this time? Around 2 months. Feng Ping pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Subsequently, seeming to have thought of something, Feng Ping continued to add. 2 months from now, the people that Elder Zhao Yu and I sent to the 7-star sword sect ought to have returned. At that time, whether you're an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect will be revealed. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind in the slightest. As far as he was concerned. Chapter 4:14. The merchant group that was like a long dragon left the ancient city of Everlast and headed east. Besides Duan Lingtian's group of 5, there was also a guard team in the entire merchant group. The leader of the guard team was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he spurred his horse through the desert, and his mind was completely immersed in cultivation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, wind WYRM form. This scene caused Feng Ping, who walked by Duan Lingtian's side, to be unable to help but be slightly moved. He glanced at the 3 7-star sword sect disciples that were chatting and laughing nearby, and the clear contrast caused him to sigh in his heart. Not only is this Duan Lingtian's natural talent high, he's also so hard-working. No wonder he possesses such a cultivation at such a young age. The merchant group moved and stopped, and half a month quickly passed by. During this half a month, the merchant group didn't encounter any bandits. On this day, thump, 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 the rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded out from afar, and for a time, the entire ground seemed as if it was quaking. Stop! Along with the explosive shout of the leader of the Ancient River Trading Company's guards, the Ancient River Trading Company stopped. Elder Feng Ping. After the merchant group stopped, the leader of the guards looked at Feng Ping with a respectful expression. Although he was the leader of the guards of this merchant group, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it was nothing compared to this 7-star sword sect elder. The safety of the merchant group mainly relied on this 7-star sword sect elder. Feng Ping nodded, then he brought along Duan Lingtian and the other 3 7-star sword sect disciples to slowly gallop out to greet the merchant group in the distance. The distance was precisely the place where the sound came from. Meanwhile, under the lead of the leader of the guards, the 100-plus guards of the merchant group followed behind Duan Lingtian's group to boost their momentum. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. He was able to see that there were over 100 horses galloping over in the distance with a vast impetus.
In the blink of an eye, they'd already arrived nearby them.
Nay, nay!
One by one, the horses stopped not far in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. There was a person sitting on each of these tall horses. There were more than 100 people in total. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes and looked extremely valiant.
Horse bandits.
Duan Lingtian immediately guessed the identity of these people.
Leave your goods behind and scram.
The leader of the bandits was a burly middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He looked extremely ferocious and was currently yelling at Duan Lingtian and the others. This person was obviously the bandit leader.
Where did you bandits come from? Don't you know that this is our ancient river trading company's caravan?
At this moment, the leader of the guards rode his horse forward and stood beside Francis, as he looked at the bandit leader and spoke in a low voice.
Ancient River Trading Company? I've never heard of it.
When the leader of the bandits heard the guard leader's words, he glared at him with his big eyes and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? I'll give all of you 15 minutes to prepare. After 15 minutes, if I still see any one of you, I'll—" The leader of the bandits hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by a gray-clothed bandit that rode his horse forward from behind.
"Leader, this is the Ancient River Trading Company's caravan. Let's withdraw."
This bandit had a fearful expression, and his body started shivering.
"Withdraw?"
The bandit leader frowned and had a puzzled expression towards his subordinate's words. This subordinate was one of the strongest amongst his subordinates, and logically speaking, this subordinate shouldn't be such a coward. "Leader, this Ancient River Trading Company is under the protection of the Seven-Star Sword Sect.
Look at these people. They're all members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect.
Especially this middle-aged man. He's wearing the attire of a Seven-Star Sword Sect elder. If I'm not wrong, he ought to be one of the 2 external affairs elders of the Seven-Star Sword Sect that's guarding the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast." As he finished speaking, the gray-clothed bandit had a terrified expression. Supposedly, the 2 external affairs elders of the Seven-Star Sword Sect that's guarding the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast are both existences at the 3rd level of the void-prying stage. Actually, when the gray-clothed bandit mentioned the Seven-Star Sword Sect, the bandit leader's expression had already gone pale. Now, after he finished listening to the gray-clothed bandit, his pupils couldn't help but constrict.
3rd level of the void-prying stage?
We've caused great trouble. The bandit leader's heart trembled and his face went pale. Then his gaze descended onto Feng Ping, who wore the attire of a Seven-Star Sword Sect elder, and he cupped his hands.
"Sir, I, Old Third Wong, didn't know that you're a senior of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. I've been rude."
Presently, the bandit leader had a terrified expression.
"Humph. You bandits know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right?
You dare rob a merchant caravan that's under the protection of our Seven-Star Sword Sect?
You've really eaten the guts of a leopard."
Feng Ping hadn't said anything when Zhao Lei had already snorted coldly and reprimanded the bandit leader.
"You!"
The bandit leader's face went grim. He was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. He was afraid of a Seven-Star Sword Sect elder, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of an ordinary Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple. But when he thought of the Seven-Star Sword Sect elder present, he lowered his arrogant head and hurriedly agreed, not daring to hesitate.
He knew clearly in his heart. With the strength of a void-prying stage expert, it was sufficient to sweep through their entire bandit group.
When he saw the bandit leader admitting defeat, Zhao Lei, who borrowed Feng Ping's power, had a complacent expression. Finally, Feng Ping spoke, and he glanced indifferently at the bandit leader. "Since all of you know you're unable to take us down, then according to the rules of the Boundless Desert, you
cripple your own cultivation.
The rules of the Boundless Desert. If a bandit group was blind and offended an existence that was difficult to match, then at the moment of annihilation, the bandit leader could make a choice to save the entire bandit group. So long as the bandit leader crippled his own cultivation, the bandit group would be able to escape calamity."
What Feng Ping said caused the bandit leader's face to go grim.
"Respected Seven-Star Sword Sect elder." Meanwhile, the gray-clothed bandit looked at Feng Ping with a terrified expression. "Our leader and our group of brothers have just entered the trade and were momentarily muddle-headed, thus stopping the Ancient River Trading Company's merchant group. Elder, please give us a way out and spare us."
"Just entered the trade? Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. In this way, most of these bandits were hotheads? But at this moment, Duan Lingtian still felt admiration from the bottom of his heart towards Feng Ping's deterrent force. Feng Ping's strength deterred this group of bandits, causing them to utterly not dare make a move. This was a world where the strong were respected. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. Since you don't dare, then I'll help you. Feng Ping spoke indifferently. Right when Feng Ping finished speaking, the bandit leader's face went grim. Whoosh!
A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind gave rise to endless sounds of air exploding, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. The people present only saw the energy of heaven and earth roil in the sky, and it condensed into 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out. Bang!
Hey!
An enormous sound accompanied by a shrill cry sounded out at almost the exact same time. In the next moment, everyone saw that in the blink of an eye, Feng Ping had returned to his horse, whereas the bandit leader had instead been blasted flying with his horse. In the sky above the bandit leader, the ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just condensed completely dispersed.
No, no, no!
After the bandit leader repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, he seemed to have realized something, and his face went ghastly pale. His eyes that were filled with hatred stared at Feng Ping. You crippled my cultivation. You actually crippled my cultivation. Fight it out. I'll fight it out with you. The bandit leader struggled to stand up, then charged shakily towards Feng Ping.
Leader.
The expressions of the group of bandits went grim.
You're courting death.
An explosive shout suddenly sounded out, and a figure flashed out.
Swish! A sword howl sounded out.
In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared on the throat of the bandit leader, and his body trembled before crashing onto the ground.
Trash! The person that attacked was precisely Zhao Lei.
After Zhao Lei returned to his horse, he coldly swept the corpse of the bandit leader with his gaze as he spoke in disdain.
Duan Lingtian frowned when he saw this scene. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lei's actions were slightly excessive. Without his cultivation, the bandit leader was no longer a threat.
Zhao Lei! Feng Ping frowned and had a displeased expression, as he felt that Zhao Lei had gone against the rules.
Elder Feng Ping, he's a trash without his cultivation anyway, and there's no point in keeping him.
Zhao Lei beamed with joy and had an indifferent expression.
You actually killed our leader.
The gray-clothed bandit recovered from his shock, and extreme rage appeared on his face as he looked at Zhao Lei.
Are all 7-star sword sect disciples so shameless and so unruly? Shit!
Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that strands of killing intent that shot into the sky seemed to have arisen from the remaining group of bandits.
Brothers, they didn't follow the rules. Even if we risk our lives, we'll take revenge for our leader. Along with the gray-clothed bandits' explosive shout. Take revenge for our leader. Kill them.
The group of bandits went completely berserk, and all of them seemed as if they'd gone mad as they spurred their horses to gallop out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Origin energy skyrocketed on the sabers in the hands of the bandits as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian and the others.
OM. Saber lights that covered the sky swept over.
Over 100 bandits that weren't afraid of death charged over, and even if Feng Ping attacked with his full strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them all in a short period of time. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the others were drowned by the bandits as well.
A bloody slaughter had completely unfolded.
Duan Lingtian sat on his tall horse with one hand pressing down on the horse's head to placate the restless horse, and his other hand held onto his narrow sword.
Duan Lingtian never took the initiative to launch an attack.
But every single bandit that attacked Duan Lingtian died under his sword without exception. In next to no time, the group of bandits realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't to be trifled with, and they intentionally or unintentionally avoided Duan Lingtian. For a time, the area Duan Lingtian was at had formed into a strange empty space. In the group of bandits, the bandit leader's strength was the strongest. The remaining bandits were only slightly stronger, including the gray-clothed bandit. These 10-plus bandits were the targets that Feng Ping took special care of. However, there were still some that escaped the net in the end. You actually dared kill the leader, I'll kill you.
Chapter 4:15. OM. The gray-clothed bandit's figure flashed out as he charged towards Zhao Lei, and the saber light on the saber in his hand skyrocketed. In the sky, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared first, then another 150-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Obviously, this gray-clothed bandit was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The saber in his hand was a grade 8 spirit saber. The gray-clothed bandit's attack caused the expression of Zhao Lei, who was in an extremely sorry state under the pincer attack of the other bandits, to go pale. Duan Lingtian. In his panic, Zhao Lei noticed the nearby Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian watching the show with a carefree expression, he was almost angered to the point of spitting blood. I'm fighting the bandits here. This Duan Lingtian is watching the show from the side? Instantly, Zhao Lei's heart warped and he felt a wave of unfairness. Zhao Lei's eyes went cold as he glanced at the gray-clothed bandit that flashed over, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that had a scheme mixed within. All of a sudden, bang! Zhao Lei's feet stomped on the ground as his origin energy skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been watching the show since the beginning. When he saw Zhao Lei being targeted by the gray-clothed bandit, he'd already intended to make a move. Even though the conflict between him and Zhao Lei wasn't shallow. However, Zhao Lei was a 7-star sword sect disciple no matter what, and when Zhao Lei encountered a calamity under such circumstances, as a fellow 7-star sword sect disciple, he shouldn't stand by idly and add insult to injury. But the scene that suddenly appeared before him caused Duan Lingtian's face to go pale. Zhao Lei! When he saw Zhao Lei charging towards him and circling around behind him, causing him to become the target of the gray-clothed bandit and the other bandits. How could he not know what Zhao Lei had in mind? This Zhao Lei wanted these bandits to kill him. After all, Zhao Lei didn't know his true strength. He only thought that Zhao Lei was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian, I'll leave them to you. I'll go help Elder Feng Ping. Very quickly, Zhao Lei's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become even more gloomy. His eyes shot out a frightening cold light. Help Elder Feng Ping? With Zhao Lei's mediocre methods, would Elder Feng Ping need his help? Not only that, with Elder Feng Ping leading the group of bandits, most of them were already dead, with only a few remaining. It had nothing to do with Zhao Lei. It seems that I am still too kind. Duan Lingtian felt a chill in his heart. It was so cold that it pierced his bones. He felt that his idea of saving Zhao Lei was laughable. Earlier, he had wanted to help Zhao Lei deal with the gray-clothed bandits. Who would have thought that Zhao Lei would use him as a shield and expose him in front of the other bandits, including the gray-robed bandits, making him the target of everyone. Zhao Lei clearly had the intention of sending him to his death. After all, in Zhao Lei's eyes, his strength was inferior to the gray-clothed bandit. Whoosh! Amongst the bandits, the gray-clothed bandit, a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, had the fastest speed, and he arrived nearby Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. When he saw Duan Lingtian being so young, the gray-clothed bandit had contempt in his heart. OM. At the same time that he flashed past Duan Lingtian, the saber in his hand casually flashed out to directly slash towards Duan Lingtian's throat, as if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike. Looking down on me like this? When Duan Lingtian saw the gray-clothed bandit flashing past him, his gaze still descended onto Zhao Lei, and slight ridicule instantly appeared on his face. OM. Presently, the saber strike that the gray-clothed bandit flashed over was extremely casual. Perhaps, this saber strike was able to kill an ordinary 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. But Duan Lingtian wasn't an ordinary 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian felt a strong wind that was filled with killing intent fiercely sweep towards his throat, causing him to feel a wave of coldness in his heart. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly went cold. You're courting death. Instantly, Duan Lingtian moved. Origin energy raged on his legs, and the force of the wind arose. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian borrowed strength from the horse and his entire body seemed to soar into the sky, barely dodging the gray-clothed bandit's swift saber strike with incomparable agility. His entire movement was like moving clouds and flowing water. This scene felt as if it was discussed beforehand, and the gray-clothed bandit was instead cooperating with Duan Lingtian to put on a show. How can this be possible?
In the distance, Zhao Lei, who'd rushed to Elder Feng Ping's side with great difficulty and obtained a sense of security, saw this scene with his own two eyes, and his pupils constricted and he had an expression of disbelief.
This Duan Lingtian actually dodged the attack of a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? In next to no time, Zhao Lei clearly saw the ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and his face was incomparably ghastly pale. 8. The strength of 800 ancient mammoths? This Duan Lingtian is a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Zhao Lei was stupefied. Completely stupefied. A 22-year-old 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? I wouldn't be dreaming, right? When he thought up to here, Zhao Lei couldn't help but extend his hand to pinch his thigh. At the beginning, he who was slightly numb didn't feel any pain, and he instantly felt a wave of pleasant surprise. Looks like I'm really dreaming. Like I said, how could that Duan Lingtian possibly have such a formidable cultivation? In the next moment, Zhao Lei's thoughts stopped abruptly. Only because the intense pain on his thigh had already entered his nerves. I'm not dreaming? Zhao Lei's face went grim, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Damn it! This Duan Lingtian isn't old, but actually possesses such a shocking cultivation. We're all humans, but why is the difference so great? The heavens are unfair. At this moment, most of the remaining bandits had already died, and many people had witnessed this scene with their own two eyes. Amongst them included the 7-star sword sect's elder, Feng Ping. That's wind force. Unlike Zhao Lei, Feng Ping discerned with a glance that the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's leg was suffused with a strange aura.
As a void-prying stage martial artist that had similarly comprehended wind force, he was extremely familiar with wind force.
That isn't a wind force seed, it's a true wind force, elementary wind force. After seeing all this, Feng Ping's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending elementary wind force? I'm not seeing things right? 6th-level nascent soul stage. And now, waves of exclamations of shock sounded out. It was the remaining people that were shocked by the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed from the energy of heaven and earth that Duan Lingtian drew upon. Besides Feng Ping, no one present was able to discern that amongst the strength of 800 ancient mammoths that Duan Lingtian exerted, 200 of them belonged to elementary wind force. What? The expression of the gray-clothed bandit went grim after his saber strike missed. When he slightly turned around and saw the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, his expression went grim. He realized that he'd made an enormous mistake. He'd underestimated this young man that was a little over 20. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was only a nobody, but who would have imagined that this young man was actually a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like him? At this moment, he even had the heart to die. Whoosh! The origin energy on the gray-clothed bandit's body roiled as he wanted to turn his body in midair, but he still suffered from inertia resistance. Immediately, a look of despair appeared on his face. He knew that he was finished. He was indeed finished. Whoosh!
Along with Duan Lingtian's gaze going slightly cold, the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand whistled out and descended onto the back of the gray-clothed bandit, piercing through his heart and coming out from his body.
The gray-clothed bandit's body shook and stopped in midair, then crashed down. Dead. Not to mention the gray-clothed bandit had sold such a great flaw to Duan Lingtian. Even without this flaw, it would still be extremely easy for Duan Lingtian to kill him. After all, even if it was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possessed a grade 6 spirit saber and had comprehended a saber force seed, the saber young master of the 5 great young masters. 2 months ago, he'd similarly lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian. An ordinary 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like the gray-clothed bandit didn't pose the slightest threat to Duan Lingtian. The expressions of those bandits that were originally charging towards Duan Lingtian went grim when they saw this scene. Instantly, they realized that this young man was simply a devil. Flee! A few mounted gangsters looked at each other and ran away. Duan Lingtian didn't chase after them. In next to no time,
These bandits were killed by the joint forces of the guard leader of the merchant group and the group of guards. Since then, over 100 bandits had been completely annihilated. On the side of the ancient river trading company, only over 10 guards were injured, and no one was killed, so it could be considered to be a complete victory. The group of bandits had been completely annihilated, yet the scene was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone, including the gazes of the carriage drivers of the merchant group, had all descended onto Duan Tian in unison. Gulp, 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 gulp. For a time, waves of swallowing saliva with difficulty could be vaguely heard.
He's actually so strong.
The other 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at each other and had astonished expressions. It's difficult to imagine that a 22-year-old young man actually possesses such strength. Now I hope that he's really a disciple of our 7-star sword sect. Yeah, with him in the 7-star sword sect, why should we worry about being unable to continue being glorious? Although the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were older than Duan Tian by over 10 years, but at this moment, the gazes they looked at Duan Tian with were filled with reverence. Duan Tian's natural talent and strength caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. Duan Tian, looks like I've still underestimated you. Finally, Feng Ping spoke out and broke the silence at the scene. The gaze Feng Ping looked at Duan Tian with was extremely complicated. Up until now, he still couldn't figure out how a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist could possibly comprehend elementary wind force. As a 3rd-level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, he could be 100% sure. Earlier, when Duan Tian dodged the gray-clothed bandit saber, he'd absolutely utilized wind force. This Duan Tian, how could he possibly possess such strength? Zhao Lei's face was livid. He originally thought that Duan Tian was only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, but never had he imagined that Duan Tian concealed his strength so deeply. In next to no time, the merchant group rested for a while before continuing on their journey. Duan Tian noticed. Presently, besides Elder Feng Ping. Chapter 4:16. Humph. If it wasn't for some people acting on their own, that group of bandits wouldn't have gone mad. They're all 7-star sword sect disciples, but why is the difference so great? Some people have no ability, yet like to show off. If it wasn't for that bandit leader having his cultivation crippled by Elder Feng Ping, would some people dare make a move against him? Fortunately, none of our brothers were killed, otherwise. Humph. The group of merchant guards discussed animatedly, and their intentions were clear. Zhao Lei's face sank, as he naturally guessed that these guards were talking about him. Duan Tian, are you really only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? On the other side, a voice transmission entered into Duan Tian's ears. Duan Tian was able to discern that this was Elder Feng Ping's voice, and he instantly replied via voice transmission. Yes. Feng Ping's pupils constricted when he obtained Duan Tian's acknowledgement. How did you comprehend wind force? According to my knowledge, martial artists below the void prying stage are at most able to comprehend the seed of force, and it's impossible for them to comprehend true force. Feng Ping's voice transmission sounded out once more, and it was filled with bewilderment and bewilderment. As far as he was concerned, everything he said was the iron law of Cloud Continent, and he'd never heard of anyone being able to break it. Duan Tian being able to break this iron law caused him to be extremely shocked. I don't know as well. Duan Tian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. I comprehended as I comprehended. Feng Ping had a dumbstruck expression. What do you mean comprehended as you comprehended? Saying it was equivalent to not saying anything. But Feng Ping knew clearly that even if it was him, he wouldn't easily speak of a secret like this. Duan Tian being unwilling to speak of it was pardonable. The following journey could be considered to be peaceful. After using almost a month of time, Duan Tian followed the ancient river trading company's merchant group and finally arrived nearby their destination. We'll be there in another 5 or 6 days. Feng Ping looked at Duan Tian and lightly smiled as he spoke. After witnessing Duan Tian's shocking display of power, France's attitude towards Duan Tian had changed.
In Cloud Continent the strong were respected. Duan Ling Tian might not be as strong as him now, but his talent could be said to be unparalleled. With Duan Ling Tian's talent, it would not be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to catch up with him, or even surpass him in the future. Almost there? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. As for the change in Francis Ping's attitude, he naturally felt it.
In this world where the strong were respected, this was how it was.
If you had the strength, you would be looked up to and respected by others.
On the other hand, in the eyes of others, they were like lowly grass and ants.
7-Star Sword Sect, Migres Peak.
Today, an uninvited guest arrived at the cultivation grounds of the outer court elder, Zhao Lin, within a canyon that was filled with light.
You are Elder Zhao Lin?
The travel-worn young man bowed respectfully to Zhao Lin.
You're a member of the ancient river trading company?
Zhao Lin's gaze descended onto the symbol on the young man's clothes, and his brows raised.
Did my cousin brother send you here?
Cousin brother?
The young man from the ancient river trading company couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhao Lin. My cousin brother is called Zhao Yu, Zhao Lin said. Exactly. It was Elder Zhao Yu who sent me here. Elder Zhao Lin. This is the letter Elder Zhao Yu asked me to send over 1 month ago.
The young man from the ancient river trading company withdrew a letter from his spatial ring and passed it over to Zhao Lin.
Letter? Zhao Lin received the letter with slight bewilderment. He was curious in his heart. Why would his cousin brother who hadn't contacted him for a few years suddenly send him a letter? His cousin brother was the grandson of his grandfather's elder brother, and was also the only person besides him amongst the Zhao clan disciples of the same generation as him. The Zhao clan had already declined until now. Apart from his grandfather, there were only his 2 cousins and their only sons left. Zhao Lin opened the letter. Cousin brother Zhao Lin, after not seeing you for a few years, I miss you and grandfather.
Today, an uninvited guest came to the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast that I stayed behind, and he said he was an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect.
But his age is shocking. He's actually only 22 years old. His strength is even above Lei, and he's a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Zhao Lin's heartbeat sped up when he saw this, and his pupils constricted. Could it be? Zhao Lin took a deep breath and continued reading. This person calls himself Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if such a peerlessly talented disciple has appeared in the 7-Star Sword Sect in these past few years? Brother, please write back and tell me, so that I can confirm it. Zhao Lin finished reading in one go. Suddenly,
Ha ha.
After a short moment of silence, Zhao Lin burst into laughter, as if he'd encountered an extremely joyous matter. The heavens are helping me. Zhao Lin was overjoyed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, no wonder you vanished without a trace a month ago. So it turns out that you went to the ancient city of Everlast.
I'm afraid you never imagined that the external affairs elder of the 7-Star Sword Sect's branch in the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast would be my cousin brother, right?
When he thought up to here, Zhao Lin's mood surged, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Zhao Lin's eyes were suffused with dense cold lights. Duan Ling Tian, there was a path to heaven, yet you refused to take it, and there was no door to hell, yet you barged in. This time, let me see how you die. I'll write a letter right away. Give it to Elder Zhao Yu. Zhao Lin looked at the young man from the ancient river trading company. Yes. The latter replied respectfully.
Zhao Lin took out a brush and paper, and with a wave of his hand, a letter was completed in one go.
You must personally hand this letter over to Elder Zhao Yu. These gold bills are my reward to you.
Zhao Lin passed the letter over, and at the same time, he took out a stack of gold bills and passed it over to the young man from the ancient river trading company.
Don't worry, Elder Zhao Lin, if the letter exists, then the person exists, if the letter is destroyed, then the person perishes.
The latter vowed solemnly, and when he received the gold bills, he beamed with joy.
Go.
Zhao Lin waved his hand.
Yes. The latter turned around and left. Cousin brother, the future of our Zhao clan depends on you. If we're able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in Duan Lingtian's possession, then our Zhao clan will rise in strength. Zhao Lin's eyes flickered with a bright light.
When he found out that Duan Ling Tian had gone to the ancient city of Everlast, he wished for nothing more than to rush over himself. But he knew clearly that if he left, he would surely leave behind traces of his tracks. Once Duan Ling Tian died outside, it was very likely that others would follow the traces of his tracks and trace it back to him. This was something he wasn't willing to see happen. Cousin brother's strength surpasses mine. I presume it isn't difficult to kill that Duan Ling Tian and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. When he thought up to here, Zhao Lin's face revealed a smile. 6 days later, Duan Lingtian's group had finally walked out of the boundless desert, and they'd only just entered the oasis when they could see a city standing in the distance. Elder Feng Ping, that's the destination of our trip? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Ping, who was beside him, and asked curiously. Exactly. Feng Ping nodded. When we arrive at the city ahead, the merchant group will go put down the goods and exchange for another batch of goods. At that time, we'll return to the ancient city of Everlast using the same route. During this period of time, we'll have time to have a proper meal. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone. Along the way, for an entire month, they had not had a proper meal even though they ate the wind and drank the dew. Now, they could finally eat a proper meal. The merchant group entered the city. The guard leader brought the merchant group to unload the goods. As for Duan Lingtian, Feng Ping, and the other 3 7-star sword sect disciples, they found a restaurant to eat. The meal was calm and tranquil. Even Zhao Lei didn't cause any trouble. Actually, since Duan Lingtian exerted the strength of 800 ancient mammoths the last time, Zhao Lei was completely terrified and didn't dare be presumptuous before Duan Lingtian, and he was so well behaved that it caused the other 7-star sword sect inner court disciples to exclaim in admiration. They all felt that Zhao Lei had changed. After eating, Duan Lingtian's group once again gathered with the merchant group and left the city to return to the ancient city of Everlast. All along the way, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian was still cultivating. Time flew by. Almost a month of time had almost passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian awoke from his cultivation, and bright lights flickered within his eyes. Looks like you've improved. Duan Lingtian had just awoken from his cultivation when Feng Ping's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Presently, his cultivation had already arrived at the critical point between the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. He only lacked a critical factor before he would be able to smoothly break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, his strength would increase once more. Once I break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, even if I encounter the saber young master, Long Yun, in a head-on battle, I don't have to fear the strength of his saber force seed any longer. Even if his strength fluctuates to the peak along with the saber force seed, I'll still be able to crush him head-on. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with confidence. Elder Feng Ping, how long more until we arrive at the ancient city of Everlast? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Ping. Feng Ping lightly smiled. We ought to be able to arrive in another 4 or 5 days. Now, the people that Elder Zhao Yu and I sent to the 7-star sword sect ought to have already returned. We'll be able to confirm your identity once we return. Duan Lingtian nodded and continued to close his eyes and rest his mind. At practically the exact same time, in the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. Elder Zhao Yu, this is the letter that Elder Zhao Lin replied to you. The young man respectfully passed the sealed letter in his hand over to Zhao Yu. Okay, you can leave. Zhao Yu waved his hand and the young man withdrew. Swish. In next to no time, Zhao Yu opened the letter. His gaze descended onto a paragraph of words at the front of the letter, and he was slightly shocked. That Duan Lingtian is really an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect? Looks like it was indeed Lei who was too impulsive. Zhao Yu sighed and continued to read. He just entered the 7-star sword sect for less than a year and killed the #1 disciple in the outer court. Sure how? At the age of 20 and became the new #1 disciple in the outer court? 1 year later, he used a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage to kill the 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shurgu. Not long ago, he defeated the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, and seized the supreme glory of first place for the 7-star sword sect? Zhao Yu's breathing followed his gaze down and became even more hurried.
Chapter 417. This Duan Lingtian is a monster. He's simply not human. Zhao Yu couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Duan Lingtian's accomplishments were something that even he couldn't help but be shocked by. When he recalled the conflict between Duan Lingtian and his son, Zhao Lei, when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the ancient city of Everlast 2 months ago, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Looks like Lei can only suffer in silence this time. Not to mention him, even I can't afford to offend that Duan Lingtian. The importance of the current Duan Lingtian to the 7-star sword sect wasn't difficult to imagine. Why are there so many more at the end? In next to no time, Zhao Yu noticed. In the letter that his cousin brother, Zhao Lin, gave him, there was actually a large section of words after describing Duan Lingtian's accomplishments. He continued reading. In next to no time, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. But after he finished reading, his face flushed red and he was inexplicably excited. That Duan Lingtian actually possesses such a peerless cultivation method like the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll? It's able to allow one to be reborn and increase one's natural talent. So it turns out that the reason that Duan Lingtian is so monstrous is entirely because of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At the same time that Zhao Yu's feelings surged and were shocked, his eyes emitted burning flames of greed, as if they could incinerate everything. It's exactly as cousin brother Zhao Lin said, once our Zhao clan obtains the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, we'll surely rise in strength. When he thought up to here, the greed in Zhao Yu's eyes rose even more. It was difficult to restrain. That Duan Lingtian will be returning with the merchant group in a few days. I ought to prepare and give him a great gift. Zhao Yu's face revealed a slightly insane expression. 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak, Alcade Hall. Whoosh! Outside Alcade Hall, the airflow flashed in the sky, and a graceful and beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. This was a beautiful young woman in clothes that were whiter than snow, and her movements revealed an extremely elegant bearing. The white-clothed young woman stood in the sky like a snow lotus that was pure and untainted from mud, causing it to be difficult for one to arouse the intention of profaning her. Suddenly, in the Alcade Hall, a figure flew out and stood opposite the white-clothed woman. This was a beautiful woman, graceful and noble, natural and unrestrained. Uncle Master. The woman in white respectfully bowed to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was none other than the master of Alcade Hall, the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. You're Xueqi? Qin Xiang asked with uncertainty as she looked at the white-clothed female in front of her. Uncle Master, it's me. The woman in white smiled faintly. She was like a green lotus that had just bloomed. She was so beautiful that it made people's hearts flutter. Who would have thought that the little girl from back then would grow so big in the blink of an eye? I still remember that when I saw you a few years ago, you were still a little girl. Qin Xiang recalled the past and sighed. Are you here because elder sister has something to do with you? Qin Xiang recovered from her shock and looked at the white-clothed young woman as she asked in a light voice. When she mentioned the word big sister, Qin Xiang's face seemed to be mixed with deep respect. It was a respect that came from the heart and soul. When she recalled the shocking martial strength the young woman revealed when she saved her all those years ago, she still couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. At that time, she was only over 10 years old and hadn't entered the 7-star sword sect. That mysterious woman was only a little over 20 years old, yet with a raise of her hand, she annihilated 3 great void initiation stage experts. To Qin Xiang. She was able to become sisters with that young woman of extraordinary origins, and it was her good fortune that she'd cultivated for 3 lifetimes. She knew clearly in her heart. If it wasn't for that woman, it would be impossible for her to become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect, whose strength was only inferior to the sect leader, Elder Pang, and the 2 guardian elders. She was only a woman, yet was able to stand at such a height, and the contribution of that big sister of hers was indispensable. Martial Aunt, Master's 50th birthday is 7 months from now. Master asked me to invite Martial Aunt and those close to Martial Aunt to head over and use this opportunity to catch up. Master asked me to tell Martial Aunt something. The relationship between sisters will never change. The white-clothed young woman spoke slowly. The relationship between sisters will never change. Qin Xiang's body slightly shook, and she sighed lightly. The greatest achievement in my lifetime isn't becoming the peak master of Alcade Peak. It's instead taking a good big sister as my own. Xue, wait a moment. I'll go prepare right away. After she finished speaking, Qin Xiang's figure flashed to return to Alcade Hall. Ke, make a trip with Master. Perhaps, this is your fortune. Qin Xiang found Ke and spoke frankly. Ke had a puzzled expression. Ke, do you still remember that martial ant that Master mentioned to you? Qin Xiang asked Ke. I remember. Ke nodded. Master, is this related to martial ant?
She'd heard of that mysterious martial ant, and knew that she was a peerless figure that her master spoke of, and was even the person that her master respected the most in her entire life.
Your martial aunt's 50th birthday is 7 months from now. She asked her personal disciple to come over and invite us to head over together. Qin Xiang lightly smiled as she spoke. But,
if I go with you, Master, then the 2-year agreement between young Master and Zitha young Master. Ke was slightly hesitant.
I'm confident in Duanling Tian regarding that 2-year agreement. What? Ke, could it be that you don't have confidence in him?
Qin Xiang smiled as she asked, and then her expression turned serious as she slowly said, with your martial aunt's character, she'll absolutely not treat you unfairly on this trip. Perhaps when you return, your cultivation would already far surpass Duanling Tian. Qin Xiang's heart couldn't help but tremble when she thought of the background of her big sister. To her, it was an existence that was difficult to reach in her entire lifetime. When she saw Ke still hesitating, Qin Xiang continued. Ke, I know you're working so hard to cultivate for the sake of being able to help Duanling Tian one day. But, even if you continue cultivating like this, you might not be able to surpass Duanling Tian and help Duanling Tian. You'll have the favor of your martial aunt when you make this trip with me.
It isn't difficult for you to surpass Duanling Tian.
It's even to the extent that once your strength surpasses him, you'll be able to help him greatly. You're not willing to be a vase by his side, right?
Qin Xiang obviously knew where Ke's fatal weakness was, and she took a step forward to break down the line of defense in Ke's heart. In the end, Ke agreed. Master, I want Big Sister Fei to go with me. Is that all right? When she heard she would be able to obtain great benefits from this trip, Ke thought of Li Fei at the first possible moment. She and Li Fei were good sisters that shared fortune and misfortune together. Of course. Qin Xiang nodded with a light smile. Subsequently, Qin Xiang brought Ke along to leave Dubhe Peak and head to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei. There were 2 people when they left, and when they returned, it had become 3 people. After they left Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang's face went grim. Shit! Instantly, Qin Xiang held onto the hands of Ke and Li Fei. Then she soared into the sky and flew towards the sky above Alcade Hall with an extremely swift speed. Presently, there were 3 people standing in confrontation high above in the sky. 2 old men and a white-clothed young woman. Little girl, do you think we can't do anything to you if you don't speak? Origin energy shook on the azure-clothed old man's body.
His profound aura transformed into azure-colored energy that ceaselessly rose within his origin energy, and to a certain extent, it seemed as if he'd fused into one with the heavens and the earth. Little girl, if you still don't speak of your origins, then don't blame us, Xianming elders, for bullying the weak. As the other gray-clothed old man spoke with a low voice, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged on the spirit sword, and it seemed to have transformed into a roaming dragon that flashed about without end. At the same time, an oppressive murderous aura ceaselessly stretched out from the sword, and it carried along an extremely terrifying sharpness. 6th level sword concept. 5th level wind concept. The white-clothed young woman that hadn't spoken since the beginning finally spoke, and her words contained slight casualness.
Both of you can leave. Both of you aren't a match for me. Presumptuous.
The white-clothed young woman's words caused the expressions of the 2 old men to go grim, and they were unable to restrain themselves any longer and directly attacked with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows.
In that instant, swoosh, swoosh.
The azure-clothed old man instantly seemed to have transformed into a gust of azure wind that flashed directly towards the white-clothed young woman. Everywhere he passed, the clouds and mist in the surroundings were directly swept away. The gray-clothed old man's speed wasn't inferior to the former, and he seemed to have transformed into a murderous sword that pointed towards the white-clothed young woman. Elder Xian, Elder Ming, show mercy.
Right at this moment, a shocked shout sounded out.
Subsequently, a beautiful woman with a graceful and luxurious bearing held the hands of two young women as she flashed into the sky and arrived nearby.
It was precisely the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, who just rushed over from Alcade Peak. But unfortunately, Qin Xiang was still too late. The two old men attacked with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows, and their entire hearts and minds were condensed on their respective attacks, and it was difficult for them to be distracted. Attacks that contained rage, and they didn't hold back in the slightest. In the sky above the azure-clothed old man, 16 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In the sky above the gray-clothed old man, 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the strongest strength they revealed when their strengths, their respective concepts, and the amplification of the spirit weapons in their hands were added together. The attacks of the two old men were about to descend onto the white-clothed young woman. Qin Xiang's face went ghastly pale.
She could imagine that if the white-clothed young woman really died here, the Seven-Star Sword sect would surely be in great turmoil, and even cease to exist.
Ke and Li Fei's beautiful eyes revealed slight unwillingness when they saw this scene, and they were unable to bear to watch the scene of a beauty perishing. At this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. The white-clothed young woman's voice calmly sounded out. "I've said it before, both of you aren't a match for me." In the next moment, the white-clothed young woman slowly raised her white wrist. She didn't use a spirit weapon or concept. Pure origin energy leaped out and coiled around her white wrist. As her white wrist descended, the condensed origin energy transformed into a palm print that was condensed into form. In the next moment, whoosh! The palm print suddenly trembled and instantly expanded explosively, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the size of a small mountain before crashing down. Bang! As the terrifying palm descended, the air seemed to have been instantly sucked dry, and a terrifying airflow swept out. Chapter 4:18. The airflow that swept out gave rise to awe-inspiring strong gales that flashed towards the surroundings, and it blew onto Qin Xiang, Ke, and Li Fei. But they didn't notice it at this moment, and they stared blankly at the scene before them. Bang! The white-clothed young woman's palm descended, and the palm print that transformed into a small mountain seemed to carry along a peerless might as it collided with the attacks of the two old men. In the next moment, along with the two old men letting out muffled groans, their bodies directly flew out, and they seemed to have transformed into arrows that left the bowstring to fiercely collide with the cliff at the side of Dubhe Peak. Instantly, shattered rocks flew out and scattered down the cliff, and not even the slightest echo could be heard. Pooh! Pooh! The two old men spat out a mouthful of blood at practically the exact same time, and they glanced at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. At the same time, their gazes descended onto the sky above the white-clothed young woman in unison. There were currently 20 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraling down from there. She didn't use a spirit weapon, didn't use concept. She only relied on her own origin energy to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Void interpretation stage. She's a void interpretation stage expert. The azure-clothed old man's face went grim, and he slightly lost his composure as he exclaimed in shock. Void interpretation stage. The gray-clothed old man's face revealed bitterness. He knew that the white-clothed young woman had shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him and the old fellow by his side to survive at the hands of the white-clothed young woman. Void interpretation stage. Qin Xiang, Ke, and Li Fei were all dumbstruck when they heard the azure-clothed old man's voice. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an exceedingly swift figure charged into the sky. Martial Uncle Xian. Martial Uncle Ming. Linghu Jinhong had an astounded expression when he saw the two guardian elders being injured at the same time. Then he looked at the white-clothed young woman. Who the heck are you? What's your objective in coming to my 7-star sword sect? Sect leader, she's a void interpretation stage expert. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed old man, one of the two guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect, Elder Ming, laughed bitterly. Void interpretation stage expert? When Linghu Jinhong arrived,
The 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the white-clothed young woman had already gradually dissipated. So he didn't know exactly how strong the white-clothed young woman's cultivation was. Now, when he heard Elder Ming's words, his expression completely changed. Void interpretation stage expert. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the Darkstone Empire didn't possess such an existence. Furthermore, this white-clothed woman was so young. He'd never heard of such a young void interpretation stage powerhouse in the Darkhan dynasty. Senior brother sect leader, this is all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang held Ku Er and Li Fei's hands and soared into the sky. She knew that it was time for him to step in. Junior sister Qin Xiang. Ling Hu Ming Ming Ming. Ming Ling Hu Ming. Senior brother. Ling Hu Lin. Ming. T. To Ling Hu Ming. Lint. Is T. Ling Hu Jin Hong came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. As a senior brother that had a good relationship with Qin Xiang, Ling Hu Jin Hong had heard of Qin Xiang's fortuitous encounter. Qin Xiang's senior sister seemed to have come from the foreign lands. Experts are really numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands. This white-clothed young woman is so young, yet is already in existence at the void interpretation stage. Before the white-clothed young woman, Ling Hu Jin Hong felt a wave of powerlessness. But he knew as well that level wasn't something he could reach. What? In the distance, the azure-clothed old man was stunned. Misunderstanding? The corners of Elder Xian's mouth twitched. This misunderstanding had almost taken the lives of these two old fellows. Little girl, can't you just directly say that you know Qin Xiang? Elder Ming looked at the white-clothed young woman, and his face was filled with a bitter smile. Martial Uncle Ming, I'm sorry. Qin Xiang looked at Elder Ming with an apologetic expression. Xueqi has been obsessed with cultivation since she was young and doesn't know the ways of the world. I hope that Martial Uncle Xian and Martial Uncle Ming can forgive me. Never mind, since she's one of us, then it means that the 7-star sword sect is fine. This old fellow ought to return as well. I've cultivated for so many years in vain, yet in the end, I'm far inferior to a little girl. Elder Xian sighed, then his figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a sword that shot into the sky as he concealed himself in the clouds. I'm leaving as well. Elder Ming nodded to Ling Hu Jin Hong and Qin Xiang before transforming into a green wind and vanishing without a trace. Sect leader, we ought to leave as well. In next to no time, Qin Xiang noticed that many people had noticed the commotion, and she soared into the sky as she spoke to Ling Hu Jin Hong. After that, she brought along Kerr and Li Fei before vanishing into the clouds with a white-clothed young woman. Senior brother, Duan Ling Tian is the man my disciple has acknowledged. I hope you can protect his safety. Qin Xiang would be extremely grateful. A voice transmission sounded out by Ling Hu Jin Hong's ears. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian is related to the future of our 7-star sword sect. I won't let anything happen to him. Ling Hu Jin Hong agreed. Sect leader, what happened earlier? Numerous figures soared into the sky, and they were the peak masters and elders of the various peaks of the 7-star sword sect. It's nothing. Ling Hu Jin Hong shook his head, and after he dispersed everyone, only Zheng Fan remained. Peak Master Zheng Fan, hand down the matters in your hands these few days. After that, make a trip to the ancient city of Everlast. You must protect Duan Lingtian's safety. For safety's sake, Ling Hu Jin Hong sent Zheng Fan, the peak master of Mizar Peak, out. Yes. Sect leader. Zheng Fan nodded. Duan Lingtian had shown kindness to him and his son, and no matter if it was for public or private reasons, he was duty-bound in this matter. Ancient city of Everlast. After a few days, Duan Lingtian finally returned with the merchant group and returned to the ancient river trading company's branch. After he returned, Elder Feng Ping found the person from the ancient river trading company that was sent out. Did you obtain the letter personally written by our 7-star sword sect leader? Elder Feng Ping. This is the letter personally written by your esteemed sect leader. The person from the ancient river trading company respectfully passed a letter to Feng Ping. Feng Ping opened it to look, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian,
an inner court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. He just entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect for less than a year when he killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Xueqi, at the age of 20, and became the new #1 disciple in the outer court. 1 year later, he killed the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shurgu, with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Not long ago, in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, he even defeated the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, and seized the supreme glory of first place for the Seven-Star Sword Sect. After he finished reading, Feng Ping's face flushed red. Duan Ling Tian actually seized the first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time? What a kid. I've actually never heard him mention it. Neither arrogant nor rash. He's indeed a good sapling. Feng Ping laughed heartily. At practically the same time, Zhao Lei found out about the result of verifying Duan Lingtian's identity from his father, Zhao Yu. At the same time, he also found out about Duan Lingtian's deeds in the Seven-Star Sword Sect. I never imagined that the background of this Duan Lingtian is so great. Zhao Lei gnashed his teeth with an unwilling expression, yet he was helpless and sighed. Father, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. Since this Duan Lingtian is really an inner court disciple of our Seven-Star Sword Sect, then I'll bury the humiliation he gave me in the bottom of my heart. No need. Zhao Yu shook his head and smiled. Zhao Lei was stunned, as he didn't know what his father meant. Zhao Yu suddenly stood up and looked outside the courtyard, and after he confirmed that there was no one, he called Zhao Lei into his room. Father, what's so mysterious about? Zhao Lei had a bewildered and curious expression. Lei, you can't tell a third person what father is about to say, understand? Zhao Yu warned with a solemn expression. The more Zhao Yu acted like this, the more curious Zhao Lei was. Father, I know. Quickly tell me. Is it related to that Duan Lingtian? Subsequently, Zhao Yu spoke of everything related to the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that Zhao Lin spoke of in the letter. The Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll is able to allow one to be reborn and improve one's natural talent to the peak? Zhao Lei's breathing became hurried, and traces of burning desire were emitted from his eyes. Father, doesn't that mean that so long as I cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I'll be able to rely on it to soar into the sky and even possess natural talent similar to Duan Lingtian? Yes. Zhao Yu lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he said, Lei, your uncle and I are already old, and it wasn't easy for us to obtain our void-prying stage cultivations. If we want to disperse our cultivations and cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, we still have to carefully consider it. You and your cousin are different. So long as we obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in Duan Lingtian's possession, you and your cousin can directly disperse your cultivations and cultivate. At that time, our Zhao clan will surely rise in power. As he finished speaking, Zhao Yu's expression was filled with excitement. Zhao Lei hurriedly nodded and was extremely excited. So it turns out that Duan Lingtian possesses such shocking natural talent and cultivation because he cultivated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lei's gaze flickered and emitted a vicious expression. Father, what do you plan to do to that Duan Lingtian? Naturally, I'll kill him to avoid future troubles. At the same time, I'll avenge you. Zhao Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke bluntly. Thank you, father. A brilliant smile bloomed on Zhao Lei's face, and his vicious eyes contained a frightening cold light mixed within. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you be complacent. I'll let you be arrogant. Very soon, I'll seize everything from you and cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll to stride towards the peak of the martial Dao. All right. Lei, it's time for us to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Zhao Yu said to Zhao Lei. Apologize? Zhao Lei frowned when he heard this, and he had an unwilling and puzzled expression. Father, why do we have to apologize to him? Lei, you can be at ease. That Duan Lingtian will surely be unable to escape death. Now, if you apologize to him, firstly, it will show the magnanimity of our Zhao clan, and secondly, if his death is exposed in the future, no one will suspect us. Chapter 419. In the spacious hall of the ancient River Trading Company's branch, all the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, including Duan Lingtian, were gathered together. Duan Lingtian, you really concealed yourself deeply.
If I didn't see the sect leader's personal letter, I wouldn't know that you've done so many extraordinary things in less than 3 years after entering our 7-star sword sect.
When he saw Duan Lingtian once again, Feng Ping's gaze was bright like an array of stars, and his face bloomed with a warm smile. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He knew clearly in his heart that since Feng Ping obtained the sect leader's personal letter, Feng Ping surely had some understanding of his past. Most importantly, his identity had already been confirmed without a doubt. What Feng Ping said caused the other 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples besides Zhao Yu and Zhao Li to have bewildered expressions. Elder Feng Ping, shouldn't you tell us about the contents of the sect leader's personal letter? Yeah, we're extremely interested in the deeds of Duan Lingtian as well. The 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at Feng Ping and asked with curious expressions. You 2 kids.
Feng Ping shook his head and smiled, and he was just about to speak when he was interrupted.
Duan Lingtian, 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. He's just entered the 7-star sword sect for less than a year, and killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, at the age of 20 to become the new #1 disciple in the outer court. 1 year later, he killed the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Not long ago, in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, Duan Lingtian even defeated the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, and seized the supreme glory of first place for the 7-star sword sect. It was Zhao Yu who took a step forward and finished speaking in one breath. This caused the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples to be dumbstruck. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was strong, they never imagined that Duan Lingtian had such shocking deeds in the 7-star sword sect. He'd simply created a precedent in the 7-star sword sect. For a time, they looked at Duan Lingtian with even more reverence. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that after Zhao Yu finished introducing him, he looked at him and said sincerely, previously, I couldn't confirm your identity as an inner court disciple, so I said some unpleasant things. I hope you won't take it to heart. Elder Zhao Yu is too polite. Seeing how polite Zhao Yu was, Duan Lingtian naturally returned a smile.
Looks like this Zhao Yu isn't as bad as his son. As a 7-star sword sect elder, he was actually willing to lower his head and apologize to an inner court disciple like him. It was rare.
Unfilial son, did you forget what I told you on the way here? Why aren't you apologizing? Very quickly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Yu's gaze had shifted from him to Zhao Lei, and there was a trace of anger mixed within. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, looked at Duan Lingtian, and lowered his head. Duan Lingtian, what happened last time was all my fault. I shouldn't have done that. As for what happened after that, I only have myself to blame. In the future, I won't bear a grudge against you, and I hope you can let bygones be bygones. Zhao Lei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. His first thought was that it was Zhao Yu who forced Zhao Lei to say this. But no matter what the process was, since Zhao Lei was able to speak such words now, it undoubtedly had a slight intention of admitting defeat. He wasn't an unreasonable person, and he smiled indifferently. Senior brother Zhao Lei, although this matter arose because of you, but the way I resolved it in the end was slightly too extreme. I'm sorry. Zhao Lei nodded and silently withdrew. Now it's fine, the storm has passed. Duan Lingtian is an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect, guaranteed to be genuine. Feng Ping laughed heartily and was extremely happy. He was happy that such a monstrous genius had appeared in the 7-star sword sect. Elder Feng Ping, Elder Zhao Yu. I have something that I want to tell both of you in advance. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Ping and Zhao Yu as he slowly spoke. What is it? Speak.
Feng Ping and Zhao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian in unison, and they had an expression that said, no matter what it is, we'll deal with it for you.
It's like this. I intend to leave the ancient city of Everlast and wander about by myself for a period of time. Duan Lingtian spoke without the slightest hesitation. He'd already decided on this plan 2 months ago before he'd even left with the merchant group. Now, since his identity had already been confirmed, it was time for him to leave. He kept having the feeling that staying in the ancient city of Everlast wouldn't have any effect of gaining experience and tempering. Perhaps,
Going out to wander by himself would be able to obtain a better effect of gaining experience and tempering.
Duan Lingtian's words caused Feng Ping to frown.
Duan Lingtian, the sect leader asked you to come here because he hoped you'd be able to obtain experience and tempering here. Not only that, I think the reason the sect leader made this decision was because he felt that with me and Elder Zhao Yu taking care of you in the ancient city of Everlast, even if you encounter any danger, it would be easily resolved.
Yeah, Duan Lingtian.
If you wander by yourself and encounter any danger or something happens to you, how do you want us to explain it to the sect leader?
Zhao Yu nodded and agreed with Feng Ping.
Don't worry, elders. I'll act according to my ability.
I'll absolutely not act rashly.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he had an appearance of having made a decision. When they saw Duan Lingtian being so persistent, Feng Ping and Zhao Yu didn't say anything further. Feng Ping had a serious expression as he warned.
Duan Lingtian, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside.
You have to know that you're not alone now, and you're shouldering the future of the 7-Star Sword sect.
Yeah, you must be careful.
Zhao Yu said as well.
Don't worry, elders, I will.
Duan Lingtian nodded, then said, since it's like this, then I'll leave right away, there's no rush.
Zhao Yu lightly smiled and stopped him.
Duan Lingtian, you've just returned today and are covered in dust. Tonight, let us father and son be the host, and we'll have a good meal in a restaurant.
It wouldn't be too late for you to leave tomorrow. How about it?
All right. Duan Lingtian didn't doubt him and nodded. To him, there wasn't much of a difference if it was a day earlier or a day later. Then we'll properly rip Elder Zhao Yu off tonight.
Feng Ping smiled.
For a time, the spacious hall was filled with laughter. That night, Zhao Yu and Zhao Yu held a banquet, and everyone that was stationed at the 7-Star Sword sect's ancient river trading company's branch gathered together. This table of food and wine is to apologize to us father and son, and to send off Duan Lingtian. Zhao Yu raised his wine cup, then glared at Zhao Lei, and the father and son toasted Duan Lingtian together.
Elder Zhao Yu, you're too kind.
Senior brother Zhao Lei and I got to know each other after a fight. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, then raised his wine cup and toasted Zhao Yu and Zhao Yu. In next to no time, Feng Ping and the other 2 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples joined in as well. The 6 of them drank until deep into the night before returning.
Duan Lingtian, we'll continue drinking when you return next time.
Zhao Yu smiled to Duan Lingtian, then carried the dead drunk Zhao Lei and returned to his own small courtyard.
All right.
Duan Lingtian replied, then walked shoulder to shoulder with Feng Ping as they headed towards another direction together. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Feng Ping and returned to his own small courtyard. After returning to his small courtyard, Duan Lingtian's drunken appearance vanished without a trace, and his originally muddy eyes had recovered their clarity. Big brother Lingtian, that father and son surnamed Zhao are surely plotting something when they suddenly become so amiable. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Little gold, I never imagined that a little fellow like you would even be able to discern this. Duan Lingtian pulled out the little gold mouse from his sleeve and lightly combed her fur, and his eyes flickered with a frightening sheen. That old fox Zhao Yu's acting ability isn't bad, and he almost deceived me. But unfortunately, that idiot son of his gave himself away long ago. Earlier, when he was still in the ancient river trading company's main hall, he'd noticed an inkling from Zhao Lei. When Zhao Yu suggested that he leave tomorrow, he felt that something was off even more.
Zhao Yu seemed to be stalling for time.
Big brother Lingtian, why don't we seize this opportunity to leave deep into the night? The little gold mouse suggested via voice transmission.
It's fine, we'll leave tomorrow. Let me see what tricks that Zhao Yu can play.
Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. At practically the exact same moment, in a small courtyard on the other side of the courtyard of the ancient river trading company's branch, a bright light flashed within Zhao Yu's muddy eyes, and he didn't have the slightest appearance of being drunk from before. At the same time, Zhao Lei, who was put down by Zhao Yu, woke up with a sober expression. How was this a person that was dead drunk? Father, since that Duan Lingtian is leaving tomorrow, then you can follow him and make a move tomorrow. So long as you kill him and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in his possession, our good days will come. As Zhao Lei finished speaking, He had an excited expression.
No. Zhao Yu shook his head. Not only will I not follow him when he leaves tomorrow, I'll even have tea with Elder Feng Ping. Zhao Lei was dumbstruck. Father, if you don't follow him, then wouldn't he run away?
Lei, if I follow him, then once the matter of him being killed is exposed, and I'm not in this ancient river trading company's branch.
If the sect really investigates, then they'll surely suspect me. So, I'll have tea with Elder Feng Ping tomorrow.
Once the sect investigates, Elder Feng Ping can testify for me, and it's impossible for me to follow Duan Lingtian.
A fox-like smile appeared on Zhao Yu's face. In this way, it's indeed foolproof. But, what about the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll? If we let Duan Lingtian escape this time, then we don't know if we'll be able to find such a good opportunity in the future. Zhao Lei frowned, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Lei.
Zhao Yu sighed, then stretched out his hand and pointed at his own head.
Sometimes you have to use your brain to think.
Even if I don't follow Duan Lingtian and pursue him to seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, it doesn't mean that I won't let others kill him and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll.
To us, it isn't important who killed him. The most important thing is the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Chapter 420. Dawn. The world awoke.
Who? Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated for an entire night, heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. Crackle crackle. Duan Lingtian lightly stretched out his arms, and a wave of light sounds of bones rubbing together sounded out.
Just a little bit more and I'll be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. As he felt his current cultivation, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a satisfied smile. After getting off the bed, Duan Lingtian left the room with Little Gold. After dealing with the breakfast prepared by the members of the Ancient River Trading Company's branch, Duan Lingtian went to look for Feng Ping and the others to bid farewell and leave.
With Feng Ping and Zhao Yu in the lead, the 7-star Sword Sect members were all present, and they sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. They only returned to their senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes.
Elder Feng Ping, President Lan gave me some tea leaves half a month ago. Why don't you come over and try them? Zhao Yu looked at Feng Ping and invited. Feng Ping's gaze shone as he gladly agreed. The tea President Lan gave is surely good tea. Then I'll accept. Along with Zhao Yu and Feng Ping returning to the courtyard, Zhao Lei and the other 2 7-star Sword Sect inner court disciples returned as well. No one noticed.
At this moment, a wisp of an imperceptible evil smile faintly appeared on the corners of Zhao Lei's mouth. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian turned onto the small path, his spiritual force became vigilant.
Could it be that I'm thinking too much? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't notice any clues, and he couldn't help but think to himself.
But when he passed through the small path, he was instead able to notice a gaze that was tightly locked onto him. Needless to say, this person was extremely cautious, and even an ordinary void-prying stage martial artist might not be able to notice him.
But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's career as a weapons specialist in his previous life allowed him to grasp a superb anti-tracking ability, and he noticed this person concealed in the shadows at the first possible moment.
Not only that, through his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian even detected the cultivation of the person.
First level of the void-prying stage? That Zhao Yu really thinks highly of me.
Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face, and then he shook his sleeve as he said via voice transmission, "Little Gold, help me drag that unlucky fellow out later.
Besides that, don't kill him, I want to ask him a few questions." Great. The Little Gold Mouse's voice transmission contained slight joy and excitement mixed within. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. In the past 2 months, Xiao Jin had never made a move. Perhaps it had been suppressing its anger for a long time. Now, this fire finally had a place to vent. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian made a detour into a remote alley in the ancient city of Everlast.
Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to sense that the first-level void-prying stage martial artist that followed him was still concealed nearby, as if he was ready to wait for an opportunity to make a move against him at any moment.
Xiao Jin, drag him out. Duan Ling Tian used a voice transmission to tell the little gold mouse the exact location of the first-level void-prying stage martial artist before directly asking her to make a move. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse cried out excitedly, then instantly transformed into a golden light that flashed out from Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a wave of thunderclaps sound out from behind him. It was precisely the little gold mouse's half-step advanced lightning force. In the next moment, bang! Ah!
A heavy sound of falling to the ground accompanied by a wave of miserable shrill cries sounded out.
Duan Ling Tian turned around and he could see a middle-aged man lying on the ground in an extremely sorry state. Beside him was the little gold mouse that stood in the sky, and she held a pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand. "Don't kill me, don't kill me!" Even though the little gold mouse was only a tiny thing, yet in the eyes of the middle-aged man, it was like a dreadful beast that caused him to have a panicked expression as he ceaselessly begged for mercy. "Who are you? Why did Zhao Yu send you to follow me?" Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man as he asked. But the middle-aged man paid no attention to Duan Ling Tian, and he still stared at the little gold mouse with an expression of terror and uneasiness.
"Little gold, if he doesn't answer my question within the time of 3 breaths, then casually give him a sword strike."
Duan Ling Tian frowned when he was disregarded by the middle-aged man, and he spoke to the little gold mouse.
Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse hurriedly nodded when she heard what little Ling Tian said, and her jade-green eyes flickered with cold lights, and the pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand flickered with a ghastly sheen of origin energy.
"You! All of you!" The middle-aged man's face went gloomy.
Never had he imagined that this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple he was following would actually be together with this strange mouse-type demon beast.
"Zhao Yu, you've really gotten me into trouble." The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth, and his heart suddenly went cold. If I knew earlier that this kid had a demon beast protecting him, then no matter how many benefits that Zhao Yu gave me, I wouldn't have accepted this assignment. There's another breath of time. Duan Ling Tian's voice was calm, as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. The middle-aged man never imagined that the sudden change in his thoughts would actually waste 2 breaths of time. Now, when Duan Ling Tian's words entered into his ears, it was like a life-reaping note, and it caused his face to go gloomy. I'll speak. The middle-aged man hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke in panic when he saw the spirit sword in the hand of the mouse-type demon beast that suppressed him erupting with origin energy. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse was slightly dejected, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the middle-aged man, as if it was saying to him, "Can you not be so cowardly? I haven't made a move yet. Speak." Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke indifferently. Yes. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. "It was Zhao Yu who promised me many benefits and asked me to come kill you." "Kill me?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and his eyes emitted cold lights. "Yes." The middle-aged man continued. "He asked me to deal with you, then seize your spatial ring. He said that he didn't want anything else, and only wanted the cultivation method in your possession." Duan Ling Tian frowned. At the beginning, he thought that Zhao Yu had only bribed this first-level void-prying stage martial artist to kill him for the sake of taking revenge for his son. But now it would seem that the matter wasn't as simple as he imagined. "What cultivation method?" Duan Ling Tian asked. The middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly said, "It seems to be some marrow cleansing and tendon rebirth scroll. No, it seems to be the muscle meridian rebirth scroll." Muscle meridian rebirth scroll? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and his heart shook greatly. How could that Zhao Yu possibly know of the muscle meridian rebirth scroll? Besides myself, logically speaking, only the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, knows of this non-existent cultivation method that I fabricated. Right, Zhao Yu, Zhao Lin. Both have the surname Zhao. Could it be that there's some relationship between them? Duan Ling Tian's thoughts spun abruptly, and his fierce gaze descended onto the middle-aged man as he said in a low voice, "Since that Zhao Yu asked you to help him do something, I presume you can be considered to be acquainted with him. Do you know of Zhao Yu's background in the 7-star sword sect?"
"I seem to have heard him mention that his cousin grandfather is a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect." The middle-aged man shivered when he noticed the frightening coldness that flickered on the spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand, and he spoke of everything he knew.
As expected, Duan Lingtian understood, completely understood. So it turned out that Zhao Yu and Zhao Lin were cousins. Perhaps when Zhao Yu sent someone to the Seven-Star Sword sect to inquire about matters related to me, he precisely asked that person to go find Zhao Lin. After that, Zhao Lin knew that I was in the ancient city of Everlast, and he told Zhao Yu about me possessing the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Yu also coveted the non-existent muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing manual that I fabricated. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. Zhao Lin, Zhao Yu. Since both of you want the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll so much, then I'll give it to both of you.
Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile.
When this evil smile entered into the middle-aged man's eyes, it caused his face to go pale and he said in panic, "Young master, I've told you everything I know. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. So long as you help me do something, then the enmity between us will be written off." Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master."
The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded.
"Nearby, find a secluded place. I have a use for it."
Duan Lingtian calmly swept the middle-aged man with his gaze, then looked at the little gold mouse.
"Little gold, follow by his side. If he dares act rashly, then kill him with a single strike of your sword." Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse hurriedly nodded, then transformed into a golden light that descended onto the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man's body stiffened. I don't dare, I don't dare." In next to no time, the middle-aged man helped Duan Lingtian find a secluded inn.
Duan Lingtian sat down at the table in the room, then took out a blank and simple small book and a brush, then started to write at a rapid speed.
The middle-aged man stood at the side, not daring to move. The little gold mouse lay on his shoulder and looked with interest at Duan Lingtian, who was writing at a rapid speed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was precisely copying a set of cultivation methods. In the first portion, Duan Lingtian casually found a set of cultivation methods that weren't bad from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and copied the beginning. After that, Duan Lingtian casually made it up. In the blank space in the middle, he added 24 dazzling large words. If you want to practice the following steps, then you must first castrate yourself. If you don't castrate yourself, then it's difficult to succeed. Once you castrate yourself, you'll be reborn. In the end, Duan Lingtian wrote 5 large words in flamboyant calligraphy on the cover of the simple small book. Muscle Tendon Changing and Marrow Cleansing Scroll.
The beginning of this set of cultivation methods can be considered to be exquisite, and is sufficient to attract anyone. But without the latter half, you'll be unable to comprehend the essence in the end. I want to see what kind of expression all of you will have when you see those 24 words after dispersing your cultivation and cultivating this set of cultivation methods and becoming enthralled by it.
A wisp of an evil smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He believed that at that time, the expressions of the Zhao clan would surely be extremely marvelous. The ink Duan Lingtian used to write this set of muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll was a top-grade ancient ink, and when coupled with the simple small book, it was difficult to distinguish the authenticity. So long as they see the beginning, they'll surely be enthralled. Chapter 421. After all, any one of the cultivation methods in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu would be a top treasure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian believed Zhao Lin, Zhao Yu, and the other Zhao clan members wouldn't have any immunity before this cultivation method. Zhao Lin, didn't you always think that I have the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in my possession? Since you want it so much, then I'll make one for you. When he thought of Zhao Lin, a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Suddenly, whoosh!
Duan Lingtian stood up and looked at the nearby middle-aged man that was trembling with fear. Then he said indifferently, "Take this cultivation method in my possession and give it to Zhao Yu.
Just say that you obtained it from killing me. In this way, you don't have to offend Zhao Yu." This.
The middle-aged man was slightly hesitant, and his eyes contained slight doubt mixed within. After all, he'd seen this young man writing this cultivation method at a rapid pace with his own 2 eyes.
Would a cultivation method written by a young man be able to deceive that old fox, Xueqi? He was extremely doubtful in his heart. What? Worried that Xueqi will see through it?
Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, then passed the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in his hand over.
Look through it yourself. The middle-aged man took a deep breath before receiving the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll and starting to look through it. In next to no time, the middle-aged man's eyeballs were completely fixed, and he was completely engrossed in the first half of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Time silently flowed by.
After 15 minutes, the middle-aged man had only looked at the beginning of the first half, and he was already shocked.
This cultivation method. You really want me to give it to Xueqi?
The middle-aged man felt extremely strange. He was able to discern that this cultivation method was extremely precious, and even he was moved by it. But now, this young man actually wanted to give this cultivation method to Xueqi, the person that wanted to kill him. It caused him to be unable to wrap his head around it.
I asked you to give it to him, so give it to him. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Little Gold, go with him. If he dares play any tricks, then kill him directly.
Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man as he spoke. Squeak, the little gold mouse nodded excitedly, and the grade 6 spirit sword in her hand revolved with flowing lights, seeming as if it was ready to be sent into the middle-aged man's throat at any moment.
The middle-aged man's face was pale. He knew that if he didn't want to die, he could only do as he was told. Otherwise, he would definitely die.
He'd already made up his mind to leave the ancient city of Everlast after passing this cultivation technique to Xueqi, far away from this troublesome place. He had a feeling that the cultivation technique in his hand had something else to it. Although he wasn't familiar with this young man, he could sense that the young man wouldn't be so kind. That Xueqi was the one who wanted to kill him. He asked himself if it was him. He would not do such a thing. This cultivation technique must have been tampered with.
The middle-aged man thought to himself as he left.
Duan Lingtian watched the middle-aged man leave and waited in the inn.
He took out a pile of refining materials and prepared to refine a weapon.
Last time, I left in a hurry and didn't even have the time to refine a grade 6 spirit sword for myself and those 2 little girls.
I'll refine one for myself first. As for those 2 little girls, I'll refine one for them when I have the time.
Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and with a flip of his palm, a strand of green flames leaped up.
Grade 6 pill fire. When the pile of materials came into contact with the pill fire, they transformed into puddles of liquid before finally fusing together.
Duan Lingtian's hands flashed, as if transforming into numerous afterimages. The speed of his technique was shocking. If there was a weapon refiner here, he would surely be extremely astonished, because Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement technique was too shocking. In next to no time, when the materials were almost completely refined, Duan Lingtian withdrew the narrow sword he used earlier and fused it into the pile of materials. Subsequently, the violet myrtle flexible sword was thrown in by him as well.
Gradually, all the materials transformed into a puddle of liquid and formed into a sword base. In the end, it transformed into a dark violet flexible sword.
The flexible sword was thin like a cicada's wing and seemed to not be much different from the violet myrtle flexible sword. But its might couldn't be mentioned in the same breath.
Duan Lingtian gripped the flexible sword tightly, and with a shake of his hand, his origin energy fused into it. Instantly, his origin energy raged and skyrocketed. Whoosh!
Above Duan Lingtian, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes first appeared. Then another 252 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. A total of 852 ancient mammoth silhouettes.
An amplification of 42%. I've exceeded my usual performance.
Duan Lingtian's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He originally thought that the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand would at most provide an amplification of 41%, but never had he imagined that it was actually able to provide an amplification of 42%. After all, an ordinary grade 6 spirit sword like the narrow sword Duan Lingtian used earlier was only able to provide an amplification of 38%. The grade 6 spirit saber Tearless Knight, in the possession of the seven-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, was able to provide an amplification of 40%, and it could be said to be the best amongst the best. Whereas the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had already completely surpassed Tearless Night. In the entire Cloud continent, he was probably the only person capable of refining a grade 6 spirit sword like this, and he was the only one. After all, even Samsara Emperor Wu had only refined a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 42% all those years ago.
This grade 6 spirit sword will probably be my pinnacle creation. Duan Lingtian sighed, and the hand that held the flexible sword tightened slightly. In the future, I'll call you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword.
Duan Lingtian lightly stroked the body of the flexible sword in his hand, and his gaze was concentrated and gentle, as if he was stroking his lover.
Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind howled, interrupting Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Duan Lingtian felt his shoulder sink, and he didn't have to look to know who had returned. Little Gold, how was it? Did it go smoothly? Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian, that Zhao Yu was wild with joy when he saw the cultivation method that fellow brought back.
From his appearance, he seemed to wish for nothing more than to directly cultivate it.
Big brother Lingtian, what did you do to that cultivation method? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with curiosity. What can I do to it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, as he naturally wouldn't speak the truth. After all, that truth was slightly inappropriate for children.
Whereas this little fellow was only 7 or 8 years old this year, and according to humans, it was only a little kid.
Humph. Big brother Lingtian, could it be that you're really so kind as to pass down the cultivation method to them? The little gold mouse obviously didn't believe him. All right, you little brat.
Let's go, we ought to leave as well.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then brought along the little gold mouse to leave the ancient city of Everlast. After exiting the ancient city of Everlast, he whistled and a black figure descended from the horizon. It was precisely the first-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, Sun Eagle. Let's go! Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the back of the Sun Eagle and was brought along by the Sun Eagle as it flashed forward, and the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple attire on his body fluttered with the wind. On his shoulder, the little gold mouse stood there and curiously looked left and right, and she was filled with curiosity towards everything in the surroundings. Ancient City of Everlast. Ancient River Trading Company's branch. Lei. Zhao Yu, who was beaming with joy, walked into a small courtyard, and his tone contained slight excitement mixed with Father. In next to no time, Zhao Lei opened the door and welcomed Zhao Yu in. After he closed the door, Zhao Lei had an excited expression. Father, you seem so happy. Could it be that you've succeeded? Zhao Yu passed the simple small book in his hand to Zhao Lei. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lei's gaze lit up when he saw the cover of the small book, and he was slightly excited. Father, are you sure? Don't worry. Father has seen the first portion, it's incomparably profound, and is absolutely an authentic cultivation method.
In the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no, even in the entire Darkstone Empire and Darkon Dynasty, there might not be such a miraculous cultivation method.
Zhao Yu's face was covered in a brilliant smile. Now, I can finally understand why that Duan Lingtian is able to possess such natural talent and strength at such an age. It's all because of this Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Great! In the future, the life of Zhao Lei, will completely change. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then he looked at Zhao Yu and asked, Father, that Duan Lingtian? Don't worry, I've already dealt with him. Otherwise, where do you think this Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll came from? As Zhao Yu finished speaking, he laughed heartily. Lei, Father has thought it through. You depart today and rush back to the seven-star sword sect. Then take this Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll to look for your uncle. Your uncle's cultivation place is one of the 9 great spirit points of the seven-star sword sect, and it's even more suitable for you to disperse your cultivation and cultivate this Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Uncle? Zhao Lei's gaze shone.
He naturally knew who the uncle his father spoke of was, as that was a figure of authority in the seven-star sword sect. One of the 2 great guardian elders of the seven-star sword sect.
People called him Elder Ming. Yes. Father. Zhao Lei hurriedly nodded. In next to no time, under Zhao Yu's arrangement, Zhao Lei rode on a nascent soul stage flying beast all the way to the 7-star sword sect. Zhao Lei's mood surged.
It was as if he'd already seen his insufferably arrogant future. At another direction of the ancient city of Everlast.
Whoosh! High above in the sky, an enormous flying beast flashed past with an extremely swift speed.
If one looked carefully, one would be able to discern that this flying beast was a first-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, the Sun Hawk. On the back of the Sun Hawk, a young man in violet casual clothes sat cross-legged. The young man had his eyes closed in meditation, and was obviously cultivating. Whereas on the head of the Sun Hawk, there was a little golden ball of fur curled up there, and it was a fluffy and chubby little gold mouse.
The little gold mouse stood on the head of the Sun Hawk and sent a voice transmission to urge the Sun Hawk. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Aya, you're too slow. If you're any slower, I'll ask Big Brother Ling Tian to stew you and eat you. The Sun Hawk was a nascent soul stage fierce beast after all, and it had begun to possess human nature. When it heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, its sharp eyes had slight helplessness and terror mixed within. Little Gold, you're bullying the Sun Hawk again? Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man on the back of the Sun Hawk opened his eyes that emitted bright lights. At this instant, there seemed to be something extra on the young man's body. Chapter 422. Hee hee. Big Brother Ling Tian, you're awake? The little gold mouse's figure flashed to descend onto the violet-clothed young man's knee. Then she raised her little head to look at Duan Ling Tian and said via voice transmission, Big Brother Ling Tian, you seem to be slightly different. Yes, I've broken through. The violet-clothed young man, Duan Ling Tian, nodded with a smile. Exactly, he'd broken through. He'd officially broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage.
Little Gold, where are we now?
Duan Ling Tian asked the little gold mouse.
The little gold mouse shook her little head and said via voice transmission, I don't know.
You don't know?
The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Then he looked at the Sun Eagle beneath him and whistled to make the Sun Eagle descend.
Instantly, the Sun Eagle's figure shook before diving down. Swoosh! The Sun Eagle carried Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse, and it seemed to have transformed into an arrow that left the bow as it swiftly tore through the sky.
Duan Ling Tian looked down at the ground, and only now did he notice that he'd arrived in the sky above a desolate mountain range.
What's this place?
Duan Ling Tian had a bewildered expression. Then he pondered for a moment. At the beginning, the Sun Eagle headed north all the way. Little Gold, how long have I cultivated?
Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and asked, 20 days. The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission. So long? No wonder I feel slightly hungry. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his dry and flat stomach. Then he made the Sun Eagle descend into the desolate mountain range. After hunting a few wild beasts, Duan Ling Tian started a fire on the spot. Subsequently, he started roasting meat. The fragrance of meat quickly suffused the air, causing Duan Ling Tian's appetite to be aroused. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a spirit sword and slashed a few times on the thick and heavy meat. Then he sprinkled some ordinary seasoning on it. Instantly, the fragrance was oppressive. Sun Eagle, you've worked the hardest amongst the 3 of us. Eat this piece of meat first. Duan Ling Tian passed the meat in his hand to Sun Eagle. But in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes were staring at Sun Eagle. On the other hand, even though the Sun Eagle coveted the roasted meat in Duan Ling Tian's hand, it didn't dare make the slightest movement for a long time, as if it was deeply afraid that the little gold mouse would pounce over and roast it as well. You little brat. You're really overbearing. Eat. Duan Ling Tian was slightly helpless as he passed the roasted meat in his hand to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse glanced at Sun Eagle once more with an expression that seemed to say, at least you're sensible. And then she received the roasted meat and started to gnaw on it. Duan Ling Tian continued to roast the meat. When both his and Sun Eagle's stomachs were full, night slowly descended. Let's spend the night here. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Duan Ling Tian spoke to the little gold mouse. Then he asked Sun Eagle to conceal itself in the sky, and he casually found a withered large tree before lying down on an enormous tree trunk. The little gold mouse leaped onto the nearby tree trunk and fell asleep in next to no time. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the gentle moonlight sprinkled down to envelop Duan Lingtian. 3 months have already passed since I left the 7-star sword sect the last time. According to my knowledge, the Darkstone Empire seems to be north of the ancient city of Everlast.
If Sun Eagle flew at full speed all the way north for 20 days, then wouldn't it mean that the land beneath my feet already belongs to the territory of the Darkstone Empire?
Duan Lingtian looked at the bright moon that hung in the night sky, and he thought in his heart. The moon today was especially round. Unconsciously, Duan Lingtian thought of the Mid-Autumn Festival and thought of reunions. In his previous life, as an orphan, the Mid-Autumn Festival was completely meaningless to him, because he didn't have any relatives to reunite with. It was different in this life. He had a mother that doted on him, and 2 fiancés that he cherished like his life. Unknowingly, I've already left the Crimson Sky Kingdom for over 3 years. I wonder how mother is now. After Duan Lingtian thought of his mother, Li Ro of this life, his thoughts couldn't be restrained. The 2-year agreement between me and Zither Young Master is in 9 months. After I carry out this 2-year agreement, I'll take Kerr and Little Fei to make a trip back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian decided on a plan in his heart. His thoughts drifted, and unknowingly, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, they set out once again.
Sun Eagle flew continuously for 5 days, yet it still hadn't flown out of this desolate and uninhabited area.
Too slow, too slow. In the end, the little gold mouse was completely impatient, and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, this fellow's speed is too slow. Let me take you flying.
MMM.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Little Gold speed far surpassed Sun Eagle by more than 10 times. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before they would be able to leave this desolate and uninhabited area. Whoosh! The little gold mouse stood in the air and instantly grew in size like a small mountain that was 3 meters tall. Duan Lingtian took advantage of this opportunity to descend onto the little gold mouse's back. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to call Sun Eagle, the little gold mouse turned around to look at Sun Eagle, and flowing lights revolved within her jade-green eyes. Duan Lingtian understood that Little Gold ought to be communicating with Sun Eagle.
In the end, he saw a wisp of terror first appear within Sun Eagle's pair of sharp eyes. Then subsequently, Sun Eagle glanced at him before spreading its wings, turning around and flying towards the direction they came from.
Duan Lingtian was stunned. Little Gold, what did you say to Sun Eagle? Hee. Big brother Lingtian, I asked it to return to its hometown. Otherwise, I'll stew it and eat it. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. It caused Duan Lingtian's expression to freeze.
The voice that was pleasing to the ear like that of a little girl revealed the feeling of a little devil. Little Gold, you drove Sun Eagle back to the primeval forest, then I'll be relying on you to carry me in the future.
Duan Lingtian smiled. If the little gold mouse was willing to carry him, then the efficiency wouldn't be just a little bit higher. Humph. Carry me then. It's better than letting that fellow get on my back. I'm a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a sacred beast. How could I be reduced to the mount of a mixed-haired bird? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with arrogance. Descendant of a sacred beast? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the little gold mouse.
He'd searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, yet didn't find any records related to the descendant of a sacred beast. In other words, even Samsara Emperor Wu hadn't heard of the descendant of a sacred beast.
Yeah, after I overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation the other day, some inheritance information had awakened in my mind. Our jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan is the descendant of a sacred beast. Our bloodline is noble and stands above the myriad of demon beasts. The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission. Looks like there are many things in Cloud Continent that even in existence at the level of Emperor Wu doesn't know of. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes after all. But even then, he'd actually never heard of the descendant of a sacred beast.
The mysteriousness of the sacred beast could be imagined.
Sacred beast. Just from this name, I know it's not an ordinary beast. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Then he asked the little gold mouse about the sacred beast. Unexpectedly, even the little gold mouse didn't know. It only knew that its jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan was the descendant of a sacred beast. As for what a sacred beast was, it didn't know anything. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm going to increase my speed. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out, causing Duan Ling Tian to shudder and hurriedly stabilize his body. In the next moment, swoosh, the little gold mouse increased its speed to the limit, and it seemed to have transformed into a golden light that flashed past the horizon. Everywhere it passed, over 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with it, and a narrow and long heavenly path was opened up within the clouds and mist that covered the sky. The heavenly path gradually closed up and didn't leave behind any traces. Truly efficient. Duan Ling Tian felt as if he was lying on the sofa of his previous life as he lay on the furry back of the little gold mouse, and it was extremely comfortable. Even though the little gold mouse's speed hadn't increased to the limit, it was still almost 10 times the speed of the Sun Eagle when it flew at full speed. It saved a great deal of time. Big brother Ling Tian, there's a city ahead. Let's find a restaurant to eat. The little gold mouse carried Duan Ling Tian and flew for half a day, and as if it had discovered a new continent, its body that was like a small mountain swooped down, and at the same time, it sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lowered his head and looked down. Indeed, on the ground ahead, a city that followed the rules and regulations stood there for a long time, and it was like an oasis in the desert, and it was extremely conspicuous. You little gluttonous mouse, go down. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Hee hee. All right. The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission, and its body that was like a small mountain descended from the sky to descend into the luxuriant forest outside the city. Duan Ling Tian left the back of the little gold mouse that was wide like flat ground, and his figure flashed out to stably descend onto the ground. Swoosh. The little gold mouse's enormous body abruptly shrunk, and it once again transformed into a tiny before flashing onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder and standing there. Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides towards the distant city. This city occupied a vast area, and it wasn't inferior to the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian entered the city, and he was able to see that on the main road of the city, streams of people flowed endlessly. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse wasn't willing to hide under Duan Ling Tian's sleeve, and it stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder as it curiously sized up everything before its eyes. Although the combination of a man and mouse was strange, it didn't draw the attention of others. Duan Ling Tian noticed as well. There was no lack of martial artists that brought along fierce beasts amongst the passers-by. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw a restaurant appear ahead, and his gaze lit up. Little gold. Let's go to this restaurant to have a meal. Okay. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was extremely excited. Duan Ling Tian entered the restaurant, and he was able to see that the restaurant was practically filled to the brim. Fortunately, there was a table of customers that had just finished eating not too far away from Duan Ling Tian, and they stood up and left. My luck isn't bad. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Swoosh. Whereas the little gold mouse that stood on his shoulder directly flashed out to descend onto the table. Right when Duan Ling Tian was only a foot away from the table before him. Haha. My luck isn't bad. There just happens to be an empty table. A slightly sharp voice sounded out, and Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. Yet he saw a young man with a thin figure that was like skin and bones take the initiative to sit before the table. You're tuning into the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.